They told me to be here, half hour before. This one now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but can I have the this? Okay.
She's here.
Yeah, but this the need to.
Okay, we don't need them. So you check.
Oh, thank you. Can I have yours?
It's there.
Ah, okay.
I wanted to keep it.
Can I have this? What's your name? Morning.
I can take it. You played already.
Is in your channel? Ah, okay. Thank you.
Well, I think we are about to start, so please take your seats and we'll be ready at the moment. Just one second. Да, пересядьте сюди. Я думаю, що вам треба... Да, пересядьте сюди. I suppose now, but he told he wants to be in the second round. I'm fine, yes. Leon, yes. Energy. Yes. It's okay. Just checking. Well, so we are about to start you on this very important discussion about Ukrainian energy security and European integration. So we are very honored to have here a very distinguished panel of experts and of course officials. And first of all, I would like to thank to Italian government for hosting this conference for us, for our continuous support Ukraine during this hardship and war. It's a really unprecedented support which we are very thankful during this time. And just like a quick introduction, let me tell you why it's important Ukrainian Euro integration and energy transition and security. It's vitally important for us because Ukraine is going through a unprecedented challenge. So our generation are destroyed, it's under constant attacks, and it's not only energy, it's also going far beyond energy. The climate is also very much, environment is very much under attacks, and we experience tremendous challenges in these regards. So energy is not only like commodity resources, it's necessary for normal function of economy and people to live in cities in the country, but it's also a weapon which Russia used very effectively to destabilize not only Ukraine but also Europe. And it's also a strategic resource for defense, because it's not possible to defend your country if you don't have a stable and sustainable energy supply. So therefore, energy is important in many dimensions, and Ukraine's way to Euro integration is give us a bit of strength, interconnectivity. But it's not only Ukraine, but also Europe is going through hardship, because first of all, since 2022, you face also enormous challenge, price peaks and shortage of energy. The response was very strong and quick, but it's still happening. We are all in this process, and Ukraine also have many to offer. At this point, I would like to turn to our distinguished panel, as we have ministers here, deputy ministers, and high representatives from International Finance Organization, who is helping us during this difficult time. So, Minister, the floor is yours. Please tell us how you're facing the current challenges, and we know that Italy has a big ambition to become an energy hub. It's happening now in terms of interconnectivity, electricity, gas supply. So tell us your experience and how Ukraine can be part of this important way.
Grazie. Del tutto grazie.
First of all, thank you. Thanks for the question. And I'd like to start by saying, well, it's of course after the invasion of Ukraine in 2021, so the Russian attack, Italy, a country that depended very much on Russian gas, had to diversify its model, its supply. Well, nowadays we are completely detached from Russia in terms of energy supplies. Our gas and natural gas comes from the southern part of the Mediterranean and from the east, Azerbaijan. And of course we have increased our capacity to regasify. So, but all this, of course, we had a crisis in terms of prices, and a spike in prices. So we intensified our actions related to new forms of energy generation. Therefore, we had new agreements for hydrogen at a European level, and also integration of the connection between the various electric grids. So this has put Italy at the center of the Mediterranean. We have historically been a connection between continental Europe and Africa. We are in the middle of the Mediterranean, and that's the reason why we're also one of the points of arrival of the energy supplies that come from the southern part of the world. And then we distribute this energy in the continental Europe and the northern part of Europe, Germany, Austria, but also in Eastern Europe and the Balkans. Integration with the Ukrainian energy system therefore becomes fundamental for us in a future plan and strategy. For Italy, this can become not only a source for supply, but also a place where we can distribute and transfer energy starting from natural gas, but in the future we could think about hydrogen or also the electric grid in general. If we consider the evaluations we're doing right now, we're talking about very significant plants of renewable energies thanks to the Mattei plan in Northern Africa. So we're talking about direct transfer of electricity. That's the idea we're bringing forward. Thank you.
It's very much important, and where Ukraine also has a potential to be an energy hub, as we have plenty of resources, interconnectivity, and possibility to be also a European power hub. In this regards, the process of Euro integration is vitally important, and we have Minister of Energy who is pushing things forward towards European full Euro integration. I would say we have Euro integration on the Euro and Euro integration de facto. And de facto, it's already happening, as Ukraine was detached in 2022, very sharp from Russia-Belarus energy system and attached to European one and synchronized since then. So, but we are still not there. So please, Deputy Minister Roman, tell us about how you are going through your integration process, hardship, and where the help is needed.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to reiterate once again that integration of our energy markets, grids is not only matter of, like you rightly said, not a matter of commodity, but it's a matter of our national security. This year is quite important in this regard because this is the first year when we live without Russian gas transit through the territory of Ukraine, and this commemorates our, or really, this is a result of our joint collective effort. Furthermore, I would like to thank the European Commission, Mechtel here, for the roadmap for getting rid of Russian energy supplies, which includes all sectors of energy, gas, electricity, and also nuclear. I think that if we set the right goal and Ukraine can really contribute to those efforts and provide its experience and knowledge in this regard, basically in all spheres. Indeed, we are deeply committed to the full and comprehensive integration into the European Union of our energy markets. It's a matter of the state policy, it's a matter of our energy strategy to 2050, reflecting our vision for resilient, modern and climate-friendly energy system. The Ukraine's European integration course has driven profound reforms in our gas and electricity markets based on European model, European rules. The implementation of the third energy package a few years ago has facilitated critical processes such as unbundling of energy companies, introduction of corporate governance standards, and the development of competitive, transparent market structures. We have successfully transposed REMIT regulation, establishing the necessary infrastructure to ensure market transparency and prevent manipulation, strengthening market confidence. The joint development of our energy market in line with EU legislation and principles of solidarity has already proven effective in enhancing resilience against external threats. A key milestone was, as it was mentioned, the emergency synchronization with Ukraine's power system with NSOE in 2022 that increased the stability of our grids amidst ongoing Russian attacks and it proved really be helpful in very dire situations that we faced a couple of months ago. This synchronization also enables Ukraine to provide emergency assistance, not only to receive, but also to provide emergency assistance to neighboring countries, this way reinforcing regional energy security. We are committed to further integration, as I said. Currently, draft law on integration of our electricity markets, transposing 9 different directives and regulations, is in the Parliament. I'm very grateful to our members of the Parliament for their effective cooperation. Mr. Zhupin, present here at our panel, was initiator of this discussion in the Parliament. Now the consolidated draft is there and should be voted next week, as well as a few other drafts, including on energy infrastructure, is also in the Parliament and should be adopted very swiftly. Also, our gas transmission systems well interconnected with the European Union, and we focus also on synthetic and renewable gases, biomethane, that offer promising opportunities to support our joint decarbonization efforts. To facilitate the accelerated integration, we also we intend to connect to the European Union's database. Here we also have very intense cooperation discussion with the European Commission, and this is a process where we go kind of in parallel, not catching up and trying to get connected as soon as possible. We also pay big attention to the energy efficiency. Of course, every kilowatt or joule saved is much better than generated. It's green, it's cheap. So we are regularly or implementing EU directives, regulations on energy efficiency, and with the support of the European Commission, the Energy Efficiency Fund has provided systemic support for households for thermal modernization projects, helping reduce energy consumption and carbon emissions. And given the request in the society for the energy efficiency and decarbonization, I think the fund will need additional support from both the government and our international partners. Another of our initiatives is Ukraine Decarbonization Fund. Started working. This fund supports energy efficiency and decarbonization projects for businesses, public authorities, local governments. It's considered an ambitious step towards green transformation and carbon footprint reduction in our challenges. Also, we do invest a lot of efforts in complying with EU requirements on energy label eco-friendly designs. Here we strengthen capacities of our market surveillance authorities and trying to make this also area integrated and coherent with the European Union, thus facilitating doing business in Ukraine. We also aim to strengthen cooperation between our regulator and ACER. So we kind of request our partners to join all the relevant committees, working parties, so we could not catch up with the development of the legislation in the European Union, but could develop our rules and procedures in parallel, if not possible to influence the discussion, but at least to be present, to hear, and this in some turn would also strengthen our administrative capacities in the Ukrainian government. To effectively achieve. So I'm finished. So to effectively implement our decarbonization targets, our integration goals, we need to, and we plan to explicitly include the construction and recovery frameworks that prioritize energy efficiency and decarbonization, achieving that these foundations that build back better than before. But this will require not only our political commitment, administrative capacities, but also coordinated support, including financial, from our European partners and international financial institutions. Finally, we are coming back from Brussels, where we had screening on 8th and 9th of July. It seems to be successful. Our team was motivated to show our European partners, the European Commission experts, the state of alignment, and it also showed our commitment to continue those efforts in the months to come to achieve the goal. Finally, I would like to support this achievement, this screening that was done. It showed good results, I guess, but it wouldn't be possible without the support of our partners, European Commission, European Energy Community Secretariat. So here we really appreciate their daily business and staying in line with us. So probably I could talk much more, but yeah, I thank you for this opportunity and with all of us good discussion.
It's a very important job done since invasion, and of course to work such tremendous challenges at the same time, to rebuild while fighting, to keep system running. It's of course a very big challenge, and you are doing a great job. So thank you so much, and actually we will try to keep our contribution short, as we are having many people, 2 rounds of discussion, and of course apart from energy challenges, Ukrainian environment was damaged a lot, and Ukraine also going through the Chapter 27 of Environment and Climate Change Assessment in their road to joining European Union. And at this point, it is very important that Minister of Environment and Natural Protection are doing, first of all, a lot of regulatory alignment with European legislation. And at this point, I would like to turn. We have a speech from Minister Svetlana Hranchuk, Minister of Environment Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine. So, if you may switch to her presentation, I will be thankful. Video, yes.
Dear participants, dear colleagues, friends of Ukraine, this is our fourth Ukraine Recovery Conference during time of unlawful war of Russia. I want to thank all our friends and partners for continuous support and devotion to Ukraine's recovery, green recovery, just recovery and sustainable recovery. This year, URC is hosted in beautiful and eternal city of Rome, and I want to thank our Italian colleagues and friends and Romans for hospitality. The URC is yet another proof of European commitment to Ukraine's accession to EU and integration of Ukraine into big European family. Since 2019, Ukraine is committed to align with European Green Deal goals and establish joint EU-Ukraine dialogue on EU Green Deal. Ukraine stays committed to contribute to make European continent first climate-neutral continent even during times of illegal full-scale war. Ukraine's accession to EU is already taking place. In June, Ukraine completed bilateral screening process for Chapter 27 on environment and climate. Chapter 27 is the biggest chapter under bilateral screening process of Ukraine that covers 211 EU legal acts that were presented during 74 presentations and accompanied by almost 700 pages of answers to questionnaire. Ukraine is already successfully implementing EU acquis in climate. Ukraine climate law adopted in October 2024, establishing legally binding 2050 climate neutral goal and climate governance. National Energy and Climate Plan is adopted in 2024 and is being updated in 2025. MRV system has been relaunched in early January this year. Ukraine adopted ETS implementation roadmap in March 2025. Ukraine's NDC under the Paris Agreement has been ongoing public consultations for months already. Ukraine's 2050 long-term climate strategy is being updated, and ETS framework law is under development. In order to deliver on decarbonization and green commitments, Ukraine is seeking access to EU decarbonization funds. Ukraine Green Facility is planning to open a call for expression of interest for green transition and decarbonization projects related to ETS and CBAM-covered entities. We are well aware that the EU environmental and climate legislation framework is complex, continuously changing and evolving process. So, EU acquis for Ukraine is climate and green transition is evolving and emerging process that requires continuous coordination with relevant EU institutions and enhanced interagency coordination, especially with Ministry of Energy and the Ministry of Economy. Green transition is a complex task, and Ukraine has recently developed and presented the Green Recovery Framework legislation that is based on EU principles, do not significant harm. This draft law is introducing green taxonomy and setting strategic framework that will boost green transitions and sustainable investment. The Green Recovery Law also outlines unified definition and terminology, such as green recovery, build sustainably, build back better, and build back greener. The draft Green Recovery Law establishes legal framework for sustainable finance that are aligned with the EU Green Deal. 9.5 billion euro under Ukraine facility shall be allocated to the green recovery that also covers green transition. The Green Recovery Law will enable leveraging private finance as well as establishing legal ground for new financial instruments such as green bonds, green corporate financial instruments. These instruments must be fully aligned with EU green taxonomy that will enable additional private and public finance in green transition and green recovery. A new world is being built on the way to peace. And at the same time, we are shaping a new way of caring for the environment while dealing with the effects of war. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, dear colleagues, dear friends. Grazie mille.
Thank you, Minister, for such a meaningful introduction, and it's always very important, as climate is something we share together. There is no boundaries for climate and energy, of course, because molecular atoms are also very difficult to stop, especially when they are nuclear. So therefore, environment, energy, it's where we all together with our European family, and we are also thinking about win-win strategy, how to make it mutually beneficial, I mean, reconstruction. So at this point, I would say it's also very important, as we are at the current constant attacks of Russia, and like last month it was terrible, 700, 500 drones combined attacks are ongoing, even like yesterday, it is happening now. So our system is under, they are fraction, it's decentralized, and it's very important to make it more resilient during war is ongoing. In this sense, the decentralization of energy is quite important, and to making our households, our industry self-sustainable is something essential, which is global trend, but in Ukraine it's under acceleration of war. So here I want to turn to Andriy Zhupanin, who is the Deputy Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Energy and Housing. He is doing a lot to push Ukrainian Europe integration agenda forward. And Andriy, tell us about Green Transformation Law and your initiative in Verkhovna Rada.
Thank you very much, Natalia. I would say I'm in a very unique position here because in months' time our parliament will mark 6th anniversary of being elected in 2019. This is the longest serving parliament in Ukrainian history, and obviously the reason is war. But what remains same during this last 6 years is our commitment to EU integration. So we started back in August 2019, and since then we achieved quite a lot in integrating Ukrainian legislation with legislation of European Union. So we started with certification of Ukrainian grid operator Ukrenergo, then we went with certification of Ukrainian gas storage operator, then we increased liability on the wholesale energy markets, and then the war started. And honestly, the war start of the war for us was we were paralyzed for some period of time. The reason is that as a legislator, laws are usually made for the future, and when the war starts in the country, your future is unclear. So that's why there was some pause in our legislative processes once the war started, but when it was clear that the future of Ukraine is predictable and European partners are with us and our path to European integration remains there, so Parliament got back on track and one of the most important laws that we adopted was the law called on green transformation. That was a large bill over 100 pages long with the idea to start green transformation of Ukrainian energy system, and that included also prosumer model, which is known here in Europe, and some other important changes to our legislation that actually put the basement for the next transformation of the system. So currently, as the Deputy Minister mentioned, our Parliament, we are still on track to EU integration, and this is a very clear road for us. So the recent things that we did and what we have registered in the Parliament is the draft law about market coupling. The goal of this draft law is to unify energy market of European Union and Ukraine. This draft law will be indeed voted next week in the Parliament on Tuesday, first hearing. So apart from that, last week we registered the draft law on trans-European networks for energy. Again, one of the necessary steps towards our integration to the European Union. I must say, I think in energy industry, we are much more integrated already with European Union than maybe in other fields. Our energy system is changing not only because of the EU transition, but also because of the response to the challenges of the war. So the draft laws that were also adopted in the Parliament because of this are the draft law on the industrial storage systems, and it's I was very happy to hear that DTEC, large Ukrainian energy company, they are launching the 200 megawatts project building the industrial storage systems. And also we are doing some amendments to the legislation because of unique Ukrainian circumstances. And for instance, Ukraine, as you may know, is a huge agricultural country. So the draft law on biomethane, where I was the main author, was adopted 2 years ago. And now we can say that despite the war, we have seen 4 plants, biomethane plants, that opened and are working in Ukraine. So last but not the least, again, Ukrainian Parliament remains committed. Ukrainian Parliament does its homework towards energy transition through European Union integration. We are on track. I think that people here and distinguished panelists can confirm that we are doing our homework as fast as we can. Thank you very much, and thanks for the Ministry of Energy for the support and for the guidelines. Thanks, Artur Lovkovsky, Energy Community, again, for the guidelines and for your valuable experience. So again, our path to EU remains undisputable, and Verkhovna Rada and the Energy Committee are doing whatever we can to achieve this goal as fast as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, and also want to acknowledge your personal contribution for many laws, especially biomethane and decentralized energy in Verkhovna Rada, which is not easy job, as we know, both from this space of life. But I believe it's a clear road, and for us to be a part of all the system, it's a matter of security. So at this point, what is also important, Ukraine, as I mentioned, was detached from electricity system, and we joined NSOE very suddenly. We started this process in previous convocation. I was head of energy security and transition previous Rada to join NSOE, and it was planned like a long, very sophisticated process, but suddenly we was attacked and detached from the Belarus and Russian system, hopefully never come back, and this brings us some stabilization to our system. So connectivity, and I believe Ukraine can do more and be more interconnected with the European electricity system, gas system, but this is something which makes us safer. We can balance, we can be more flexible, and not only for Ukraine but also for European Union, because Ukraine now exporting, sometimes importing energy, and the volumes are growing. At this point, I would turn to Deputy Director General of Energy, EU Commission. Majstil, please tell us about what is actually next step for Ukraine to be more interconnected, more integrated into European system, as this is very important, your integration on practice.
Thank you very much, and thank you also Italy for hosting us here in Rome for the URC this year. I will start maybe with one comment from the Italian minister about, since the full-scale invasion of Russia and Ukraine, how much we saw the change in clean energy transition. I mean, we had 45% of Russian gas coming to the EU. We are at 13% right now, and we have put on the table, my commissioner mentioned it, really concrete steps to phase out Russian gas imports in the EU in the next 2 years. That will be followed by proposals on nuclear fuels. So that we are discussing in the Energy Council and with the European Parliament right now. But this is a security question, and I think we can all agree that the security, energy security, economic security, but also affordability and sustainability are our key objectives where we are working on. Coming back to the enlargement and Ukraine, I will start with what Roman just said. We had Tuesday, Wednesday, what we call the screening exercise. So we are going policy area by policy area with Ukraine and Moldova as candidate countries to assess the progress on where they are. And it's quite impressive that for the energy chapter, which is chapter 15, and the Trans-European Network chapter, there's a huge progress already made. And that's what we discussed for 2 days in Brussels with a team of Roman, and we went through in details on what was just explained on energy efficiency, renewables, gas markets, and so on. And a lot has already happened. And the big step, as the member of the Rada mentioned, is next week the electricity integration package. It's a bit longer than 100 pages because it's quite a complex area to integrate fully the Ukrainian, Moldovan electricity system with the rest of the continental Europe. So that's a top priority. We will help and support together with Energy Community Secretariat to assess once it has passed the second step, hopefully as soon as possible in the Rada. We will go through and verify. It's, as I say, 9 different texts which need to be assessed. But then we have a deadline of 2027 for full integration. So the Ukrainian electricity market will be exactly the same as for all the EU countries. And that means full flows, intraday markets, independence of regulator and all that. And that's a huge, huge step and beneficial both for the EU members, but also for Ukraine, Moldova. But in the wider market, I think that's also beneficial for investments, for affordability, for the prices, which is another debate, energy prices, which we are having. So a good, very good step ahead in the electricity reform. And it's also from our side, we have attached some steps and money to help to make it happen, because there is, after the legislative framework is assessed and established, there's a lot of IT tools and expertise which needs to be put in place. So all in all, we are very happy with the current steps done in Ukraine by both the Ministry and the Rada. We are monitoring it extremely closely, but this is say that the energy chapter with a couple of other chapters we are doing in the steps towards enlargement. Energy is certainly one of the most advanced, but also important for investments and further integration. Thank you.
Yes, 2027 indeed is very important year, because we should get rid of the remainings of Russian gas in European system as well as Ukrainian synchronization. And in this regard, we are facing many challenges which we'll also discuss here. But I hope it happens and it would be irreversible. So as we are a bit like short of time, so let me maybe just turn to Arthur, Director of Energy Community. So Energy Community did tremendous work for Ukrainian energy transformation, and especially focus on renewables, integration renewables into our system. Here where Ukraine can make a real impact, as we are a big country with infrastructures full of resources, huge potential. So Arthur, tell us about initiatives, what is your vision for the future and where you see the biggest impact?
First of all, I would like to say that I like very much the way how you formulated the question,
because by using the word transformation, I think you are touching the very critical point of that, because whatever we are doing, including the process of accession to the European Union, de facto is the transformative process. This is process of gradual change of the system. So this is much more than integrating. This is the process of changing the Ukrainian system itself, so that the system can be compliant with not only the norms, but also with the model which is existing in the European Union, the model which is based on the competition, the model which is based on the transparency, etc., etc. And this is also the model which is very much based on the renewables. And the renewables is the objective, the renewables is our destination point. This is where we want to go. And for making renewables potential in Ukraine untapped, we have to take some reforms. The first and the most critical one is, of course, the market coupling, because market coupling is not only about linking Ukrainian electricity markets with the European Union, is also about changing Ukrainian electricity market domestically. This is about how to make the market more transparent and how to make more space for renewables to penetrate the system. And that is so important. But I will not elaborate on that longer, because after Andrii's commitment and statement of the commitment today, I already take this electricity integration package legislation in Ukraine as adopted, actually. That would take some time, but I very much believe in this commitment, and together with the ministry we can expect very close and good cooperation, and that this project will be adopted by September in the second reading, and then the process can be started. But this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning, because we need to have more reforms to make renewables attractive source of electricity in the European Union. What we need support, vital reforms aimed at stabilizing the guaranteed buyer. We need to improve the contract for difference scheme. We have to separate the renewable energy surcharge from transmission tariff. We need to improve balancing services. We need to introduce compensation for curtailment, etc., etc. And we know how to do it. We know how to do it. This is a very good message. Together with European Commission and with the Ministry, we developed the roadmap, which is specifying step by step what are the reforms needed in Ukraine to improve the environment for renewables. And this roadmap is to be adopted. But still, if all of the elements of this roadmap will be implemented successfully in Ukraine, there are still some risks. There are still some unpredictabilities which are caused by war. And this is exactly the moment when we want our Ukraine Energy Support Fund to step in. And yesterday we signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the Ukrenergo, the Ukrainian transmission system operator, aiming at establishing the de-risking mechanism, which is aiming to take from the investors and the banks the war-related risk for those who want to invest in ancillary services in Ukraine, which are crucial, which are indispensable for providing more flexibility to the system and to integrate more renewables to the system. This is a very important step. We'll be working on that with the support of the donors. This scheme is very much complementing other international institutions, financial institutions, including EBRD, EIB, who are working on how to support financially the renewables development. We are going to support transmission system operator to make this organization capable to accept more renewables into the system and to broaden the technical scope for that. So there are very practical steps which are still ahead of us, and I believe that in good cooperation with Parliament, with the Minister and the European Commission, we can succeed on that before Ukraine joins European Union.
Thank you so much for your tremendous support and work done by your organization in such a very difficult period. So at the moment, I would like also to turn to UK FCDO Director, Ukrainian Recovery, Rus. So please also tell us, UK is also very much committed for Ukrainian reconstruction, especially energy transition and bringing innovation to Ukrainian energy and climate. So please tell us your agenda, your vision, experience experience, what would be the next step?
Thank you so much, and thank you for hosting this panel. I think it's a really important panel, and I think there was a session yesterday on energy resilience, and of course we're all aware of the need to protect existing infrastructure. We've heard calls for increased air defence and protection, but actually green energy is Ukraine's future, and green energy is secure energy, decentralised energy is secure, resilient energy, and so I think really important that we're having this conversation, and fantastic to hear of all the steps that government of Ukraine and partners are doing to help kind of lock that in. Look, as a kind of a donor, we are fully supportive of this agenda. We have helped set up the Green Transition Office. We have funded the National Climate and Energy Plan, and we're announcing some further funding to support that as well as part of our package that we're bringing to the URC. But I guess I just want to kind of highlight two things. One, we've heard a lot about reforms and how complex, how technical, how some of those very complex legislative reforms. I think one of the things one of the overarching themes that we would like to pull out is the importance of transparency of energy sector governance and enhancing the independence of the energy regulator. So I know Ukraine's taking some impressive steps towards that, but I think there's further work to do, and that's important to help leverage in the huge amount of investment that's going to be needed. And there are, we see a huge amount of potential for private sector investment in this new sector, in this burgeoning sector. But businesses, the private sector, will need to have confidence that they are investing into something where they can have certainty, where there are bankable projects, where the policy is settled. And so that piece, I think, will continue to be really important, and demonstrating outwardly and demonstrating to that business community that those investments are going to be good investments to make, I think are going to be key to kind of securing the huge amounts of finance that's going to be needed to secure this actual transition.
Well, thank you so much. We'll be talking in the second round about funding and finance with the major financial institutions and donors. And I just want to acknowledge the role of United Kingdom bringing innovation to Ukrainian system through British Innovation Investments, who is like having a different kind of programs. Because I truly believe this is the key, as we could not rebuild as it is or it was before. We should build better, but not only. Because if you will do it in traditional way, it will take us years, 10 years, 20 years, and we need to accelerate, to innovate, to bring something breakthrough, innovative technology to make it quicker, more efficient, and help people to sustain and to live in this city. So this is thank you so much for innovation and for your also important initiatives. So at this point, as we are closing this first round of discussion, so I will turn to Minister with your closing remarks, but my question, and I think we are all in such a very important period, and where the energy system is facing globally huge challenges, and not only wars, not only infrastructure disruption, some interconnectors cut or explosion of major pipelines, which we experienced recent years, and this is our reality. We have another disruptive technology, which is AI, and artificial intelligence is changing our landscape. And according to projection, even in few years, we'll need to double generation globally in Italy, Europe, and also, I hope, in Ukraine as well. So, Minister, please tell us, what is the innovative technology? What is your strategy to face this challenge, to keep system, first of all, stable, resilient, and secondly, to accommodate the huge demand which new technology brings to us?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. I believe the fundamental question here is to distinguish, first of all, we need to be aware of what the objective of the EU is in 2050. And the 2050 objective is energy neutrality. So it is a path that we need to walk down. And we need to give our contribution in order to remain as Europe within the leading group of countries in the world. This is the challenge that we're facing. And this means welfare, well-being for all the people in Europe. In order to achieve this, we have a series of emergencies, of course, that we're facing. We need to keep on with our transformation path that we have just described, which means guaranteeing energy security, going towards LNG, which allows us to buy gas from all over the world. And of course, we need to increase the role of renewables. And I mean geothermal energy for what is possible. We have a percentage of geothermal energy in Italy. Wind power, where it's windy, of course, it's going to be useful. Of course, the sea in the northern Europe are much windier than the Italian ones. Also, solar panels. Italy is a country that is made by 2/3 of hills and mountains, so we are facing some challenges in this sense as well. So we need to carry out a series of assessments to intervene in a different way. Also, we need to make, for example, the best out of our neighboring countries. I'm thinking about Africa. The North Africa can be useful for solar panels, for example. As you rightfully asked, the demand for energy will increase within the next 10, 20 years. Artificial intelligence is booming right now, and it is consuming. We consume 2.5 terawatt of energy every year, and we produce about 250 to 260. So we need to highly increase our capacity to produce energy, which must be clean. And from this, of course, Italy's assessment is, as a country which abandoned nuclear energy 40 years ago, renewables are the new nuclear energy. So we need to invest in this mechanism, because this is the only one that will allow us to achieve our objectives. We need an energy, renewable energies, new form of energies, and of course, an increase in production, which must be omnicomprehensive. And of course, a strong interconnection with our partners. So we need, of course, a series of critical minerals. And in this regard, every single country in Europe has started a series of products to identify those areas, even those mines that we can exploit to produce these critical minerals. One of the biggest mines in Italy is garbage. This is the truth in this country. Why? Because we have not many minerals here, so we don't know where to find these minerals. So we have a challenge, but this challenge is not only for our country, it's a common challenge. And in this regard, Ukraine will be part of this common challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. You also raised a very important question, which is one big specific topic, rare earth minerals and the security of supply chain for energy transition. So I suppose there was a lot of attention during this conference, but Ukraine is a part, and we could be partner in this as well. So at this moment, I would like to wrap up this conversation. Thank you, distinguished panelists. Thank you, Minister, Italian government, for having us here and for your continuous support. I hope it will result in good cooperation. So now in a minute we will have a financial institution second round of discussion, so please stay here. We'll start in 2 minutes. Thank you so much, it was very good. Thanks. Bye. Yes, thank you. Yes, nice meeting you. Yeah, it's very thoughtful questions. So. I think no. No order. I just need this. I need a microphone. Okay, please take your seats. А де наш energy security? Energy security secretariat. Why he is not going? Попроси Francesco підійти. Francesco, хай він вже сідає.
Oh, Francesco's here, isn't he? Yeah, he's there. Francesco's there. Who are you missing?
I'm thinking Francesco's.
Is this environmental restoration session, this one?
Yes.
The second?
Second round.
Right now?
Finance, yes.
Okay.
It's right now. Okay, we are about to start. Just 30 seconds. Please take your seats. And this session is also live stream. So many people are watching us online, and conference is ongoing. So, well, we'll be starting like few seconds right away. Okay, as we discussed about many challenges in energy, Ukrainian system, our Euro integration, and in practice and in the URC, so it's happening in parallel, and we have no time to wait, we have no time normal to synchronize our system, to make this testing, so we should do everything in the same time, to rebuild, to fight, and also to go through the Euro integration process and just like to sustain. So all these efforts, they required enormous amount of funding, as of course it's very capital intensive. And as I mentioned, so we could not like follow traditional approach for Ukrainian energy reconstruction, as we need to accelerate and innovate. The same things comes to finance, because normal way to fund green or just energy project is not working. Ukraine has huge risks, war, and many more challenges. So we need some like innovate finance, concession funding, insurance to make this happening. So I have an excellent panel from financial institutions, and we will be discussing different kind of financial instruments and programs for Ukrainian reconstruction. So let me start with EBRD. So please discuss what kind of project you are now running, and what is your vision for Ukrainian reconstruction in terms of finance.
Okay, thank you very much. Is this working? Okay. I'll be very brief because we have very little time on this panel, and actually much more fundamentally we have very little time to make the reforms and investments the Ukrainian energy sector needs. I like to think of EBRD as a Swiss Army knife of energy sector financiers, because we're a sort of all-of-the-above lender. To date in the war, we've supported the energy sector in Ukraine with 2.6 billion euro. But that's across the whole spectrum. So we're an important financing and reform partner for the large SOEs, for Ukrhydroenergo, for Energoatom, crucially for Ukrenergo. We're also supporting some of the other SOEs with distributed generation. We supported Ukrainian Railways last year, and very shortly we will be supporting Ukrenafta. But we're also very active in the private sector, with private sector renewables, with both debt and equity. So last year we supported Garnaftagaz with a large wind farm. We invested equity in German developer in solar projects. So we're across the whole spectrum, and we want to do more of the same. So we'll do more with SOEs, and we'll do more especially in the private sector with renewables and increasingly with batteries. I will just make 2 points about the focus areas, and one will be much shorter than I expected. So the first one was to talk about renewables, to talk about the incredible revolution. But then the real expert on renewables walked onto the panel, so I thought I'd better shut up and leave it to Francesco to talk about how this is the opportunity of our generation, of our moment. What I will say about investment in renewables is that it is so different from investment in all other parts of the sector, because if you get the regulatory framework right, step back and watch the private sector deliver. So all of the things that the previous panel talked about, integration with the European markets, independent regulator, transparent regulation, put those in place, the renewables investment will flow because the private sector can deliver. That's one of the very important features of a renewable sector. And the second point I'll make is that there's a sector we've not talked about much, but which is crucial, which is distribution. Because we know that distribution is a significant part of the cost base. It's an enormous opportunity for both efficiency and resilience, especially for a grid that is under such terrible assault. Having a smart, resilient, flexible distribution network is absolutely critical, and I think there are some really big, important steps for Ukraine energy sector regulators and their partners to take to unpack why there's not so much investment going in and what can be done to really unlock that area. So there you go, brief to the point.
Thank you so much for such a brief. We'll have a follow-up question. So as you referred to Francesco, so let me maybe turn to you next. And I'm very proud that you are here, and it has a special part, Irina, in my heart as we vote for accession and go through this process like 5-7 years ago, and we are happy to be a member, and now you're helping us in return and contributed a lot for Ukrainian reconstruction. So tell us about your initiatives. What do you see the future of Ukrainian energy mix and how to achieve this goal?
So thank you for your question, and thanks for having me in this panel. Naturally, our collaboration with Ukraine started already before the war. At the time, already Ukraine was moving towards renewables. I remember that one of the main problems at the time was passing for the feed-in tariff system to the auction. Unfortunately, then what's happening is in front of us still. So naturally, Ukraine is already connected with the European Union to the common network. Naturally, this has to be strengthening in the future. And as the data say to us, renewable has been the large part of the electricity provided last year in Europe. So this is a trend that is there, electrification and moving to renewables. So it's happening globally, it's happening at the European level. It will guide also the reconstruction in Ukraine. So I think that also in Ukraine the future will be renewables. We are supporting these efforts through our, our knowledge in providing data, building a scenario, and also in practical action. We are trying to contribute to the planning, to the long-term planning. We are the Secretariat of the Long-Term Planning Initiative, and this will be also useful for Ukraine. We are in a way to define some new activities, also thanks to the funds coming from the Italian government concerning the promotion of solar in Ukraine, both at the rooftop initiative, but also for zoning the area for that are, I say, favorable for renewables. This is also in implementation of a European law, European directive concerning I think the RED 3. So these are all instruments that we have in place. So planning and also trying to facilitate projects on the ground. And this possibly I can come back on the second round.
Yes, we'll be very keen to discuss maybe as a technology you wish to support, where you see the most potential and in which combination. But let's maybe go to the next speaker. Tell us about your programs and how you actually think to contribute. What is the next steps in World Bank?
Thank you. From the World Bank Group's perspective, which includes the International Finance Corporation, IFC, and the World Bank, our areas of focus are in 3 areas. Number 1 is on energy security. I think we've heard a lot today, not just about energy security, but the way renewables is critical for that. Secondly, is supporting reforms to bring in the private sector. And again, we've heard the importance and the role the private sector plays. And then thirdly is looking at the broader reconstruction of the energy system, as we've heard, building back better and making sure that that is done with green at the center of that. As we look at some of the items that we have going forward, we are working with EBRD on a renewable energy program to bring in the private sector, where we each will be working to bring in some de-risking to make sure the private sector can come in through auctions and, as you said, unleash the power of the private sector. So it's great to be able to work with EBRD on this. We will supplement that with a grant from the Ukraine Reconstruction Trust Fund that will unleash well, at this point, we are hoping to maybe bring in $70 million of grant financing through the government that would unleash $700 million of private sector investment. So we're very much looking forward to that. The next one that we're announcing this week is that as part of our continuing Repower program, we're doing an additional $116 million grant that brings heating in these cogeneration units to Kharkiv and to 6 other cities. So going forward, we will continue our focus on this high level of financing. We will continue on reforms, the governance and accountability issues that remain critical for the green future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I just I think we are, as we're turning to European Investment Bank, Lionel, you will also please announce what is the next plans to finance Ukrainian energy transition and resilience. But I also to ask like some specific question about the innovative finance, as Ukraine needs some specific tools for financing our projects. And do you have some thoughts about how it could be done?
Thank you. Thank you, Natalia, for hosting this panel on this very important topic. Just if you allow me to take a step back, I think if there is one thing which the Russian aggression has triggered in the EU and in Ukraine, this is the acceleration of the transformation of the energy sector. The direction of travel was clear. This is the carbon neutrality of the continent. But with the Russian aggression, obviously, and notably through the Repower EU package, which the EU bank supports greatly, well, what was a marathon to increase renewable energy capacity became a sprint. And I think this is exactly what we are doing now in Ukraine. So from an EIB perspective, we have supported Ukraine since the start of the Russian aggression, the 3.6 billion euro of financing mobilized, with 2 objectives. On the one hand, to support the immediate recovery and resilience of the systems, but at the same time, to support the direction of travel of Ukraine, which is the EU accession. This is exactly what we do in the energy sector. So supporting strategic infrastructure in the view of the aggression and in the view of the need to repair, but at the same time integrating into the EU. So last year we supported shelters of critical energy assets. We just signed yesterday a loan with the hydropower company, Hydroenergo, to help restoring the system. But we are also preparing the future. So notably, we have advisory support to increase the interconnection capacity with Romania and Slovakia. And this is critical. This is critical to increase the flexibility the maneuverability of the energy system and notably to integrate the renewable energy system. Another dimension is what we do, and it was not mentioned too much today, at a local level. First, with energy efficiency measures, which we try to push as much as possible. So we have a program for energy efficiency in public buildings with 300 million, which is extremely successful. But we are also trying to push this in other programs. For instance, we have a program for social infrastructure. And what we do with support of German government is to add renewable energy solutions. So to put photovoltaics, biomass, geothermal solutions in schools, hospitals for energy security and of course green energy supplies. On the question of instruments, I think what we try to do, because the level of financing which is needed for the transition will not be brought only by institutions around this table, but to a large extent by the private sector and commercial banks, is to encourage the private sector and notably commercial banks to lend even more in this area. So we are launching risk-sharing instruments, encouraging them to take more risk in certain of those segments. And we try as well to introduce incentive elements with grants, notably to go even further in terms of deploying those projects. The second dimension is on advisory and technical assistance. We've just launched yesterday a fund of project preparations jointly with EBRD and the European Commission, which will help to prepare the more challenging infrastructure projects which are needed to support this transformation.
Thank you so much. And at this point, I believe we should also think about some innovative finance tools. Maybe it's not innovative for the globally, but if for Ukraine, for instance, as we are facing a shortage of equity, first of all, in Ukraine. So our system, financial system, receiving a lot of microfin, which we are very thankful for. And through the bank, if you are normal project in Ukraine, you can raise some debt which is subsidized by different programs, which is great because it was not the case before. But we could not find, as a projects, could not find equity, green equity, any blending finance, and this is a real challenge and not project finance as such in classical terms. So here I want to turn, make one round also about some innovative finance tools and what can be introduced to accelerate transition, reconstruction, and for the project on the grassroots level to reach finance. So Harry, tell us about risk mitigation mechanism. It's a real innovation for us to get war insurance, and I believe we need more. But tell us about what is EBRD role and what would be the next steps as well.
Sure. I mean, look, the point you make about equity is a really important one. But we have to be a bit careful because if you de-risk equity too much, it's not equity anymore. It's just a big subsidy from the public sector to where the costs are socialized and the returns are privatized. So I think what we're focused on is you don't necessarily de-risk equity by just guaranteeing equity or by providing equity as the public sector. If you want a viable private sector, you need a tranche of risk which is still taken by the private sector. Otherwise, you've lost all the reasons for having the private sector, the sense of innovation, and the sense of pricing and understanding risk correctly. I think what we focused on and what Bob mentioned is working with IFC, with the World Bank Group, and above all with the European Commission, to try to put in place a structure which will take away for the medium term, but not the long term, the market risk associated with renewables. And the core proposition we operate on is renewables are competitive, right? We don't think that renewables need a subsidy. We think that renewables, wind, solar, and increasingly plus batteries, can compete effectively with traditional generation. But convincing people that that is going to be true, in the medium term and the short term, and that you won't go bust while you're waiting for the market to recover, or there's a famous Keynes quote, the markets can be irrational longer than you can stay solvent. That's the key gap we're trying to fill. So the principle is that there will be a structure in place which effectively gives a price guarantee that operates like a contract for differences scheme. we have an in-principle agreement with the European Commission that they will support that, and an understanding as to what that structure means. You know, Bob and the World Bank team have a similar structure in place that potentially will secure support from there. And I think in the long run, the aim is that both these schemes should come together and be one. And we would be talking about coming to the market in 2026 and saying, in a competitive process, okay, what's the price you need as the private sector in order to justify an investment decision? And then we'll see how that, you know, how much capacity we can generate through that mechanism.
Thank you so much, especially like for the normal project to get some bankable PPA. It's a real challenge, yes, and there should be some guarantees over PPA for international financial institutions, just like normal banks, family offices to fund, and war insurance, which is also very much important. So Francesco, I'm turning to you with a question, as I said before, that we need some innovative technology to face the challenge, first of all, to stabilize our system, to accelerate transition and reconstruction, and as well as face growing electricity and energy demand in general. So what kind of technology and most important, their combination is, on your view, is most applicable to our situation?
So honestly, what I can say that I think in Ukraine has a huge potential, almost in all technologies. So if we put into the grids all the potential of Ukraine, Ukraine will become an export energy country. So the question is again how we can put this potential into the grid. And naturally, facilitating investment is key on this respect. We as Arena, we have established our own financial platform. One is called the Energy Transition Accelerated Financing Platform. IFC and the EIB are part of this platform. Hopefully, the European Bank of Investment may consider to join this platform, because what we do is trying to support the preparation of the projects. So we are working on the assessment of the bankability of the project, because the first step, when we talk innovative instruments and others, the basic is always that we have to prepare a project that are bankable. This is the crucial point, that then we can attach risk management measures and other. But the first thing is having projects that are bankable. One, that the projects are bankable, we can try to see how we can leverage in our platform, working on equity, because some of our partners are working on the base of equity. For example, Mazda is working only on the base of equity. We have entities that work on the basis of concessional loans. We have other partners that work on the basis of market loans. So combining all this aspect, we can try to support the financing of both private or public projects, or partnership of private-public projects. So the most important innovation for Ukraine is trying to put the capacity, the potential into the grids. This has to be done with projects that are bankable. And this is the first moment that we are trying to concentrate, we are trying to focus for making the change happening in the shortest time possible.
You should go.
I need to go.
Wow, so as we are coming also to the end of this session, so let me maybe turn to you and Bob, because first of all, you point out very important point about bankability of the project, because many promising technologies, they are like such as attractive, especially when we are talking about hydrogen, small modular reactors, all this kind of stuff, green ammonia, but where to take a PPA and how to grow this project from scratch to like ready to build, and then to make it bankable and get normal funding. So maybe our last question would be about blended finance, which is quite necessary for Ukraine, and where we feel a real lack of such as funding. How it possibly to create such as mechanism for Ukrainian project on the ground to raise funding for their growth, to accelerate and then go to the markets?
Thank you for this question. What I think anyway, to have the right ingredients for projects to take off and to scale up the level of investment, well, first of all, it was discussed during the first panel. The elements of reforms are absolutely critical. And I think having these reforms means de-risking investment at the end of the day for financiers or investors. Second, the element of bankability and project preparation, which was underlined by Irena. And here again, whatever you can do before starting or launching or approaching investors to make the project bankable is absolutely critical. Now, coming to blending finance, well, here again, we have to be a bit careful that, it's not by flowing with grants that you will solve the solution or the investment. You need to have a smart mix of grant element and long-term financing or, let's say, risk-bearing financier like equity. And here I would like to come back to the examples that I mentioned earlier, where we have this long-term investment to rehabilitate, upgrade, modernize social facilities. But we need to incentivize those entities to invest in the renewable. So here, the partnerships that we have put in place with support of the German government to provide a grant element which will trigger investment by mayors to put photovoltaic or other energy solutions is the right element, because this is an incentive, this is a triggering point, which at the same time pushes them to do this investment, but at the same time not obviously compromising the financial sustainability of what is happening, and we know that they are under significant financial pressure.
Thank you so much. It's indeed important if also look on the grassroots level how to enable communities, medium, small size enterprise to raise funding, how to bridge this gap between financial institution and real economy, as we need to rebuild from the grassroots level. We need to build and empower people who are on the ground. This is something not about only energy security, but also for, in general, reconstruction, including social reconstruction of Ukraine. So I think
I can add on this. This is just the spirit of this project that is funded by the Italian government in a partnership with UNEP, is to assess the potential in 4 major cities of Ukraine for the use of roof solar. So try to understand what is the payback for this kind of investment, and so trying to design the right measure to incentivize the private investment in this area, including the municipalities. We are undertaking training courses for officials in the municipalities for managing this kind of instrument. In the same time, naturally, we have also to assess where are the area with more potential for renewables. We are doing this exercise, and we can provide this kind of information for better design the element of support for Ukraine in this respect.
Okay, thank you so much. I suppose we have come to the end of our session. So I believe the importance of funding and of green transition in war condition is vitally important, and we are experiencing big support from international organization donors, and we are very thankful for this. I believe we should look at something, how to make finance self-sustainable, how to help at the first development stage, and then to enable projects, country itself to raise funds globally on the financial markets. So here we are working a lot, and I believe also some innovative finance, as a blending finance, carbon markets, trading, some kind of different green philanthropies will accelerate, but it's not enough. It should be at scale and it should be sustainable. So we are on the road to this, and while voice ongoing, we are very thankful for support, and we'll be moving far. Thanks for this question.
Indeed, that's yours.
This looks like my microphone, I think.
Natalia,
For you, and
how do you want
I would
us?
like a green one. Can I have a green one? So where?
Dear colleagues, hello everyone. Welcome to the panel Environmental Restoration. My name is Natalia Andrusevich. I'm chair of the Society and Environment, an Ukrainian think tank working on environmental and climate policy. And I'm honored to moderate today's panel on this very important topic. And we have excellent speakers with us, so I'm sure we will have a productive and interesting discussion today. Russia's war against Ukraine is causing enormous damage. The daily loss of human life, infrastructure and housing leads to an increase in urgent needs and also forces us to look for new ways to rebuild the country in the best and fastest way. There is no doubt that rebuilding on green principles will bring more benefits for the country, both in the context of improving environmental quality of life, a state of the environment, and also development of a green economy, attracting green investments, and creating green jobs. In addition, such approaches will contribute to the European integration of Ukraine. Reconstruction requires the participation and involvement of all stakeholders at international, national and local levels. Every little effort counts. That's why we are here today on this panel to talk about the environmental recovery, to understand where we are and how we should move forward, how to effectively combine our efforts so that the recovery is based on principles of building back better and greener and to do no significant harm. So let me shortly introduce our distinguished speakers. Ms. Vanya Gava, Deputy Minister for the Environment and Energy Security of Italy. We will have Svetlana Hrinchuk online with video recording, the Minister of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine. Eva Kracht, Director General, Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, Germany. Margot Wallström, former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden, co-chair of the International Working Group on the Environmental Consequences of War. Tatiana Molchan, Executive Secretary of UNSC. Arnold Kreilshuber, Regional Director and Representative, Regional Office for Europe, UNEP. Hao Lian Chu, Under Secretary General, Associate Administrator from UNDP. And Nadia Petkova, EBRD Managing Director. So how we will organize our today's discussion. So first we will have keynote speech from Ms. Gava, then video recording from Svetlana Hrinchuk from Ukraine, and then each speaker will have up to 6 minutes for initial input into the discussion, and for sure we will have the opportunity to take a few questions from the audience to have an interesting and meaningful discussion. So please, Ms. Vanya Gava, the floor is yours for your keynote speech.
Thank you. Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister, dear Svetlana, I know you're listening to me. To the representatives of the international organizations, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is for me a true honor to be here with you today, representing the Ministry of Environment and Energy Security. I'd like to express in a very strong and clear way our solidarity towards the Ukrainian people, renewing our commitment towards the reconstruction of the ecosystems and the natural resources of the country, which have been severely damaged both by climate change and by the brutal consequences of war. Italy has always supported Ukraine with determination, and we will continue to do so, not only in terms of defense of their sovereignty and independence, but also trying to lay the foundations for a green and sustainable and resilient reconstruction. Our objective is strong and clear: transform the terrible environmental damages caused by war in an opportunity for reconstruction, for reconstructing a cleaner and more modern Ukraine. And in this spirit, in April 2023, our ministry signed an MOU with the Ukrainian Ministry for the Environmental Protection and Natural Resources. This agreement represents a pillar of our bilateral cooperation in the field of defense, environment, and sustainable development. Since then, cooperation has progressed very rapidly. In January, during the visit in Rome of the Deputy Minister Hrinchuk, the first joint committee took place, during which the guiding principles of this cooperation were adopted. And today, I'm very happy to officially announce that this morning, following this panel discussion, the medium-term work plan has been signed, the one foreseen by the MOU. This is a very important step forward. This plan, in fact, defines a framework of ambitious actions. So we're going from prevention of climate change to monitoring the quality of air and water and sustainable management of soil and forests. But this is not the end of it. I'm also very happy to announce that this morning we have approved the first practical project in the framework of this MOU. Thanks to more than 2 million euros of Italian funding, this project will support the creation of a national laboratory and the deployment of a national network for monitoring the air quality in Ukraine. This is a key step forward to align environmental standards of Ukraine to the European laws, at the same time supporting the journey of Ukraine towards the entrance in the EU. I'd also like to underline that it's kind of an exceptional case to hold two of these meetings in just the span of a few months. This demonstrates the strong commitment of our ministry towards green reconstruction and the recovery from an environmental point of view of the nation, not only with words, but with practical actions. Lastly, allow me to mention the Italian Environmental Fund, the most significant among all the member states, European member states. They can manage 4.4 billion euros, and most of this money is allocated to the Mattei plan in Africa, but more than 1.2 billion euros will serve to fund climatic and environmental areas in other geographical areas, including Eastern Europe. These resources were thought to aimed at recovering, together with partner countries, the environmental damages, such as Ukraine. I'd like to underline once more that Italy will stay by Ukraine's side in friendship, in solidarity, and with a concrete and practical commitment. We are convinced that the environmental recovery of the country represents not only a priority for the reconstruction of the country, but also an essential pillar for a durable peace. I thank you for this opportunity to renew our strong cooperation and to sustain together a future that can be more green and more resilient for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vanya Gava, for your keynotes, and also for the support in Ukraine, and also for hosting this conference. So we will follow with video recording from Ukraine, from Ms. Svetlana Hrenchuk, Minister of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine. So please put the video.
Buongiorno. Dear participants, dear friends of Ukraine, this is already our fourth recovery conference during the full-scale war. Thank you to all of Ukraine's friends for standing with us and helping us resist Russian aggression. This year's conference takes place in Rome, a city full of history and meaning. It was here in 1957 that the treaties of Rome established the European Economic Community and laid the foundation for today's European Union. URC 2025 is about long-term goals. For the coming decades, for the future generations. Almost every day we see headlines about Russian terror in Ukraine. Civilian lives are lost, critical infrastructure is destroyed, and our environment is severely damaged. As of today, environmental damage in Ukraine is estimated at nearly 108 billion euros. Over 9,000 cases of environmental damage have been officially documented. This includes the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam, contamination of the Seym and Dniester River, oil spill in the Black Sea, and serious damage to the Chernobyl site. Military actions have released over 230 million tons of carbon emissions into the atmosphere. This number keeps growing with every explosion and every day. Nearly 23% of Ukrainians' land is still covered with landmines. Damage to water infrastructure is estimated at over $746 million. It will cost nearly $11 billion to repair. We are witnessing unusual patterns of animal migration caused by the fighting, disruption in entire ecosystems. Ukraine has lost around 10.6 trillion euros in the mining sector. The scale of this destruction makes environmental protection not just a matter of quality of life, but a matter of national and continental security. That is why we say recovery is not something that begins after the war. It is already happening from the very first day of the full-scale invasion. One of our key developments in the draft law on the green recovery, which follows the European Union's do not significant harm principle. It introduced regulations for a green taxonomy to help attract sustainable investments into the recovery process. Recovery needs long-term climate financing. Our priority is to lay the groundwork for using the best available clean technologies. In addition to setting terminology, criteria, and principles, this law will help attract private investment. It also provides a legal framework for financial instruments such as green bonds and sustainable corporate finance mechanisms, fully aligned with the EU green taxonomy. Even before the full-scale invasion, Ukraine committed to adopt core EU rules and directives related to sustainable finance and green recovery. By advancing together with our partners, we can benefit from financial, technical, and expert support, and we can also share experience. Our next step is to develop a green recovery strategy. This will enhance transparency, provide legal clarity for both public and private investors, and help engage more stakeholders. The enemy wants to create a deep divide between us and our allies. But Ukraine continues advancing in line with the EU Green Deal, and it's already addressing the consequences of war, without waiting for it to end. Last year in Berlin at the URC, we launched the Green Recovery Platform together with our partners. It's aimed to unite everyone supporting Ukraine's green recovery. It began with 5 million euros from the German government. Today, contributions have reached 20 million euros, and we thank all who's involved in this important effort. Despite the war, Ukraine continues to protect and restore its nature. In the Donbas region, the Svyati Gori National Park has suffered a major environmental disaster. The war has impacted this protected area since 2014. This year, reforestation efforts have begun using innovative techniques. Additionally, 100 kilometers of forest roads and access roads to firefighting ponds have been cleared of landmines. After the Kakhovka Dam was destroyed, the government launched the largest water project in modern Ukraine. Within just 11 months, a new water pipeline in Hulets to the southern reservoir was designed and built from the ground up. Even during the war, Ukraine has built several animal rehabilitation centers. This not only help protect biodiversity, they also provide emotional healing for the people affected by the war, including veterans, of course. There are many more examples like this. Green recovery is a central element of our economic agenda. It introduced modern environmental practices, aligns with the European Union, and calls for cooperation with all stakeholders. So we invite all interested partners to join us. We are open to discussion and collaboration. As we build a new world on the path to peace, we are also shaping a new model of environmental stewardship amid the scars of war. Thank you very much for your attention. Grazie mille.
Many thanks to Ms. Svetlana Grinchuk for her presentation and for showing us these figures which demonstrate that we really cannot wait for the end of the war to start rebuilding and to start thinking about the future. And it's very good that Ukraine has very clear plans for the future, like the draft law, like development of the strategy, and to unite all stakeholders which are interested in the green recovery of Ukraine. So let's move further on our agenda with more concrete questions for our speakers, and I invite to the floor Eva Kracht, Director General, Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development from Germany. So we know that there is a strong Germany-Ukraine partnership. So does it have a dimension related to the environmental restoration of Ukraine? And last year Berlin hosted the URC. And so what progress have been made, and what are the main achievements after Berlin URC last year? So in the context of environmental restoration. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalia. I'm afraid I need to make a tiny correction. I represent the German government, but not the development ministry, but the Ministry for Environment, which is also fully in charge of climate again. Maybe the shift from Jochen Flassbart, who used to be state secretary at the development ministry, back to our ministry, where I used to be before, has caused the confusion. My development ministry colleagues are also very active in this conference and provide a whole lot of support to Ukraine. But I'm from the Environment Ministry, and we are also very much interested, especially in the issue of green recovery. That's why we are also very much involved.
Sorry for this mistake.
No problem at all. We cooperate closely with our colleagues from the other ministry. I saw them already this morning. Well, thank you for the invitation to this panel. It's a good signal. Beyond the exchange that we're having, of course, that is important. It is also a clear signal to have green recovery as a we have a dedicated session for green recovery in the context of the URC. So thank you for taking that up from last year's conference, because it shows that this issue needs to be an integral part of the recovery efforts all across the board. I'm here on behalf of my minister, Carsten Schneider, who unfortunately could not be here today due to very important business in the German parliament today. Well, for over 3 years, Russia has been waging its illegal and unjustified war of aggression against Ukraine, and Germany remains unwavering in its support, like my Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, yesterday, I think, made very clear in his speech in the opening segment. I personally visited Kiev in April, was my first visit to Ukraine, and I was very impressed to feel myself a little bit, just a tiny bit, what it means to live in a country at war, and at the same time to meet so many people enthusiastic about thinking about the future of the country. Like you said, Natalia, it's important to, at the same time, also think about the future. Of course, the war is causing immense human suffering. But at the same time, it also causes a lot of environmental damage, which has been very much elaborated by Minister Svitlana Grinchuk. So I can keep it short. Environmental degradation and climate change is a security risk per se. But at the same time, war results in serious deterioration of the environment and, again, human suffering. Of course, the health and safety of the Ukrainian people are of highest priority. And from the Federal Ministry of the Environment, we have been supporting emergency response measures at municipal level, for example, restoring drinking water supply. But, like has been stressed, it's also important at the same time to look further ahead at the reconstruction efforts, at the recovery, at the kind of future for Ukraine that the country chooses for itself. And EU accession is an important part of that. But also building a future that will be in line with the environmental necessities, with the planetary boundaries, that will work in a long term, an economy that will work, that will deliver, that will be competitive in the long run, because the framework conditions that are just there are being considered. And environmentalists cannot do that by ourselves. We need to integrate these thoughts, and we need to work together with the economic experts, with the financial experts. And that is why it is so important to work on this issue in a whole-of-government approach. And that was the idea behind the Green Recovery Platform established last year in Berlin at the Ukraine, or in the margins of the Ukraine Recovery Conference, mentioned also by the minister. It is jointly supported by 3 Ukrainian ministries: Environment, Economy, and the Development Ministry. So all these issues can be looked at in an integrated manner, and this is not just about environmental policy per se, but about getting the framework conditions right, about incentivizing the right investments, about looking at what kind of economic financial reforms it takes so that the money keeps flowing in a green future. When I visited Ukraine, that was the first stakeholder forum of the Green Recovery Platform with about 700 participants. I was really impressed by all the interest and all the activities, which really shows there is a lot of dedication in Ukraine and also amongst the partners of Ukraine. The Federal Ministry for the Environment of Germany will continue supporting Ukraine in aligning environmental and climate policies with the EU acquis, building capacity of stakeholders and institutions for environmental policies and implementation, making Ukraine future-proof, mainly by our International Climate Initiative, better known as ICI to some of you. And let us continue joining hands for the recovery of a free, green, and European Ukraine. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Eva Kraft, for your intervention and also for mentioning this cross-cutting nature of the environmental issues. So it's very important to take consideration of environmental issues and climate as well in other sectors like economy, energy, and here we need to put all efforts for the recovery on green principles, and these principles of taking into account environmental and climate consideration is very important. So thanks for mentioning this. And we will move further on our agenda, and I'd like to give floor to Ms. Margot Wallström, former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden, co-chair of the International Working Group on the Environmental Consequences of War. So Ms. Wallström, you led the work on Environmental Compact of Ukraine, a guiding report issued by a high-level working group, which you co-chair. So do you see a progress in implementing environmental compact of Ukraine, and what are the primary needs and main challenges in this way? So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure being here, meeting with all of you, as I see as partners in this important work. And also this is an opportunity, of course, for me and for the working group to reflect on the implementation of it. And if you haven't seen it before, I always promote it and show it. So this is the document that I hope you will have access to online, and with our 50 recommendations. And over the past 2 years now, our working group has been in contact and working with the Ukrainian institutions, the international partners, civil society, and we have tried to define a path to recovery that is not only reconstruction but also resilience. And this compact that was endorsed by President Zelensky last year has been, and we're happy to see that, has been developed into a kind of reference document in shaping Ukraine's environmental recovery. So absolutely, my answer, simple answer is absolutely we see progress. And we could hear that yesterday in one of these panels also. The recent progress in Brussels on chapter 27 on the acquis shows very strong intent. And again, the compact is used as a kind of strategic anchor for whatever has to be done also for the acquis. But turning vision into reality requires much more. And I would like to pass on 3 messages to you. And I hope you are not among those who believe in some of the misconceptions about the environment, because this is something that we've dealt with throughout our work. And those misconceptions have to do with, first of all, that the environment is seen as a luxury, something really not necessary now with all the needs that Ukraine has being in the midst of a war. So, you know, something that we can use as an add-on later. And that's the second thing, that this must be dealt with after the war. No, we cannot think of it as something that we can deal with later, or that it should be taken care of by somebody else. But it is really for everyone here, all you partners in this work, that also have to take this into account. And I'll tell you why. And I will also say one thing to all of you Ukrainians, because I think that the Ukraine under the president's leadership here is carving out a role for themselves that is historically new and a very important one, showing leadership in 4 different ways. First of all, by making the environment a priority, by saying that this is point number 8 in a peace formula. Secondly, by bringing up accountability, to make the Russians pay for their war crimes, because these are war crimes as well, and putting an emphasis on that. Thirdly, I think by actually showing that reconstruction and rebuilding Ukraine can be done in a way that serves as an example for the rest of the world. And I think that we will also see, I hope, international standards for how to measure the impact of war on the environment. So in all of these 4 areas, you are really taking on a leadership role. I have 3 messages. The first one is to underline the environment and security link, because the war has until now, and this has happened historically as well, has showed that environmental destruction is not collateral damage. It is a target. It is a weapon and it is a long-term threat to human security, to economic stability, and of course to sovereignty. And this is why one of the Compact's core messages is really that investing in the environment is also investing in security. So that nexus is there. And when we support clean energy or nature restoration or sustainable infrastructure, we are not just protecting biodiversity, we are actually also protecting Ukraine's autonomy. We are already seeing massive investments in defense and protection, and this must be matched by some money must be left after billions and billions of dollars are invested in defense and in buying weapons and providing weapons. Some money must go to actually also making sure that the green recovery can happen. And dual-use technologies, the fact that this is both an archaic war but also a very modern war, that is drone-based monitoring, decentralized energy generation, smart grids, satellite imaging, all of these technologies are the kind of innovations that serve both environmental and national security objectives, so they can be used in both ways. My second message is really, this will have a cost. It will come at a cost. We have to invest. And implementation depends on building capacity and institutional capacity. There is too little money now spent on creating a system capable of managing also a complex green restoration. Investing in people, in training, in data and institutions. To all of you who come from and represent governments, you have to try to find money also to help Ukraine to build that capacity. Everything from forest inspectors to data, collecting data or doing mapping. There is a cost to that, and they need our help and support to do so. So that's my second point. And, you know, Ukraine not only needs a lot, but it also feeds the rest of the world. And this is why we need all of those investments as well. My third point is about the imperative of green recovery. That, of course, we must look long-term, not only to the short-term imperatives. And I can recommend another document, which is the roadmap for the sustainable recovery of Ukraine, developed by the Build Ukraine Back Better coalition. And they are calling for reforms across 6 sectors in Ukraine: energy, transport, agriculture, buildings, economy, and the environment itself. There you have a list of very concrete measures and investments. Nearly zero energy buildings, greening the industrial base, the very concrete things that have to happen now. And they are not just environmental goals. They are pillars of economic competitiveness and actually societal resilience. So what is striking about this roadmap is that it goes well beyond the remit of any single ministry. It is calling for a planning that goes across sectors, and I think this is extremely important. This was also evident to us in our high-level working group, we have a recommendation 33 in the compact, and we call for the appointment of a high-level figure with a mandate to oversee and drive green recovery across ministries, because the coordination, the oversight is necessary, and the planning that goes across is necessary. So both the roadmap and the compact share this vision of green recovery as a strategic whole-of-government priority, not simply an environmental task. Environmental reconstruction is not an environmentalist's agenda. It's part of a national and continental security strategy. And we need that vision. We need that kind of perspective, and we needed to gain ground. So if we want a free, strong and sovereign Ukraine, we must see green recovery not as an add-on, but as a core component of peace, security and prosperity. So it's really about those things: security, survival, and why not also soul. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Margot Wallström, for your messages and also for mentioning the issue of leadership. So it's really very important when we are talking about green reconstruction, because in Ukraine, even in the small communities, when some plans on green recovery or just green transition are taken, so always it's an issue of leadership at the any level. And also thanks for mentioning civil society initiatives, because the civil society in Ukraine is very strong, and maybe it's not only the partner in the green reconstruction, but sometimes it's a driver for green reconstruction. So thanks for mentioning for this roadmap and also civil society role. Thanks a lot. So let's move further on our agenda, and I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Tatiana Molchan, Executive Secretary of UNC. UNC has long experience in addressing environmental issues in Ukraine. So what is the role of UNC in supporting the green recovery of Ukraine? And also, can you provide more insights on your work on water and air pollution since 2022 as Ukraine faced new challenges?
Thank you so much. And I would like to also express my gratitude for being today and being in this specific panel, because I believe that when we discuss about environmental restoration, about green recovery, it's exactly something that gives hope for the future. This means that we're looking into the future. We don't look only at immediate needs. And I would like to praise, first of all, the host, the Italian government, for being visionary and also keeping and including the environmental track. I know it was not the case, it was in Berlin, yes, last year, but it was not always the case that we had dedicated discussions to environment. We discussed energy, another topic that you are covering, Madam Minister, but not environment. So really, congratulations to the partners that are supporting to the host country. But my most deepest appreciations goes to the government of Ukraine, because even despite the challenges, the ongoing war, we have seen the commitment towards environment. And I will give an example, not only when it comes to the specific issues of what we are discussing today, like the restoration, recovery that we are doing, it's sustainable. You know, at UNC we have, well, some of the flagship conventions and legal instruments, like the Aarhus Convention that you might know on access to information about the environment, the ESPO Convention, we have one on transboundary water, we have the one on industrial accidents. And Ukraine, a country that is in the middle of the war and has to face all of this, just a couple of, I think last month or 2 months ago, acceded to one of the protocol to the Aarhus Convention on GMOs, so access to information on GMOs. Like, maybe this government has other priorities. No, environment is a priority for this government. And I see how they engage, how they are active in this kind of activities, which says to me a lot. We had a very good discussion with the minister, with Svetlana, just last month in Kiev. And I specifically mentioned this, how grateful we are as an UN entity that is supporting alignment and best practices, you know, on all environment related, or not all, some of the environment key issues, their dedication. And today I was very pleased to hear about the air quality and the support that Italy has put together when it comes. I understood that about the air quality lab based on this memorandum of understanding. This is great news, because Ukraine has been a member of the air convention, yes, which is one of our oldest instruments. It's been there for 45 years. 45 or more, I don't remember, I can't remember that, but it's been an instrument, very important one for the quality, air quality throughout our region, and this would help a lot. We have seen how much now, in particular in the last days, we have seen how the war is affected, so we need the measurement, we need the data, and this is a very concrete area that needs support, and we are happy that there is already the basis, the legal framework, the conventions are in place, and now activities very specific can be put together. And this is very much aligned to the country's European integration path. You might know that many of these conventions are actually a kind of prerequisite to negotiation, and I included in the chapters for the accession negotiations. And we are supporting Ukraine, including in capacity and support on transposing into a way, if we can say, all of these requirements into the national legislation. We're working very closely with the European Commission on that path. More specifically, I think both the minister but also colleagues from Germany, from the ministry have mentioned, and probably I think Arnold will be speaking a little bit more. UNEC is part of this Green Recovery Platform, which was launched together. It is a great way to see how we can help the recovery in a coordinated and collaborative way. This is something we are missing many times, I have to admit this, in particular including at the international level. It's good to cooperate better, and I'm particularly pleased about the workshop, or not the workshop, but the first meeting that was also the stakeholders meeting that was in April. I've seen some outcomes of those meetings, and I'm particularly pleased to see not only talks, but a very concrete pipeline of projects that can be advanced. So we will be supporting that. And it's not only, we have expertise in ENEC that can help in specific areas, not all of them, and we cannot do all of them, but we are very much dedicated to this way of cooperation, of having a collaborative platform together with, when it comes to the multilateral, UNEP, but also OECD is very active. We had Germany, who has been supporting from the beginning, but also the European Commission and some other partners. We've been working also specifically with cities. I just came from a meeting from another panel where we are discussing the support that we are giving, for example, to Kharkiv and Mykolaiv in their reconstruction process, where we put a specific accent on the green reconstruction on the projects. I hope the acting administrator would speak a little bit more about the overall UN development support, which UNDP is responsible for, but a very specific example is where we work on water, because you asked about also water. It's on the Dnistru River basins, Moldova, Ukraine, so UNEC is supporting with UNDP. We provide the expertise that we have on the adaptation activities or climate change adaptation activities on the to the commission, to the river commission that is there. We also work on some other. One of the recent requests that has come to us to UNEC is to support the country in implementing better one of the conventions, the one on industrial accidents. Yes, now in the reconstruction, it's a very important moment that there is a good cooperation, there is a good basis when it comes to preventing industrial accidents. And not only during wartime, but also in peaceful times, this is a key priority. Few examples, but we are there to continue to support the government, not only with, let's say, expertise, but supporting them in applying the best practices for the best expertise for the reconstruction process. So thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Tatiana Molchan, for your intervention and for mentioning the role of the international environmental conventions in the future integration, because international agreements are also the part of EU acquis. So now for Ukraine, it's much more easier to deal with these issues in the context of European integration, having this experience. So let's move further on our agenda, and I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Arnold Kreil, Huber, Regional Director and Representative Regional Office for Europe, UNEP. Last year at Berlin URC, international partners together with Germany set up a green recovery platform for Ukraine. So what are the first achievements and what concrete practical projects and initiatives are planned for the next year? Please.
Thank you very much, Natalia. I want to also say how pleased I am to be here today and that we can have this discussion on environmental reconstruction during the URC. As others have already said, this is or remains, of course, a critical moment in history for Ukraine. But talking about the environment helps us also to hone in on the future opportunities, not just to rebuild what was, but to reimagine what can be. And we need to really make sure that the environment remains at the core of recovery and reconstruction. We cannot take it for granted, and that's why a meeting and a discussion like this is so important. At the global level, in terms of UNEP's mandate in this area, I want to highlight the UN Environment Assembly, which is also very much seized with this matter, and in terms of global decisions, resolutions that speak to environmental assistance and recovery in areas affected by armed conflict. And there's a lot that we can learn from the Ukraine for future scenarios in terms of how do we deal with the environment when affected by armed conflict. The reason for this also global attention to environmental recovery is quite obvious, but like I have said, we still need to make the case for it. A green recovery, one that prioritizes nature, resilience and sustainability, can lay the foundation for a better future. So really we're looking at the future here for the Ukrainian people, and that's what makes this discussion again so important. This means that we look at reconstruction and construction to be carried out by cleaner and greener approaches that help us to ensure that environmental pollution that was there yesterday or that is there today will be reduced and hopefully ended in the future. It means also having the right regulatory settings, and it's very encouraging to hear from the minister again all the proactive steps that Ukraine is taking into this direction, because that will help also generate the necessary investments for these green solutions, for the projects that we identified to make this green recovery happen. I want to also emphasize and echo the point that this green recovery needs to start taking shape right now. We cannot wait for the war to end. This green recovery needs to be prepared now, needs to start taking shape now. Natalia and others have referenced it as well already. 1 year ago in Berlin, we launched the platform for the green recovery of Ukraine. It is a very unique platform in the sense that it speaks to this cross-sectoral ownership at the level of Ukrainian ministries. We have 3 ministries that take part in the platform. It is a partnership also that benefits from expertise and knowledge and capacities from the UNECE, OECD, of course UNEP, and we hope in the future others as well. And we're particularly also grateful for the support from Germany that we have received and from other governments. But we hope that over time we can really profile this platform as a tool, as a resource to help us make this green recovery happen. What is important about the platform is also that it is very much aligned with the ambitions of Ukraine in terms of EU accession. It speaks to the green recovery strategy that the minister has mentioned. It speaks to the draft law on green recovery that the minister has mentioned. It really is cognizant, obviously, but it begs repeating, of the needs and requirements of Ukraine. What are the platform's goals? The platform wants to help define what green recovery means in Ukraine. I have said a shift away from polluting practices towards an economy that prioritizes low carbon development, climate resilience, nature, and actions that will ultimately help to achieve a more sustainable Ukrainian economy and a more sustainable Ukrainian society. Again, we want to do this through meaningful, long-lasting solutions, and that's again where the regulatory reforms come into play. A shift in policies, a shift in laws, that is a long-term change. And we want to bring together as many actors and stakeholders as possible. And that's really the invitation to you to have a look at this platform and contribute to the platform. The platform needs contributions from donors. The platform needs expertise. The platform needs the voices of the different stakeholders that are active in green recovery in Ukraine to really make the difference that we have set out to make a year ago. We've only been in existence a year, but the first stakeholder meeting has already been mentioned. We had over 700 participants in person and online, so there's great interest in the green recovery, not least by the younger generation that see hope in that green agenda, and that goes, of course, also with economic opportunities that we have now an opportunity to shape by looking at the educational systems, by looking at job opportunities that we can provide to the younger generation going forward. Let me just tell you a few things that we have done already. We have, after the Kakhovka Dam collapse, began assessing the damage and the impact. And that is, again, something where the conflict in Ukraine can help set standards for future scenarios that, yes, we hope to avoid, but if, we have to deal with conflicts again in the future, this can help us with the standards and the norms that we can then rely on in terms of assessing the damages. We've done so with the help of Japan, Czechia, and the US. Just during this conference, we signed MOUs with the regional administration of Odessa, with the municipalities of Kharkiv and Mykolaiv, to help them develop smarter, more integrated energy solutions going forward. And this again speaks to the importance of cities that has already been mentioned in this green recovery, in bringing all the different societal parts together, and also showing the economic relevance of this green recovery. With Finland's help, we are assessing again the broader environmental impacts of the conflict. Work again that is vital for immediate risk reduction, but also to inform long-term green strategies in conflict scenarios. Wastewater is a critical topic in Ukraine, has also already been mentioned. We're working with our UNEP DHI Center in Copenhagen to look specifically at wastewater solutions in Ukraine that can harness wastewater in the context of the green recovery. Yes, protecting the health of people, but what can wastewater contribute in terms of nutrients and also in terms of energy development in Ukraine? Buildings, we know that 70% of Ukraine's structures may contain asbestos. This is a huge topic, and together with the EU and Japan, we are beginning to tackling this issue. And it's not just about cleaning up, this is really about health, safety, and about circular rebuilding of these structures. We're also looking across borders. Environmental conventions have already been mentioned. UNEP is also very much engaged in the protection of the Carpathian Mountains, and Ukraine has taken a key role in the protection of the Carpathian Mountains in the past. And as well as in the Black Sea, we want to reinforce regional cooperation in this overall cleanup effort, and this is where Ukraine again can take a leading role during this recovery, but also set the pace for other scenarios. Together with ILO, and I've hinted at it already, we're looking at green jobs. We're looking at future opportunities that this green recovery can provide for veterans coming back from the battlefield, but also for the younger generation. We need to create the capacities that we need for the green recovery, and we need to begin doing so now. To sum up, we need a green recovery that is holistic, integrated, and forward-looking, one that, like the Green Recovery Platform sets out to do, identifies concrete projects that can show what this green recovery means, bankable projects that can attract investment and that can make this green recovery sustainable and long-term. We cannot do this alone, so again, the invitation to all of you, join the platform, have a look what the platform does, have a look at the projects, if there's something that you can contribute. We need our partners, the ministers, the donors, the institutions, civil society, to help us translate the vision that was adopted a year ago in Berlin into concrete action, so that we can build this Ukraine that is green, resilient, and sustainable that we want for the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for your presentation. So we will hope to see next year a new practical project implemented already in Ukraine. And so we have very limited time, so I'll ask the next speakers to be shorter in order to we will have some like two questions, okay? So let's move to Mr. Haolian Shu, Under Secretary General, Associate Administrator, UNDP. So just 2 weeks ago, Ministry of Environment and UNDP presented a strategic draft law on of Ukraine on foundations of green recovery. So what was the main motivation of UNDP to initiate and support the development of the draft law, and how will it help Ukraine in ensuring reconstruction on green principles, and maybe what are another important practical initiatives of UNDP in helping Ukraine with environmental restoration during the war? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We're talking about restoration of significant magnitude. The World Bank Group has estimated that the damage the war has caused is about $524 billion, almost 3 times of Ukraine's GDP today. So we're talking about an opportunity of this size. We have 2 choices. We can develop and restore as in the past, or we can restore it better, greener, more sustainable. This is what we're talking about. The legislation provides an opportunity to clarify the framework of what does it mean to be green recovery, right? To have the KPI, to align the green recovery with the Chapter 27 of the European, URC, right? So I think this is what we're talking about. That's why, it is important to have the right taxonomy, right? To define, the opportunities for private sector investment. Right. Because for any recovery or any development initiatives, you need to align planning, the target setting, with financing and with governance, underlying governance institutions and structure. Right. So this legislation, draft legislation that we have supported the government to formulate, provides a critical opportunity for us to do the planning side right, so that then you can align financing to achieve the right goals, which is green. Right, in this way. So I think this is why now we have a lot of specific initiatives we're doing to support that in biodiversity, in climate, in debris removal, and in many other issues. I won't get into it, but this really explains why this legislation is so important. Okay, thank you.
Thank you a lot, Mr. Haolian Shu, for your answers, and we hope to see the law adopted soon by the Parliament of Ukraine. So that's a lot for this support Ukraine in such important initiative. So now we are moving to Ms. Nadia Patkova, EBRD Managing Director. Financing is a core issue for green recovery. What's EBRD's strategy and priorities in this context? And you recently visited Ukraine in relation to Ukraine donor platform. So would you comment on the role of Ukraine donors platform in supporting green recovery of Ukraine? So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, sorry, I can. Thank you very much, and I'm really privileged and humbled to be here. So thank you for the invitation, and thanks for the host for actually hosting such an important also panel in the context of Ukraine. I'll try to be brief, but I wanted to cover three main points, and I'll touch upon the donor platform, which is becoming a critical instrument, actually a platform in order to bring all stakeholders together around the same table and align priorities together with the Ukrainian government. But let me mention three things which are very important strategically for us in the context of Ukraine, in the context of environmental restoration, but also in the green recovery, because the link is very clear. In order to restore what has been damaged, we need to do it better. We need to do it in the context of the green recovery. Let me just say that where we see our role amongst other roles very critical is that environmental restoration, energy efficiency, water efficiency, it all happens locally. It happens in the local municipalities. It happens in the countryside. It happens all across. It's not only at the ministerial level, and it's not only at the governmental level. So our work with municipalities is extremely important, which is focused on energy efficiency, water efficiency, and also environmental restoration. Only recently, we have engaged with a number, not recently, but we have been engaging with a number of municipalities to support their energy efficiency efforts, including in public buildings and district heating, which we'd recently done in Lutsk and Khmelnytsky. But we also recently, just now, signed a loan with the Lviv city for the rehabilitation of their two wastewater treatment plants. These are important not only in the context of the livelihood of citizens and the city as such, but also it has a spillover effect and benefits to the Baltic Sea, which, as we know, has a very unique and very distinct basket case challenges. So we are working also in that respect to address broader environmental issues. This loan specifically was accompanied by a big grant, and why I'm mentioning that 6.5 million of grant, because what we see also in our engagement both with the municipalities as well as with the government, that capacity building and incentives are very, very important. And we, as a multilateral development bank, are very powerful in being able to attract donors. Just to give you an example, only last year we have raised more than 2.6 billion in donor funding, of which 1 billion for Ukraine only. This means that we are a trusted partner, and donors do channel money through us in order to support technical assistance, capacity building, grant incentives, and all sorts which makes projects bankable. Because we mentioned the green recovery, and the previous two panels spoke about the green investments of EBRD, but what I wanted to mention is between legislation and the EU accession and the pull effect which the government has, I think it's very important to have the fundamentals which will crowd in the private sector, because ultimately we are private sector focused multilateral development bank. So we are launching now together with the Commission, but also in coordination with the World Bank, our Ukraine risk mitigation mechanism. I'm saying this because this is very important when it comes to guaranteeing certain price level for energy, for renewable energy. This in return will bring the investments in the green energy sector, which we are also financing. And I fully agree with colleagues on the panel that investments need to start now, because green investments will play a very important role in the energy mix of Ukraine. The second area which I wanted to mention briefly is that we are working very closely with a number of ministries and governments, is also enabling investments in the agriculture, in the agribusiness sector. I think this is very important in the context of Ukraine, which has a strong agricultural base, has a potential to feed a very big part of the world. So our engagement in the sector is long-standing, and only now at the URC we have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Agrarian Policy and Food in Ukraine to support the sustainable development of irrigation infrastructure, including technical cooperation to map investment needs and improve water use efficiency, which is very, very important. Another small example which I wanted to give is very particular to Ukraine in the current unfortunate situation, is the support which we bring in the need of demining. Demining is a very, very important part, especially in the agricultural sector, but not only. So our demining initiative has been developed in response to a request by the Ministry of Economy, but it aims actually to mobilize private sector and to see where we can find the private sector potential in the supply side, despite limited credit initiatives for that. Last, on that point I wanted to mention is the soil reform. We work very closely with Svetlana and the Ministry for Environmental Protection, together with the State Geological Service, in advancing the digitalization of Ukraine geological data. This is important in the context of critical raw materials, but it's also important in the context of green transition and also digital economy. Last point I want to make is in the context of what lies at the heart of EBRD. We have a very unique expertise built over decades, which is in nuclear safety. And the minister mentioned Chernobyl, and I'm particularly proud that EBRD actually for over quarter of a century has been engaged in nuclear safety. This is important, this is critical, especially now but also in the future, because as we speak, nuclear delivers 60% of in the energy mix of Ukraine now, and it's very important. We look at it from the safety perspective. It's our team who has worked with donors, with the generous support of donors, actually, to build a new safe confinement of the old shelter, which unfortunately on the 14th of February was destroyed by not destroyed, severely damaged by a reckless act by a Russian drone. We are assessing the damage of that, and we think that it's going to cost hundreds of millions, and we will reach out to donor community very soon, but we already have the generous support of the EU, the UK government and the French government to start this restoration. This is paramount. So in the context of our mandate, being focused on the private sector, but continuing to work with the government for capacity building in this respect, we'll continue to deliver. We are the largest institutional investor in Ukraine and will remain so in the future.
Thanks a lot. Thanks so much for your input. And now I know we are out of time, but we started late a little bit, so we will take a little more time and to have two questions from the audience. So who wants? Here one and okay.
Hello, I'm Henrik Nordstrom from the Oak Tree. We are investors in Ukraine on the green recovery side. I think that it's very important to see green recovery as an investment and not a cost. And the question is, how can we as private investors collaborate with the URGP program and platform, and particularly with the EBRD, we are in touch with them as well. But I think it's important to look at it from a investment perspective. So I'm curious as to how the URGP works with that concept.
Thank you. And maybe one more question, and then we will go to answers. No? Okay. So please.
Maybe I go first, but you know, it's a platform, so Tatiana, and if I feel free to come in. I would say, by bringing in your expertise and help the platform, craft solutions that can bring in, the private sector and generate these investments through the projects. And, happy to have an offline conversation after this panel to make the first steps in that direction. But if you want to come in.
Just very shortly, this question of green is also profitable is actually a bigger question. We have discussed it just last week in Seville during the Sustainable Development, Financing for Sustainable Development conference, so that was exactly where we are looking. We had very interesting discussions on financing, for example, water, development and investments in water by creating, green bonds, but water-specific bonds. So Ukraine is part of these discussions as well. We are looking at the innovative financing instruments that would attract, and I think the market for, it's not that I think, there are studies, we are working on that there is the appetite and the necessary framework on the Ukrainian market, very attractive one. So this is very short to your reply. There is a lot on that, including on, as I've mentioned earlier in my intervention, on PPPs, so public-private partnership, because usually you would find PPPs in this sector, water treatment, again, one of the examples. So critical minerals, someone mentioned. So all of this, we have introduced mandatory standards for making them also sustainable, also economically, but also environment and socially. So.
Thank you a lot for this today's very interesting discussion, and also taking this opportunity. I would like to thank all our speakers on behalf of Ukraine for their support of our country and contribution they are making to its reconstruction. So thanks a lot.
1, 2, 3, prova, mi sentite? Adesso mi riuscite a sentire tutti?
Can you hear me? Very well. I'm going to put my headphones. We hear each other through the headphones, so please put your headphones. I'd like to start now. Good morning, everyone. As you may know, the Ukraine Recovery Conference is the biggest international meeting of this year on recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine. And there are going to be plenary sessions, but also a series of panel discussions relative to the 4 different topic discussions based on which these works have been planned. I'd like to remind these 4 areas just to make things easier for everyone. The first is business dimension, human capital dimension, local and regional dimension, and EU reforms dimension. The approach, and this is very important to underline from a methodological point of view, is that of the whole society, which means a holistic approach, the society considered as a whole. The panel I have the honor of moderating is part of the 4th area, and the title is Advancing Global Food Security. So let's ask ourselves this question. What do we mean by food security? Certainly it's a framework, but at the same time an objective. That's tied to a sufficient food production, a safe food production, and nutritional food production. So we intervene on quantitative aspects, but also qualitative aspects. When it comes to scientific literature, food safety refers to the following elements, and certain constant elements are always present. The availability of food, the amount of food that is produced, it has to be sufficient for the population. Access to food, people must have the possibility of accessing physically to food and at economically sustainable conditions. The use of food, food must be safe, nutritional, and prepared in such a way that satisfies the dietary necessities. And then the availability. Food must be constantly available in time, so there must be no interruption due to crisis or disasters. And this is where, when we talk about food safety, the concept of sustainability. This panel, in particular, will analyze, thanks to the experts of the food sector that are present here, how the agricultural potential of Ukraine can be made available to face the challenges in terms of global food security, but also to attract international investments and promote the stable supply chains at a global level, with the final objective, let's not forget this, to allow Ukraine to go back and be the great exporter of food towards Asian and African markets that it used to be. So we will then talk about more specific topics such as innovation, precision agriculture, mechanization, and strengthening of cement production. It's a great pleasure for me to pass the floor to the Minister of Agriculture and Food Sovereignty and Forests of the Italian Republic, Francesco Lollobrigida. Minister, you have the floor. Please tell us about the Italian leadership in terms of agriculture and in promoting this important conference on the reconstruction of Ukraine. Thank you, Director Giorgino, for the introduction and for having described this topic in this extraordinarily important conference. I want to welcome my colleague, Minister Kohl, with which I talked today. And we talked constantly since his nomination about how could we help Ukraine to allow them to win a battle of civility regarding their homeland, but also all of us. I'd like to welcome all the international organization present, the Director FAO Martina, the Director of IFAD Ilario, and all the organizations that represent our productive sector, Gian Santi from COPA, the organization representing all the European agricultural organizations, Scordamaglia representing the food sector in Italy, President Maglio of Feder Una Coma, the subject representing the production of agricultural machines and machinery, which I think are the best of the world, allow me to say this, the Italian agricultural machinery. And I obviously want to welcome also all the other people present that are here at this extremely important event, wish to underline how the free forces in terms of politics and institutions, but also business, are here to think how we can win this battle of civilization that regards everyone, and how we can help Ukraine to rebuild, but also to give the possibility to build and establish partnerships that can strengthen in terms of cooperation the system also from a global point of view through discussions, through in-depth analysis. And I would like to take this occasion to verify the results of the critical elements that have arisen due to this horrible conflict, to solve also other issues that are related to the geopolitical context of the world. Yesterday, President Meloni has underlined during her speech how since the very first day, 3 years ago, for Italy, the 24th of February 2022, it was decisive to align ourselves with the right part of history. And that's the part of history that defends international right, it defends liberty, and the courage of Ukrainian patriots that have demonstrated to the world that arrogance and bullism and prevarication can be stopped. The battle has not been won yet, we know this well, but cohesion and the unity of all these nations, even here today during this event, demonstrates the enthusiasm and the participation. I believe this is a huge signal that must be valued. We've seen how food nowadays has a new dimension, not because it didn't have this dimension in the past. In the past, it has been used as a weapon, food. But during this war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, we've seen that food has been used scientifically by Russia, not only to try to submit and subjugate Ukraine, but also to condition other countries and force them to take different choices from the choices that they would have taken if they were free, especially weaker nations, nations that saw in the supply of food from Ukraine an interest in the very subsistence of their countries, their populations, and I'm thinking of Africa. So today we must think about a concept on how food supply can be a source of food safety, but also safety in terms of freedom. And this is an element that we have discussed in a European framework, and we have underlined the necessity to develop actions that could regard the African continent as a subject so that they can reach emancipation from these kind of conditionings and put us in the condition of helping Ukraine to go back to being strong in terms of food production, to allow those areas of the world to have access to the necessary supply of food. I can only congratulate myself with the Ukrainian population for the way they have faced this struggle. I don't know how many other countries, how many other populations would have had the same courage, but this has demonstrated the capacity for resilience in Ukraine, and also the approach of and the attitude of Ukrainian workers, Ukrainian farmers that have stayed in their places and have demonstrated a capacity for resilience that has been actually very, very significant. We have worked within the European Union to understand how we can be useful and to overcome all the challenges that are present also in the European Union, because it wasn't immediate for us to develop a capacity to react and to demonstrate to the autocrat, Putin, that we were unified, compact. He understood it later. We have to maintain this unity. We also had difficulties in terms of economic relations because in the agreements with Ukraine, there were certain differences in terms of production costs that might put our agricultural sector in a condition of suffering. So we had to work together, and I thank all the agricultural associations because they understood that even though there were certain potential risks from signing these agreements with Ukraine, the first value that had to be protected was the freedom of this people. That would guarantee also, in perspective, our safety. We need to keep thinking in this way. The conversations are still going on between Ukraine and the European Union to guarantee, on one hand, the development and the support to the struggle of the Ukrainian people, and on the other hand, the sustainability of the European agricultural system as we know it.
Evento ci saranno degli importanti momenti di confronto in cui si scenderà su temi concreti, sulle macchine agricole da mettere a disposizione del sistema produttivo ucraino, del settore sementiero che attraverso un accordo molto rilevante potrà mettere in condizione di avere ancora una produzione adeguata e anzi migliorarla secondo le richieste che il mondo produttivo ucraino ci pone. Avremo la possibilità di ascoltare le rappresentanze delle organizzazioni internazionali che ovviamente rappresentano tutti, anche quelli che non sono dalla parte giusta della storia in questa vicenda, ma le persone che sono qui invece si caratterizzano per il comune sentimento di adesione a un principio e a una garanzia che metta in condizione di immaginare un percorso comune. Lascio ovviamente al collega Koval l'occasione di relazionarci su quella che è la condizione, su quale possono essere ulteriori forme di aiuto con una prospettiva di avvicinamento sempre più rapido all'Unione Europea, cercando di capire quali possano essere i passaggi compatibili con il nostro sistema unionale che è fatto di regole rigide, a volte dico troppo rigide nei confronti del nostro sistema produttivo interno e che quindi ha bisogno di forme di protezione anche in un percorso come quello che andremo ad intraprendere insieme. Da parte nostra non mancherà il sostegno, l'Italia ci sarà e continuerà ad esserci. Sono onorato ovviamente oggi qui di rappresentare nell'ambito del settore agricolo la nostra nazione, nel terzo incontro organizzato per discutere della ricostruzione, prendendo atto anche della mole importante di risorse che è stata raccolta, insufficiente certamente per andare incontro ai danni e ai disastri che i russi hanno compiuto in Ucraina, ma che vengono per la maggior parte dal settore privato. Noi abbiamo la necessità di coinvolgere il settore privato, il mondo della produzione in questa partita, creando le condizioni perché abbiano il coraggio e la forza di investire su una grande nazione come l'Ucraina e di investire anche su un piano di sviluppo del pianeta che metta in condizione di far crescere anche le economie deboli e sviluppare quella sicurezza alimentare che cerchiamo e che dobbiamo intraprendere aumentando la produzione, riuscendo a garantire una sicurezza alimentare legata agli elementi qualitativi che i cittadini meritano. Ora chiudo il mio intervento, ce ne sono altri molto più specifici, importanti, che ci permetteranno di capire come poter contribuire in questo momento e in futuro ai grandi momenti di decisione, di cooperazione, di collaborazione che possano migliorare il pianeta, auspicando ovviamente la fine di questa guerra con una pace che può essere solo giusta, perché troppi in questi mesi, in questi anni, hanno parlato di pace con la resa dell'Ucraina. L'Ucraina, se si fosse arresa, avrebbe messo a rischio il diritto internazionale e il pianeta. Quindi grazie davvero per quello che avete fatto, per quello che state facendo. Slava Ucraini e ovviamente a disposizione per continuare a lavorare e a crescere insieme.
Grazie molte al Ministro Lollobrigida per le sue parole e anche per aver consentito una contestualizzazione di questo evento nell'ambito della definizione più ampia dello scenario geopolitico e geoeconomico. Ministro Caval, io preparandomi a questo incontro ho letto molte delle sue dichiarazioni pubbliche e delle sue interviste e le voglio dare la parola ricordando a questa platea molto qualificata che lei ha sempre, più volte sostenuto che l'Ucraina intende proseguire lungo la strada del partenariato con l'Unione Europea e non su quello della concorrenza. Questo è molto importante da sottolineare, ma ha anche aggiunto che sostenere l'Ucraina, questo è un po' il punto di partenza del nostro ragionamento questa mattina, significa contribuire alla stabilità e alla sicurezza alimentare globale. A lei la parola, prego.
Buongiorno, доброго дня, друзі.
Good morning, colleagues, dear Minister. I would like to thank Italy for such a warm, hospitable conference. We can feel your sincere warmth. We can feel your desire to help, and I would like to thank you for that. Looking at our panel, I can see that we have here all the people on whom the food security depends. And we have to find an answer to the question, what is the food security? And is it possible that one person can put at risk the global food security? Is bread a tool of blackmailing or a tool for peace and cooperation? I've read recently the book of Fernand Braudel on history of civilization, and I was impressed that in 1640 the grain arrived from Ukraine to Genoa in order to better the situation there. It was back in 17th century, but we are still side by side, Ukraine and Europe. Ukraine is an integral part of agricultural economy of the European Union, and each country is on its own path of self-sufficiency, and we understand that ensuring food security is the first step in order to overcome global problems. Today we are meeting in the beautiful city of Rome, but hundreds of people are dying every day in Ukraine. 25,000 people are dying in the world because of hunger, because we do not understand the word now. We have to act today and here, and this is the main message of the URC 2025. We should act today and here. We shouldn't wait for the future to come. We should do whatever is needed to ensure the food security and the peace in the world. Since 24th of February 2022, Ukraine has lost all of its fears and illusions. And when we hear that Ukrainian farmers have more cost-effective. That's true, and please come to the frontline areas such as Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, Kherson regions, because they are sowing and harvesting under the shellings and bombings. You hear often that Ukrainian farmers are resilient, but it comes at a cost. In 1932 and 1933, the occupational authorities of Soviet Union prohibited the population to sow and to harvest. And that was the only year when Ukraine was not able to harvest, and 10 millions of Ukrainian lives were lost. And we call it Holodomor. And that's the lesson Ukraine learned. And at the DNA level, every Ukrainian gets up and goes to work in the fields, even under the bombs. Recently, I had a meeting with the Ukrainian agricultural producers associations in the frontline areas, and I know that one of the farmers has lost his house in a bombing just as he went to meet the Minister of Agriculture. So when he arrived to that meeting, he said, "You should understand the suffering of farmers, the pain they feel in this war." And I would like to call to the entire community, please understand the pain, the sorrow of Ukrainian farmers. They are not your competitors, they are your partners, because agriculture is the first sector to suffer from the military actions. We have here representatives of most of organizations responsible for the food security. And it is good that we could have here a good platform so that we can discuss your fears of competition. But Ukrainian farmers have paid with their blood to become members of European family in order to become guarantors of food safety for European Union. Let's stand side by side and go forward without fear of competition, without fear of Russia. We have no fears because we are stronger, because we are the civilization together with you. Dear friends, I'm calling you not to be afraid, but to go forward. That's the main message of Ukrainian agrarians and Ukrainian people. Because only when you are working, you will not despair. And our Ukrainian farmers keep working in the fields because we feel the support of our European family. Thank you, dear friends. Glory to Ukraine.
Grazie al Ministro Vitaly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Koval, and thank you very much for your call, because your call arrives straight to the heart and mind of every single one of us. Now we have some timing problems in this roundtable, so I would like to ask you to keep your interventions within 5 minutes. I would like to start with Alvaro Lario, President of the International Fund of Agricultural Development, IFAD. I would like to ask Mr. Lario to help us understand. Please explain to us what your institution does to guarantee food security on a global level, and with a specific focus on the leverage of rural development, because this is one of the key points through which we can guarantee that this food security objective can be reached. Please, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Lollobrigida, Minister Koval, dear colleagues and friends from partners from the Ukrainian recovery. First of all,
Minister was saying despite all the untold damage to infrastructure and the displaced millions of people, it's clear that Ukrainian agriculture continues to produce, to adapt and to lead in these very difficult conditions. So all our admiration. What the Ukrainian communities need right now is predictable finance, functioning markets, and also reliable institutions. And we do believe that rural recovery, and especially agriculture, can be a driver of national renewal, social cohesion, and also of inclusive growth. Ukraine became a member of IFAD in October of last year. We had a discussion with Minister Koval in 1 month later, in November 2025, we've been working on an investment program with the government, with national and local stakeholders. And I want just to reiterate what the minister then told us, which is small-scale agriculture is also fundamental. It's clear that Ukraine is an agriculture powerhouse, but also that connection, that social cohesion, the elements of the rural communities are very important in terms of also achieving food security. We have worked and engaged with national institutions, farmers association, partners such as the European Union, FAO, IFC, BRD, World Bank, many partners in order to mobilize financing for these programs and co-invest in many of them. So for us, it's also clear, you mentioned the EU, Ukraine's agriculture and rural development priorities are also increasingly aligned with the EU accession goals, which I think this is why it's even more important to discuss this partnership. For us at IFAD, building sustainable food systems, as you mentioned, it's not only about inputs or about exports, it's also about institutions, about markets, about the people behind a lot of this. And we can bring as a financial institution a lot of the tools and the development expertise. So let me just focus perhaps on the 3 core priorities of the programs we are currently building in Ukraine. For us, recovery with economic and social resilience is fundamental. So that means supporting smallholders to rebuild the productive assets. We know about some of the efforts that our sisters institutions are doing in demining, which is very important as a first step, but also in strengthening the infrastructure, the rural infrastructure and the food systems innovation, including water infrastructure. I mean, why is this important? It's not only about Ukraine. I think we've seen that it will also safeguard many of the regional and the global supply chains, stabilizing supply chains and sustaining the production. The second one is also the inclusion and the empowerment, and this is where the rural communities come in, because it's important that we talk about the women, the youth, that also need this access to finance, to training and digital tools, and many of the investment programs we're putting together are very much focusing on that. And the third one is about the innovation and partnership. We believe that the building on Ukraine's digital capacity and also the vibrant and renewed institutional network, I think all of this strong coordination between government and private sector will be even more important. So the key message for us is that we know that Ukraine will not be leaving behind or overlooking the smallholders, and from IFAD we're ready to connect many of the global supply chains, but also the big powerhouses in Ukraine to these smallholders, and making sure that this is building the resilience that many of the communities really need. We are very honored to walk this journey with Ukraine, which is our 180th member state in the institution. As you said, we have many practices throughout the world. We operate in almost 100 countries, but very much in this type of, I would say, recovery and fragile situations, we very much, I think, can bring practices from all over the world that can support in connecting small farm holders to these bigger global supply chains. And we are ready to do so. Thank you.
Grazie, Presidente Ilario.
Thank you, President Ilario. Thank you specifically for reminding us in this very brief and quick comment of yours of the measures that have been fielded, how important empowerment of women and youth is when it comes to pursuing the objective of specifically obtaining food security. Let's now move on with this process of, let's say, describing the various global initiatives, giving the floor to Maurizio Martina, our Vice General Director of FAO. So, you're a linguist, a great linguist. Saussure said, the processes of giving meaning to reality are activated more easily when significance are not only verbal, but also non-verbal. So why did I say this? Because we would like to introduce the intervention by Martina with a brief video. I hope I am not causing any trouble to the translators with this quote from the Saussure. And we'd like to show you a brief video on what FAO is doing in terms of global food security.
For $80 billion in damage and losses to Ukraine's agriculture, with farmland contaminated, critical infrastructure destroyed, and farmers struggling to keep production going despite rising costs and constant uncertainty. In response, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations provides farmers and rural communities with the resources needed to quickly restore food production and lay the foundation for long-term development. Working closely with the government, FAO helps make Ukraine's agri-food systems more productive, inclusive and aligned with EU standards, focusing on forestry and fisheries reforms and digitalization of agricultural processes and services. FAO safeguards Ukraine's genetic resources by preserving unique seed collections in secure locations, strengthens laboratory services for food safety testing and export certification, and enhances national systems for monitoring animal diseases, antimicrobial resistance, and plant pests. Through a matching grant program, FAO helps small-scale farmers access technical services and finance to purchase essential equipment, boost production, and adopt greener, more resilient practices that enhance profitability and sustainability. Together, these comprehensive efforts are helping Ukraine's agriculture recover and become more sustainable. Continued collaboration and investment are vital to securing a stable and productive agricultural future for Ukraine.
Allora, fin qui il...
So this video, I'd like to ask Martina to explain to us and what exactly this cooperation is between Ukraine, European Union, in this case FAO, or more in general the agencies of the United Nations. Thank you. I'm very glad to speak in my native language. I'd like to wholeheartedly thank our government and Minister Lollobrigida for his leadership also during this panel. I'd like to welcome the Ukrainian ministry and also thank him for the gift he's given us in occasion of the 80 years of FAO. I was thinking earlier, Ministry, that the country at war also has time to think of such a small thing. That's a very far away from where the war is actually happening, and this gift of yours is very appreciated for this reason. You have other things to think about, but you also found the time to thank us for this celebration. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'd like also to say that never like today, the struggle against hunger needs peace. If there is no peace, there will never be an actual fight against global hunger. It's useless to beat around the bush. I'd like to thank all our colleagues working on the field daily in Ukraine, much more than me. Some of them are here, our head of the Ukraine office here. They can explain much better than I can how hard it is to work in a country at war. And to answer the question that has been asked, I'd like to join my colleague. Multilateral international organizations are fundamental because they can offer us technical assistance that is neutral, and we are obviously focused on the topic of resilience, transformation, and management of food and agricultural system in any condition. For us, it's fundamental to talk about one very important thing. One precondition to work on the field is to make all the farmland in Ukraine safe in an extremely delicate situation. We're working together with the European Union, the WFP, and other colleagues towards this extremely important objective of demining the Ukrainian farmland. We help doing this by mapping through our satellite systems and networks the Ukrainian territory. We managed to map over 2.6 million acres of farmland in Ukraine. We have supported more than 6,000 small food producers and their families, allowing them to maintain their crops and produce something like 25,000 of farmland. keeping it productive. It might seem not much. I assure you it's not a small amount in the condition we find ourselves. We're still working on this. There's much to do yet. We've launched a special plan to answer this emergency situation. The objective is gathering more than $150 million and support more than 500,000 people. There's a second front, which is fundamental. The minister knows very well about this. We've worked closely with him, answering this emergency by supporting small and medium landholders. So from this point of view, I'm very happy to say that until now, FAO has supported more than 276,000 rural families, more than 16,000 farmers in all regions, and the more affected by the war, of course. We have to do more. This video was a summary of our activities, especially related to small and medium farmers, but the third front is recovery. And here the link, the connection between the topics that have already been discussed, especially at a European level, is key. We need to increase productive capacity and align that productivity with international multilateral standards, certainly European standards. One element I would like to add is that we're working with the ministry to provide small and medium landholders technical assistance so that these people can access to government records that is fundamental to be able to align to European standards in the future. We're also working towards the alignment of national policies with European policies when we think about ground and farmlands in general. So we're trying to develop our capacity to provide technical assistance, thinking especially about small and medium enterprises, aware of the fact that when we talk about the topics of agricultural and food transformation and the potential of Ukraine, there's a piece of the future of the country, but also a piece of the future of international cooperation as a whole. And this is the last thing I'd like to say. Ministry, we're happy that Ukraine has been elected as an official member of our council for the next mandate, and this will contribute to developing in a more positive and better way this cooperation on a daily level between us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martina. As you can see, we are outlining a beautiful story which sees all of us involved towards the same objective, and this is something magical for us. It's extremely positive to see this symphony, this unity of intents and unity of the tools that we're using in order to achieve the objectives that we have talked about up until now. Another very important role is played by the World Food Programme, so I would like to leave the floor to Rania Dagash-Kamara, who is the assistant of the executive director of the World Food Programme. So I would like to ask you, what have you done so far, and what do you intend to do in the future in order to support Ukraine in achieving this goal of food security on a global stage, but also with an eye to the economic recovery of this country? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Great. Thank you. And many thanks to you also and to Italy, our host, for convening us today. It's very hard to come in after Alvaro and Maurizio, but they make it easier because in many ways I can only focus on two things. The World Food Programme has stood with Ukraine from day one in two ways. We provide crisis response. What does that mean? Every month, 1 million people on the front lines of Ukraine are fed by the World Food Programme. And that's mostly elderly, actually, that we feed on the front lines. We buy most of this locally, and we rely on local Ukrainian private sector for logistics, in storage, in movement, in transport. So the crisis response is there and strong, but What we do so well together with IFAD and FAO in support of the Ukrainian people is that investment in recovery from day one. When the crisis happened, I was based in East Africa. And there was a massive drought in 2022 that had started in the Horn of Africa. And as we were worried about how we're going to respond to the drought, the biggest question for governments in Ethiopia, in Somalia, in Kenya was, what are we going to do without Ukrainian grain, without Ukrainian fertilizer? What are we going to do? And we have been extremely grateful to many who are here, many who are not, who helped us put the Black Sea Grain Initiative in play and the Grain from Ukraine initiative, which today is on its third round. 18 countries benefit from it, and we continue to grow it. We work with FAO and IFAD on restoring, of course, the food systems and supporting the farmers, and we continue to do so. But this is a reminder that Ukraine isn't about Europe and about food security in the European Union. It is a global food security player, and that role cannot be underestimated. So many countries across Africa and the Middle East and Asia rely on what comes from Ukraine. For WFP, 20% of our global purchases used to come from Ukraine before the crisis. And we really look forward to that and a lot more as we do get, hopefully, to a much more peaceful place soon. So thank you to all of you, and thank you for the opportunity, and look forward to the conversation.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rania. And I would like to continue now by involving our Vice President of the World Bank for Europe and Central Asia, and I'm talking about Antonella Bassani, because it is important to talk about the role of World Bank when it comes, for example, to the reconstruction of agricultural infrastructure. We're talking about something that the technicians, those who have a technical background, know very well. I'm talking about investment in irrigation, in digital platforms, interventions in general that will help local and small producers. So I would like to ask you, give us a framework, an overview of what you're doing. Good morning.
Thank you for inviting the World Bank to be part of this very important panel. And I think some of the panelists have already highlighted the importance of Ukraine for global and regional food security, and it has also mentioned the damage that the war has caused to the sector. And let me just mention 3 figures on that damage. In a recent rapid damage and needs assessment, the bank, together with the EU and the UN, calculated the losses to the agricultural sector since the beginning of the war to over $70 billion. We have over 200,000 farmers that are on the front lines fighting, and therefore some of the land had to be abandoned. And but Ukraine does not only have the challenge of war-related damage and of rebuilding and expanding its sector after the war, it also has the challenge of aligning its food sector with the EU acquis, which in itself would be a challenge big enough only to have to do it during war and after the war. Clearly restoring the agricultural sector now and in the future will be critical for the future of Ukraine. This is one of the major sector and growth dynamic for the country. And so let me just say briefly what the bank is trying to do, working with the government and mainly supporting the effort and the leadership of the government in this area. The first area of focus since the beginning of the war has been that of helping the sector sustain itself, and that meant supporting farmers through an operation that we call a RISE project. It was launched in 2023. and it's under implementation. It started with $700 million, supporting the government effort to help especially smallholders in maintaining the activities that they were, because small farmers have more barriers to access finance and services, and we needed to make sure that they continue to be able to cultivate the land. And I'm very glad to say that with 700 million investment, we were actually able to unlock an additional over $2.8 billion in farmers' investment, which is a very good example of public-private partnership. And just today, we were able to sign with the minister an additional financing of $50 million to this project, which has been very successful in achieving big results on the ground. Over 50,000 farmers have received assistance, and we have supported about 11 million hectares of land that remains in production because of the efforts that the government is doing. Second area is prepare for the future, and that is support the government efforts on technical assistance, investment planning, and that's where a critical area for us to provide support is that of irrigation and drainage infrastructure. This is where we can really help the government unlock further growth of the agricultural sector, and this is why we are working with the government in this area with the vision and the aim of helping to reach over 2.8 million hectares with sustainable irrigation services. So the path ahead will be difficult, but Ukraine is not walking alone, and many of the partners are supporting you. And Minister, I want to reconfirm our strong support from the World Bank to continue support you and your team's effort. Thank you.
Grazie ad Antonella.
Thank you very much, Antonella Bassani. And now I would like to involve all the operators in the sector and all those who are daily
в цій галузі, які в своїй роботі повинні
all the challenges that we have on our path to achieving our objective of global food security. I would like to leave the floor now to Massimiliano Giansanti, who is here as president of Confagricoltura and president of COPA, which is an acronym which stands for
сільськогосподарських виробників. А КОПА – це асоціація.
In these acronyms, because they're not always clear. So the contribution of agricultural enterprises in achieving these goals is what? Because everything passes through a daily work. We need a reference framework. We need measures. We need involvement in this. So thank you very much. I would like to thank the Italian government for this invitation and for this panel.
На цей захід.
Hear us? Can you hear us? It doesn't work. Can you hear us?
Українською мовою чуєте переклад, так?
Can you hear us? Do you hear us? Okay, it does work. It does work. Does it work? Can you hear us? Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank the Italian government for organizing this moment. Minister,
presenti.
Thank you to all the authorities. I would like to ask you a question. I know this is not an impolite thing to do. The question I'm asking, what is the role of farmers, is to feed the world. So the highest dimension of our activity is to give what is needed to feed everyone all around the world without leaving anyone behind. So our duty for Ukrainian and European farmers is to work together, to work daily in order to ensure food, sustainability and security, especially in a difficult moment where the effects of geopolitics and war and climate change have a huge impact. For us, European farmers, for every one of us, it is very important to give our solidarity to the Ukrainians. However, right now, for us, it is crucial, our North Star, in order to guarantee food security is a common agricultural policy. We know what such a program would achieve for us. It would give us food security and the security of the standards in terms of food safety. So within this model, we will continue working and operating in an ever-changing environment and a more and more competitive environment. In the Treaty of Rome, there is a passage saying that we need to guarantee a fair price of food all over the world and a fair profit for the farmers. And within the framework and within what has been said by the Ukrainian minister is that everyone must do their part in order to ensure food security. So to be a fair partner, we need to look at numbers. And if we look at numbers, the EU is now counting in 160 million hectares of farmland. Ukraine alone has 40 million. So their production capacity is important and crucial on a global level. But if we look at the US, they have 350 million hectares and Russia even more. So this is a very difficult moment where guaranteeing the provisions is crucial in order to guarantee food security and the democracy, which was the democratic principle is just as important in order to guarantee a model to all farmers, which must integrate more and more new production system and new models, because when it comes to food security standards, we have some very high standards, and it is clear to us that this is the model, the reference model for all of us. And so we ask to our future partners to share the same standards and the same models with us in order to guarantee the reciprocity of our standards on a European level. And this is why, in order to guarantee a future to the Ukrainians and to Ukraine, investments will be crucial, thanks to the World Bank and thanks to what Europe can do, thanks to the European Bank for Investments and to private investments, because we as Italians are ready and to help the Ukrainians in this path of recovery. We need to involve research and universities as well, because science and research is incredibly important, and Italy can play a crucial role in this sense. Our objective is to guarantee a future to the youngest generations, both in Ukraine and in Europe, because only with them we can guarantee a future to agriculture. And I closed my remarks by saying that guaranteeing the future of agriculture means guaranteeing food security, guaranteeing liberty, and guaranteeing democracy. And this, I believe, is the biggest contribution that agriculture can give to the world.
Thank you, President Giansanti, for your intervention. A speech that allows us once more to underline how relevant is the reward here. Only initially this might sound like a technical topic, but the truth is this is something that can be approached from various sides, angles, political and economic. Luigi Scordamaglia, head of the market area international policies of another extremely important organization, which is Coldiretti. He's also the CEO of Filiera Italia. So often we don't consider, or we consider too little, the impact of an international conflict, of a war. And unfortunately, there are many wars in the world, even though not all of them are talked about on the media. But these conflicts have an impact on agriculture. So I like to mention the MOU of 2023 with Ukraine. There are very important topics such as innovation and the so-called precision agriculture, which is a very important tool to face this objective. Yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. And most of all, I would like to start from the words that yesterday President Zelensky used when he said, we really need a coalition of countries, of leaders, or most of all of companies and businesses, because without companies and businesses, we will not be able to efficiently participate to this reconstruction of the production tissue of Ukraine that Russia has tried to destroy, especially agriculture, but they were not successful. So that's why our companies are there today, and that's why 2 years ago already, when there was the first meeting between our presidents and prime ministers, we have subscribed together with Ukraine an agreement, an operational agreement, to make available our know-how, our technology, and our productive models, especially in the various agricultural sectors that were necessary to work together. We are both countries, as our two ministries reminded, we are two countries that cannot work without agriculture. We've seen in Ukraine 19% of the GDP, 14% of the employed population, but we underestimate in Italy 4.5 million workers in agriculture in Italy. And we can reach a synergy because Ukraine has a huge potential to produce, capacity to produce commodities. We are the opposite. We have very little farmland if compared to Ukraine, but we had to learn how to respect, because every year this very small amount of farmland has to become more productive. That's what precision farming is. Produce more with less input. That's what we're sharing with your country. What's the objective, though? Because the partnership we have started with our colleagues from Ukraine is based on the fact we're partners, not competitors. That was easy to understand already 2 years ago when we understood it, because we saw in Ukraine and Italy together a protagonist in the struggle against food insecurity. Some data: Russia today controls the food supply of 25 countries, and these are the most unstable countries in the world. This is much more powerful than an army. If you play with these things, if we let them continue playing with these things, this can become an extremely dangerous. It's not only Russia, China. China is stocking more than 50% of global grain reserves. If we stop producing, China keeps going. We don't. The U.S., that were yesterday present in this alliance, have just adopted the so-called National Food Security Action Plan. They said, without our farmers, our borders are insecure, our supply chains are insecure, and our consumers are insecure. Europe is still lagging behind. I want to thank the Minister Lollobrigida for his position on strategic reserves. We don't have strategic reserves in Europe, and we aren't even planning on establishing them if we don't work together with a country, with Ukraine, that is a country that does have strategic reserves and the capacity to building. We've worked together with FAO. 20% of countries with food instability depend on Ukraine. You exported 9.5 tons of wheat in North African and Middle Eastern countries. If these countries don't eat, they don't have food, they become an explosive situation, one of the most dangerous in the world. Ethiopia and Somalia, 750,000 tons exported from Ukraine in 2021 to these countries. You were hit very hardly, and you relaunched your production. And the last thing I want to talk about is this. Why are we not competitors? And why is it easy for us to talk to you and have a dialogue with you? Because yesterday we were talking about how a progressive entrance and adhesion to the EU, but the German minister reminded that to get into the EU, you have to adopt EU standards. But the EU standards are necessary for the EU market. We're talking with Ukrainian producers, arguing about the fact that if 2/3 or a significant part of Ukrainian supply chains are not interested in the European market because it's a small market, while they want to export in the rest of the world, an external market that can be attacked together. So for the part that they're not interested in importing in the European market, well, that part would be allowed not to adopt the EU market. So this is the last thing I want to say. I think that what we're doing, thanks to this structured and regulated approach oriented towards external markets, then we can transform the food and reconstruction in Ukraine in a common resource, not a competitive approach, not a win-win situation, because that would be win-win only for Italy and Ukraine, but for all the world as well. Thank you, Luigi Scordamaglia. Double thank you, because the data, the language of figures is the language which is closest to truth. We always have to start from reality. And I say this as a journalist. I would like to talk about the sensitivity of American mentality towards food security and also the presence of the US in this conference, which is not an irrelevant fact. It demonstrates how this kind of discussion wants to be expanded to other actors at a geopolitical level as well. And now, Alex Lisitsa, president of UKAR. That's another acronym I have to explain. UKAR stands for Ukrainian Agribusiness Club. He's also CEO of Industrial Milk Company. I wanted to ask you two things to Lisitsa. First of all, how can Ukrainian companies support the integration of Ukraine into the European Union? So meaning, apart from the political will, how will the behavior of the companies will influence this? And the second question is this: is there a difference between companies that produce raw materials and companies that transform those materials?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here with you today. The company which I present used to be called Индустриальна молочна компания, Industrial Milk Company, but when the war broke out, our company is located in the north of Ukraine, and one of the largest farms was occupied by Russia, and thousands of livestock was killed. So we still have the IMK company, but we don't have that milk farm. But we are not afraid to cut our hands in order to save the body so that it continues living. And we support the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian president on their way to the European Union. Many people in the EU have to accept the fact that the Ukrainian agrarian sector will become a part of the European market, but we are not an enemy. It is Russia that is your enemy. Russia currently controls 35% of the global grain market and a large share of the fertilizer market. The same goes for sunflower oil, because we have lost a lot of land. So don't be afraid of us. We don't want to speak emotions. We want to speak facts. We would like to invite the COPA president to Ukraine and show the conditions in which we work. We are not afraid of European standards. We are ready to adopt them. We just need time for this transformation in order for the Ukrainian agribusiness sector to reach the European standards. Yes, Ukrainian producers are interested in learning the IT technologies, and we can share them with you, as well as we can learn interesting technologies from you. As I mentioned, my industry is located in the north of Ukraine. Unfortunately, we are not able to use drones, but we know how to use anti-drone systems which defend our people from Russian drones. I hope that you will not need these technologies, but hopefully after we finish this war, the Ukrainian drone technology will be for export in all the world. We have an agribusiness club in Ukraine, and we have a representative of Ukraine in Brussels. We are open for collaboration and communication with our European colleagues, not only in Brussels, but in all European countries. We are open for discussions. We want to speak the language of facts and prospects, and we would be happy to discuss the possibilities of common investments. We see ourselves as part of the European common policy, and we are ready to discuss the possible transformation of the European agro-industrial policy. Thank you.
Grazie per il suo intervento. Ora Maria Teresa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Maria Teresa Maschio, President of FederUnacom, the National Federation of Producers of Agricultural Machinery. President, here you are.
What can we do to renew our equipment of farming equipment, especially in Ukraine? And so what is the contribution that Italy has given in this regard? And also, I would like to ask you, we should start from the Memorandum of Cooperation from 2024, because that was a very important moment in our cooperation with Ukraine. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for the invitation. I would like to salute also the Ministry of Ukraine. Let's start by one thing. Our organization has a long history of collaboration with Ukraine, and of course it went through difficulties and bumps along the road, but not everything was lost when the war started. We have many companies collaborating with us. We are still sending our machines to Ukraine, not like before, but just to give you an idea how important Ukraine is for Italy. You should just consider the fact that we have 41 million hectares of farmland in Ukraine. And if you compare that with France, France has about 27 million hectares. So this is a pretty clear proportion, a clear idea of how important Ukraine is in food production. Before the war started, Ukraine was the first country producing and exporting solar energy, and it was the granary of Europe, so it is very, very important. And as Italy has said, as the ministry has said, Italy produces some very, very innovative machinery for agriculture with technologies that are helping us not only in increasing production, but also in achieving a level of compliance on a European level when it comes, for example, to the environmental impact, use of pesticides and chemical products, and so on. So, as for the demining of the territories in Ukraine, we have some data coming from the Ministry of Ukraine. We have about 470,000 hectares of land to be demined. We have some leading companies in this sector, so we can absolutely be an important and crucial partner for Ukraine. So we trust that when we talk about reconstruction today, we will be able to go back to the level of collaboration that we used to have a few years ago in Ukraine. Yesterday, we signed a memorandum of understanding, which envisions a series of projects of collaboration with Ukraine. We added an addendum today when it comes, for example, to the participation of Ukraine in two big events that we're organizing. The first one is very relevant, is an international fair, which will take place between the 9th and the 12th of October, where many Ukrainian delegations will take part and meet some of our producers. We hope to find some ways to collaborate with them, and also we organize the EMA International, which will take place in 2026, and in that occasion we will invite, and I hope the Ministry of Agriculture of Ukraine will be there, we will invite the producers of farming machineries, because we don't only want to go back to selling machinery to Ukraine, we will have to help Ukraine in producing their own. So I would like to close my intervention by saying this. The minister has organized the G7 for Agriculture in Syracuse, and our federation has entitled its participation as Farming Machineries for Peace. So this is what I wish to you, that we will go back to working with Ukraine in an important way, and we hope that what I wish to Ukraine is to go back to a peaceful time. This is what I wish you. So thank you very much for this moving conclusion and closing remarks. So last speech, then we have an unprecedented finale with Giuseppe Carli, president of Assosementi, which is the Association for Seeds and Plant Products. This is a very important sector, not just for us, but also for Ukraine. So from a concrete point of view, what can we do to provide a contribution to Ukraine? Thank you very much, and thank you again for inviting us and for giving us the possibility to say a few words in this important panel. We heard a lot of important things, and it's very, very hard for me to find something new to say and to add to the discussion, but I would like to take this opportunity to say what Assosementi is. It's an association representing more than 200 companies dealing with seeds and plants. We've been active for 104 years. 104 years of history are a very long time. We have created an architecture, a structure, and level of traceability for all seeds, and through the creation of some quality parameters and standards that are unprecedented. We are a leading organization in Europe in this sense, and the way we do it is a model that we can export. We have talked about food security and reconstruction. But in order to achieve all this, we have to start from a seed, because the seed is the starting point of everything. I would not say that it's the most important part, because every link of a chain is crucial. If one went missing, the whole chain would be done. But one seed can make a huge difference. Everything starts from seeds. We eat thanks to seeds, and thanks to the innovation that we introduce in the seed industry. And I would like to seize this opportunity by saying that we work and sell our seeds, and we need innovation. We need the help of the world of politics, because we need to unlock our full potential. We need to be able to work in research and be able to create more and more performative seeds, because this is what we need. Otherwise, we will never be able to help Ukraine, but not only that, also in feeding a world population that is increasing. And we need to be able to feed them with the same surface of farmland that we have today. There is no way to increase the surface of the earth. And also, when we look at climate change and their impact in the sector, a strong seed can be incredibly useful, and innovation in this sector is therefore paramount. A seed is a strategic asset. Otherwise, why would they start the war by attacking the centers of research for seed science and stuff? Because when you want to destabilize a country, you need to start with the basics. So we know what we're talking about. Ukraine is a big country, Someone said it's the granary of Europe. Yes, this is what I've read in the books, on the books in school. And in Italy, we talk about plants and gardening, but it's a gardening that starts from the north and reaches the south and reaches the islands. It's made of quality and products that we can export. So this combination is a winning one. It's already a winning one. Someone said if you exchange money with each other, you will end up having money on both ends. But if you exchange ideas and information, then both parties can grow. And this is something that we know very well, because in order to create a hybrid seed, we need two plants, two different seeds. And then the hybridization of these two plants will enhance some features of a plant and turn it into something unthinkable. So this is what the kind of innovation that I'm looking for. So the exchange of information and ideas with Ukraine can only be a winning one, because even if we have some differences, we can find a common ground to create a common strategy. As for Italy, someone said that Italy is present. Assocementi is there as well. And so we will be able to bring our expertise to the table and hear from yours. This is why we created the memorandum, which I now invite you to sign, because this is the moment where we sign this memorandum of understanding between Assocementi and the Ukrainian Institute for the Examination and Analysis of Different Vegetable Varieties, which is basically the same thing of Assocementi. So please, Mr. President, get close to the podium. And I don't know if Mr. Melnik is here in representing the Ukrainian Institute. For us, the president of Assocementi will sign the document. This is a very, very important memorandum of understanding between our two countries. It is an action that not only has a symbolic value, but it also has a substantial value. So please clap your hands. A round of applause for this moment, because it's a moment which enhances our cooperation and reinforces also all the other memorandums that have been signed by the two countries over the past few years.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the president of Assocementi. And now, it was not planned, but I think it is important to conclude this panel the same way we started this. Of course, by inverting the roles. So I would like to ask the first two people who talked to come back here on the podium and deliver closing remarks. So please remain within 2 minutes each, and then Minister Lollobrigida will conclude with its intervention. Thank you very much. Please.
Щиро дякую. Дуже приємно мати заключне.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor and pleasure to speak again, because several people talked about what's very important for me, and it has completed the general picture of the situation in the agrarian policy of Ukraine. So the initiative of our president, Grain from Ukraine, functions already during several years. And it is something that helps the European countries to invest and to support the production of the Ukrainian farmers, and to make sure that these grains can reach out to other countries, can reach European and African countries. And I know that Italy invests millions of euros into this initiative, and I would like to thank you Minister, for your support. I know that you support as well 16 countries in Africa and in Middle East. So I would like to invite all of you, dear participants, to come to Kyiv to the new summit Grain for Ukraine, which will be held on the 22nd of November 2025. We will talk again about food security in Ukraine and in the world. And we will be talking with international institutions about how to make sure that famine doesn't exist in the world anymore. Thank you very much for this terrain, for being able to speak. We feel that we are not alone. Viva Italia and glory to Ukraine.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the participants to this roundtable for their contributions. They were very high-level contributions, and I would like to thank all of you for being brief, and because I think it is important now to conclude this moment with a few words from the Minister of Agriculture and Food Sovereignty and Forestry, Francesco Lollobrigida. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all the participants. These speeches have been extremely significant. Each one of you have talked about how you wish to intervene and bring your contribution. I'd like to close this session with an anecdote, a memory I have. During the first year, it was February 2023 in Berlin. There was an international conference, and the Ukrainian delegation wanted to give me a gift. And they gave me a bottle of wine. I'm thankful, but I looked at the bottle and I said it was an Italian wine. It was Tignanello, so I thought, it's really strange. Why are they gifting me a nice bottle, a precious bottle, but of an Italian wine? So I told the minister, keep it for yourself. It's I can buy this in Italy. He said, no, notice the details. There's a QR code here. Look at the QR code. And if you scan the QR code, it would open certain images. So one of the images was the first bombing by the Russians of the shop where the bottle was kept. And the bottle was not destroyed. It wasn't cracked. And that was a symbol. It represented the resilience of the Ukrainians. So I kept that bottle. It's an ancient symbol of unity with the Ukrainian people, because it's impossible to destroy a resilient sector such as agriculture. And that's a bottle I will keep to drink with you when victory will come. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. A better conclusion than this was not possible. Thanks to all of you for your attention.
Okay. Okay, my name is Vlad Rashkovan, and I'm moderating this panel. I'm trained as a banker. I'm working in IMF now, and I keep saying that except the IMF program, which is definitely bringing a lot of people around Ukraine, there is one important element is the European Union integration. And I'm really happy that we have a separate, the stream here, and I know it's very well attended in general, and there are a lot of discussions. And now let's try to understand how the European integration vector affects the banking sector and financial markets in Ukraine, because this conference is about money also. It's not only about talking. We need to understand where to take money for reconstruction, and we have here a lot of people from whom it depends. And let's not to be theoretical, let's try to be practical and try to understand really how both reconstruction from one side and EU integration can come together. And we have a good, excellent group of panelists. We have Sergei Nikolaichuk, Deputy Governor of the National Bank, also responsible for EU integration, Piero Cipollone, member of the ECB Executive Board, Michael Folland, the Vice Governor of the Croatian National Bank, Francis Malish, long-term friend, Managing Director, Head of Financial Institutions at the EBRD, Ed Manfield from MIGA, from World Bank Organization, Vice President for Risk, Finance, Sustainability and Partnership, Sergio Nicoletti Altimari, Director General for Economics and Statistics and Research and Bank of Italy, Paola Papanicolaou, Intesa Sanpaolo, Chief of International Banking Division, and Viktor Ponomarenko, Chairman of the Management Board of the Exim Bank, state-owned banks in Ukraine. So I want to start, we will have two rounds, more first about how to get Ukraine to the single market, to the European Union, and second more about the capital market infrastructure and financial sector infrastructure in Ukraine. And my first question would be to Sergei Nikolaichuk, the Deputy Governor of Central Bank. Tell us what is in your EU agenda now? What is in your mind today? Because you say that already level of equivalence of the banking regulations with European legislation is already exceeding 75%. What are your next few things? Thanks.
Thank you a lot. And actually, since the signing of the EU-Ukraine Association Agreement, European financial sector regulation has served as a guiding framework for improving our national regulatory environment. The first visible steps in adopting EU standards were taken during Ukraine's banking sector reform in 2015. Despite the challenges of the full-scale war, we have continued to demonstrate progress on regulatory approximation. And you are completely right that according to the PwC consultants' assessment, the level of regulatory equivalence increased to over 75% today. And just for comparison, it was around 50% at the beginning of the war in 2022. But we have an ambitious goal to maintain this momentum and implement most of the EU financial sector acquis by the end of 2027. And let me now focus on several key priorities for the next 12 months. So first, that is the implementation of CRD4 and CRR3. By the end of September 2025, we've planned to prepare legislative amendments aligning Ukraine's framework for banking secrecy and regulatory disclosures with Capital Requirement Directive. This step is fundamental for establishing regulatory equivalence in prudential banking oversight. It will also facilitate the eventual reduction of sovereign regulatory risk weights on Ukraine's exposures, enhancing EU banks' willingness to invest and maintain positions in Ukraine's assets. This is not only about rules, it's about actual market access. And this step also will help us to enhance our cooperation with the ECB and other European national banks. Second, the sixth AML directive. Ukraine has already developed two legislative drafts aligned with the AML directive, both of which are now under parliamentary consideration. These changes are essential to our efforts to align with EU anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing standards. They are also a critical precondition for Ukraine's accession to SEPA, which will significantly reduce transaction costs for Ukrainian businesses and support greater financial integration with the EU. That is actually the great example of this gradual European integration, the approach which is now supported by EU authorities for candidate members. Third, the Digital Operational Resilience Act, DORA. Given the rapidly changing risk landscape, especially during wartime, implementing DORA is an important step for us to safeguard financial stability. The NBU is now working on a roadmap to implement this regulation across banking and non-banking sectors, including payments services providers. We are partially focused on responding to rising third-party and ICT-related risks, especially in the context of hybrid business models, such as banking as a service. Fourth, Mortgage Credit Directive and European valuation standards. This is closely tied to our newly approved mortgage lending development strategy. We are working to implement provisions of corresponding directive on credit agreements for consumers relating to residential immovable property, as well as to introduce European valuation standards, TIGOA. The objective is to promote mortgage lending in Ukraine, improve the reliability of property valuation, and enhance access to affordable housing finance, including through the introduction of mortgage insurance against war-related risks. Across all these directions, our first step is always to find a model that fits Ukraine's specific context, while making full use of the flexibility within EU directives. In this, we benefit substantially from the expert support of international financial organizations, particularly the EBRD, as well as our counterparts in other countries, and the ECB and the central banks of Croatia and Italy are good examples of our partners helping us a lot in this area. The next step is engaging with Parliament. While Ukraine's pro-European political consensus remains strong, some reforms require additional dialogue and political momentum. And finally, the most important phase is implementation. EU rules must be effectively applied by market participants, so we work closely with the industry to ensure the regulatory burden remains proportionate and transition path is realistic. So, in a nutshell, we are not just copying and passing EU law. We are building a more stable, more resilient and more competitive financial system, which is ready to become part of the European single market.
Thanks, Sergei. You really have an impressive, agenda. And Mr. Cipollone, Christine Lagarde was a few weeks ago in Kiev. I was there as well, and she was telling about one day to organize the ECB, meeting in Kiev. And I reminded her that 10 years plus ago, when we were developing the strategy of the National Bank of Ukraine, actually we were discussing that our vision is to one day to become a member of the European Central Bank family. So now, when we are not yet there and on our way, and you heard about the agenda of the National Bank, how do you see this cooperation between ECB and National Bank? How we can do it now and even elevate it now?
So, first of all, let me congratulate Sergei. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So first of all, let me congratulate Sergei for the impressive number of achievements that they are obtaining. Being a central banker is difficult everywhere in the world. Imagine when you are, fighting a war. So, Sergei, our support and my personal congratulations. And this is really the spirit that animates not just the ECB but the whole Euro system. In our remit, in the scope of our mandate, we are doing whatever we can to support this country in progressing and trying to get as close as the EU as possible. Obviously, the integration in the EU is a political process. As a central bank, we do not have much to say, except that, remind constantly the fundamental principles on which access to EU is based on, which is market economy and being able to, to face and to deal with the competitive pressure within the EU. But in this process, although it's not our primary responsibility, we can help, we can support. How can we help and how can we support? First of all, in sharing knowledge. And we can do that through several forms of cooperation, and that's exactly what we are doing. We have been engaging with the National Central Bank of Ukraine since 2016, if I recall correctly, but we are stepping up in this collaboration. The most concrete things that we are doing, we have a series of cooperation project. Actually, I think Ukraine is the closest, is the most important collaboration we have. It's a really a day-by-day ongoing project. But next, I understand we want to step up this by establishing a more formal and structured program which will be financed by the EU, but will be implemented by the ECB and the national central banks. The other very important concrete things that we are doing is that we are stepping up a program of exchanges. So we want staff from the National Bank of Ukraine to be with us, to learn the method, to learn and to share with us their way to work and our way to work. Because, being involved in the day-by-day operation, you learn a lot and you integrate that. So our support for the National Bank of Ukraine is full. And what you mentioned at the beginning, the fact that the President went there to show physically our closeness, is the most concrete sign of what we are doing. Let me stop here.
Thanks a lot, and really it's a big support, and I would really encourage you even more to have National Bank people. First, you will see how good they are, and second is really we need to integrate more. Michael, you went through an interesting experience also, both the war, the post-war reconstruction of the country in Croatia, but also EU integration, and you're one of the exemplary countries where we definitely can learn. Tell us what we can learn from you.
Thank you, Vlad. I hope you can hear me. Yeah. Croatia, as you mentioned yourself, went a long way. It lasted quite some years, if not decades. But we did it. And I think this is an important point in time and showcase that it's doable. It's a difficult job. It requires a lot of determination, hard work, but in the end it pays off in every aspect. And we are glad that we can help from this point also to you in these difficult times. And hearing what Sergei said, we are fully aware how complex the agenda in front of your central bank is. But we are really there, and we are, as you know, helping, and we are there, of course, to support it even more. When it comes to the reforms and the policy actions, I'll come to policy actions in a moment. The reform itself, if I would have to pick one, is EU entry, because EU entry itself is a huge reform. It under itself understands a lot of small technical adjustments that have to be done. Sergei mentioned a number of them. And this is not a thing that you do once and this is done. But this is basically all the time a moving target, which basically exhausts your capacity. So you really have to keep running, so to say, year after year. When it comes, perhaps just to mention one thing which is of critical importance, and we should not underestimate that too. EU entry also serves as an anchor for the macro policies. And macro policies is, so to say, basic condition to go forward. So for this particular reason, EU is a very important point. When it comes to the policy choices, in Croatia, we are a small open market economy. We became, over time, very well integrated with the Eurozone itself, trade-wise, financially also. What we were doing were just the simple, logical things. So we were just doing our job in a sense that we kept and maintained low inflation and also financial stability. And key variable for that in our case was exchange rate. And to do that task with which we were confronted, basically you do 3 or 4 things. First was opening of the banking system. So we privatized the system. And the mini banking crisis that we had in the 90s helped us in that way. The second thing, it's microprudential supervision, which has to be, so to say, extra tough. So if you have Basel regulations and regulatory standards, you simply move a little bit up to that. And the first thing was building of macroprudential measures and buffers, which was a key for us to serve basically the exchange rate stability. And basically with all these 3, we built resilience of the entire banking system, which was proven best in the times of global financial crisis, when it was really kind of a bulletproof system. We didn't have bank failures. We didn't have any kind of public money coming into the system to support banks. So the banks were supporting the economy in a difficult days. Perhaps I stop here, just not to take much time, and then we can, in the second round, go over.
Michael. Michael now mentioned also privatization. I remember maybe 10 plus years ago we had a barbecue in Kiev, and we discussed with you the privatization of the state-owned banks in Ukraine. Since then, the bank is actually becoming more state-owned.
Yes.
What is in your agenda? You are always the first mover in Ukraine. You are, as a bank, as EBRD, you're one of the biggest, creditors of Ukraine, and you support a lot personally in different positions. What is in your agenda? How are you going? What was done in the past, it's good. Thank you. What are you going to do next, to elevate your balance sheet in Ukraine?
So, first, there is plenty of capacity at EBRD to lend more to Ukraine, just to say there's more money available. Yes, what was done in the past is good, and in fact we saw the results in the beginning of the war. I can only imagine when the large-scale invasion started in 2022, if we'd had the central bank you found when you joined it, and the banking sector that I found when I started my work in EBRD in Ukraine in 2014, it would have been a very different story. So progress has been there, and as Michael mentions, progress is a part of approximation also to the EU. So what lies ahead? There's a regulatory side. Equivalence is super important. Why is equivalence important? Because there's real money for equivalence. It means that from the standpoint of an Intesa Sanpaolo, a BNP Paribas, a Raiffeisen, you can put money to work for the real economy rather than to put money parked in your bank at 150% risk weight to finance your treasury operations. So that's very important. The second thing which we are going to do, we've done, and I think Croatia stands as an example, for example, is support the introduction of the resolution and recovery directives of the EU. There again, in very practical ways, anchoring the issuance by Ukrainian banks of the bail-inable debt instruments that they will have to start issuing as they approximate the EU. Now, indeed, the weight of the state in the banking sector of Ukraine is even bigger than it was 10 years ago. There's a few countries in EBRD operations where there's even more, but I don't think we should take those as an example. What we should be doing is preparing the banking sector for privatization, and that for a very simple reason, is that the banking sector of Ukraine, thank God, thanks to the excellent work of the central bank, thanks to the good banks we have in the country, is healthy. But it will be stretched the moment the reconstruction starts. The lending capacity will be stretched. And if we have to rely once again on the government of Ukraine to put more capital into the banks, which are, again, 50% of the banking sector is state-owned, if we rely on the government, in the reconstruction phase, the government will have so many different priorities, it would be much better to rely on the private sector to provide that capital. In addition, of course, privatization brings benefits in terms of governance. It kind of breaks the sovereign to bank link what we call the telephone banking, you know, when a minister calls and says, hey, you need to finance that thing, right? That is not possible if your banks are listed, if your banks are privately owned, and so on. And so privatization is the next big agenda. It needs to be prepared now. The transactions do not need to take place now, but privatization is not instant. You prepare an IPO, you prepare a vendor due diligence, and so on and so forth. So let's start. Let's be practical. Let's start with the smaller banks. There's two relatively small banks, Sense Bank and Okrogas Bank. So let's start with these two. They can be sold right now. Then let's prepare the other three. And the other three are a very different issue because one of them, Privat, which has gone a long way. Actually, I wouldn't have dreamt that Privat would have gone such a way when, again, I was looking at it 10 years ago. Very proud that we signed 600 million of financing with Privat Bank this very morning at this conference. That would have been unthinkable, again, in the past. Privat has a 60% share in the payments in a country. It's highly strategic. You can't just decide that you put it on the block and sell it to just about anybody. It is super strategic. Oshad is the same. It was the savings banks of the country. It's a state institution, needs a particular strategy, and Exim has also a key role in particular in financing the defense industry. So for all of these banks, these three, I think we should work on an IPO model with designing it in a way that the private sector ultimately owns the majority, but we ensure that the decision making, the governance remains in the country. Because even after a ceasefire, one thing I'm sure about is that the hostility of Russia will not stop. The interest in Russia to seeing Ukraine a non-independent country is hundreds of years old. It's not an idea of Mr. Putin. And so we need to design a banking sector that can withstand aggression in one form or another for the future. Not just until the ceasefire, but for the foreseeable future, beyond our lifetimes. So that's very important, and that's why it needs to start now, because it will take time to implement.
Fully agree with you. And by the way, one of the messages which I heard on different panels that reconstruction, should start after the war, which I disagree. Reconstruction is now because it requires a lot of planning, a lot of preparation, to not to miss the moment. You mentioned, Intesa, you mentioned Exim Bank will come back now, but the Governor Pishny came now also, and a few weeks ago when we were in Kiev, we organized, as IMF, we organized a workshop in Ukraine, and one of the major topics when we discussed all these, what we now talk, was risks. Ed, what can MIGA do in order to decrease risks, for banking in Ukraine as well, and for different finances? Because Francis said correctly, the risks will remain there. Maybe they will be elevated. Thanks.
Thank you. So let me add my congratulations to Sergei for remarkable achievements in very difficult circumstances. So MIGA has been a long-standing partner of Ukraine's financial sector with engagement dating back to the early 2000s, and our political risk insurance products have helped facilitate the entry and expansion of international banks, not only bringing in capital but also international standards, technologies and practices. And this support has gone hand in hand with knowledge partnerships and with policy-based lending from IBRD, the sovereign side of the World Bank Group. These investments have supported the modernization of Ukraine's banking system, strengthening risk management, governance and transparency, all key pillars in aligning with EU financial sector norms. So between 2000 and 2022, MIGA issued guarantees to the subsidiaries of global financial institutions operating in Ukraine. And this reinforced market confidence, improved the resilience and accelerated reforms critical to long-term integration with the European financial systems. During the global financial crisis, we coordinated closely with IBRD and IFC colleagues and partner MDBs to help stabilize Ukraine's financial sector, reinforcing the institutional foundations for future reforms. And more recently, our guarantees have supported and have continued in the face of the invasion, supporting lending across strategic areas such as SME finance, including women-led businesses, trade and pre-export finance, energy efficiency and climate resilient agriculture investments. And we're also focused on advancing financial inclusion and energy security, particularly through support for sustainable energy lending. And these efforts also contribute to Ukraine's green transition, reduce external dependency and align with the EU's energy and climate objectives. So looking ahead as Ukraine progresses towards EU accession, integration with EU financial markets will be critical, and this will further facilitate capital flows, strengthen the investment climate and create new opportunities for growth and reconstruction. And MIGA's role as a provider of political risk insurance and guarantees is to help de-risk private investment and mobilize long-term financing. So by reducing the cost of capital and building investor confidence, we're actively supporting the structural transformation needed for EU alignment. A resilient, well-regulated financial sector will be essential for reconstruction and advancing the broader goals of convergence and inclusion and competitiveness. So we remain committed to supporting Ukraine's financial system on this journey, helping to lay the groundwork for successful integration with the EU and sustained private sector-led growth.
Thanks, Ed. I should be very frank. When the war started, it became very clear that the global system of de-risking is not working for such kind of war. Because, with all respect, when we speak about hundreds of millions of dollars which you can allocate in Ukraine, different projects, they're nowhere close to the billions and tens of hundred billions we'll need. But Paula, you are representing Intesa Sanpaolo. Intesa Sanpaolo already for almost 20 years in Ukraine, and you went through the war. What do you need from these guys also? From National Bank, from ECB, from MIGA, from others, and in order to elevate your balance sheet in Ukraine and to participate, what Francis said, in the reconstruction, which definitely the banking sector should be there.
Well, thank you. First of all, my congratulations as well to the Deputy Governor, because all of the elements he was announcing before, these are the key elements that create the confidence, not only for banks, but for entrepreneurs, to start participating actively in any type of investment, reconstruction, etc. Starting from risk, the first thing I want to say, first of all, it's a responsibility of the banks to manage risks. There is no such thing as risk-free. So the perception of risk varies a little bit, I would say, dramatically as well. So our position towards the market, towards risk, is we have announced in our plan close to zero NPL. And we have achieved that because we are close to 1% NPL. What does this mean? Does this mean that we are risk averse? No, this means we manage risk. Managing risk has two benefits. The first of all is creating sustainability and making a bank secure. The second element that is even more important is securing that investments and entrepreneurs do the steps they can afford with the support of a bank. So for a bank to be an active partner in these territories, I think that the first thing is to not only to be present with lending products and cooperations, of course, with elements like EBRD, that is fundamental for us, but it is also the fact to be able to advise and sustain clients, create those confidence around a framework of certainty, of regulation, of rules that apply, cross-country, and EU regulations are extremely important for entrepreneurs to feel the safety. But this is something we see in every geography. Creating the confidence for entrepreneur to enter a new geography, to do an investment is extremely important. And this confidence can be built through a certain, let's say, legal framework. So understanding the legal framework of a nation, understanding how to, create cooperation, what are the type of services somebody can reach out in those countries, and especially creating a community and a partnership. It is extremely important to support the sector through both private and public initiatives, so the famous PPP. This is extremely important, and it is extremely important to have an active cooperation also between countries. We are an Italian bank with a global footprint. You said very well, we are long-term investors. For example, both in Croatia we're present since over 20 years. So creating those circumstances around our clients to do the cooperation across countries is something that is extremely important. This can be done through specific products, because products are a facility that though sometimes under certain characteristics can be encouraging. For example, we invest a lot in ESG, so sustainability is a key element of resilience of a company. Having so certain initiatives, I believe one fundamental element in the reconstruction of Ukraine, talking also about individuals, will be the social lending. So our group has invested a lot in social lending. In the last 2 years, we have put out in the market over 20 billion in social lending. Another element is the green loans, so 10 billion in green loans. Why do I say this? I'm not just dropping numbers, which are important because they show the competence we have developed around those elements. But it is also an opportunity in a reconstruction period to reconstruct in a new framework, in a more sustainable framework. And I think this is a responsibility of all the actors, and especially of banks, because we are part of the financial infrastructure.
Thanks a lot. I fully agree with you what you said. Maybe a few comments. First is I believe that you have a presence in a European market. You should be also potentially to be a gate as a group for the investors from other countries to enter Ukraine for business side. So you need to sell Ukraine on your to your customers there. First. Second is to follow what Francis was naming a few banks. Look at them. Who knows? Maybe you can elevate your balance sheet in this way in Ukraine. And I fully agree with that. Regulatory is important. So Mr. Altemari, the question about what Sergei was saying about regulatory changes. You know very well ECB. You are what advices you can give in terms of how to improve it, how to enhance it, how to fasten it, and how you can help the National Bank of that.
Yeah, thank you very much. And indeed, my first advice was a very practical step, let's say, and important for Ukraine would be to join the single euro payments area, the SEPA. This requires some legal conditions, especially to harmonize the AML framework. And so I'm very happy to hear from Sergei that indeed this is in the pipeline, but this can be really a visible win, no? And from the Bank of Italy side, of course, we are very ready to help and to contribute also after you join SEPA to participate to the payments system in the euro area. There are, second, more generally, of course, this has already been said, key priorities to close the remaining regulatory gaps. And we heard that you have already covered a lot of ground, but especially achieving equivalence, regulatory equivalence would encourage existing banks to remain active in Ukraine and help attract new capital. Now, I would say the specific path and speed and sequence of actions to convergence in this field, but also more broadly in the EU integration readiness, needs to be adapted to country-specific conditions. One has to know what are the needs of internal stakeholders. So I'm always a bit wary to give a very specific condition. But what we can certainly probably provide, where we can certainly provide more support is to help building up capacity and knowledge in the institution. I will have then to guide the process and then govern the new financial architecture in Ukraine. And this leads me to a field where Banca Italia has a long-standing commitment, which is international technical cooperation. We work with institutions from over 60 countries, including EU member states that have not yet adopted the euro and candidates for EU membership. And the MBU indeed has been a long-standing partner. In recent years, actually, it has been the first recipient of our technical cooperation in terms of number of participants and activities. And I understand that also according to the MBU, in 24, Banca Italia was one of the top bilateral partners in terms of volumes and impact of technical assistance. Now we have also agreed to formalize a bit more, make more systematic our cooperation with the MBU. So perhaps you have heard yesterday in the media that we have our senior deputy governor, Signorini, and Governor Pisny signed a memorandum of understanding on technical cooperation between Banca Italia and the MBU. Specifically, we have agreed to exchange views, expertise and knowledge in areas relating to all institutional functions of central banking, so including payment systems, treasury services, economic research and statistics, supervision, and so on. So to conclude, from Banca Italia side, we remain fully committed to respond to the evolving needs of Ukraine and to meet the complex, help Ukraine to meet the complex challenges of EU integration.
Thanks for that. Thanks for the memorandum. And I'm old enough to remember some time, and Francis mentioned 10 years ago. I should mention maybe a little bit more, around 20 years ago, in 2006, I was working for another Italian group in Ukraine, and I was, that time, to merge two banks in Ukraine, which was Italian and a Polish bank, we had to have the memorandum of understanding between National Bank of Ukraine and Bank of Italy, and Bank of Italy at that time was refusing to have it because it was a different national bank that time, and I'm proud you have this long-term cooperation. Victor, you're on the ground. Yes, you're the big state-owned banks, as Francis said, as we know. What is your practical agenda, on the way to European Union? What do you do on the ground?
Indeed, there are lots of tasks ahead of us. There is lots of work and lot of challenges that we have to overcome in the nearest future. But I also want to reflect that a significant progress has been made in the past. So I appreciate a lot that the regulator was very consistent and rigid in implementing the standards of EU, in following its roadmap, even within the time since the full-scale invasion took place in Ukraine, without much delay, with very visible consistency and rigidity. That means that we maintain a very fast speed in implementing these standards, but we are also better prepared now. So if we look at today's position, it's pretty solid, on which we can build up future development and strengths. So in our priority for the next, let's say, 12 months, 18 months, is to ensure quality of what we are doing in terms of implementing the standards and requirements. Of course, we follow the roadmap as well. There is very intensive cooperation with the regulators so that we are on time, that we understand properly the requirements. At the same time, I have to admit that that there is a lack of knowledge to maintain that speed. So the quality and accumulation of the knowledge is the priority for our institution, and I guess for the rest of the banking sector as well in Ukraine in the next periods, sometimes for which we utilize external support. So for instance, for certain capital regulation requirements, implementations, we utilized external advisory of international companies, which was also learning as they went through the process. So I guess this is a challenge for all of us. In this respect, I would say there is a big room for improvement and for exchange of knowledge. This is something what some of the co-panelists mentioned here. We seek this support. We would very much appreciate technical experience, technical expertise, and therefore technical assistance, which would allow us to obtain that technical expertise. Is probably on the top list of our priorities in terms of integration. The other dimension is a training of our personnel. So we need to train quite a lot of people and do it at a pretty fast speed. So our approach is to prepare trainers who could train further on other staff. And for that strategy, we are also very open and seeking cooperation and support with IFIs, with international partners, other banks from the European Union countries. So there's not so much comment I could give with respect to legislation, because I think the speed and the roadmap is quite ambitious and is appropriate and is right for our reality. But support, exchange of knowledge is something I would very much stand for and invite and be open for.
Thanks, Victor, and I want to congratulate you with good timing in terms of your speaking. You know, and for those who are managing the panels, and just want to remind that we started 15 minutes later, and so we are continuing. And I'm not against to stay here. There's such a nice sun, so I want to move to the topic which is interconnected with the banking sector, which is the capital market, and how to mobilize in general the capital for reconstruction, where the banking sector and capital market can be working together. And Piero, the Brussels is pushing the idea of the saving investment union, and as the next stage for the capital market union. So the question is, do you know what are you going to do, and how do you think this money potentially can also appear for the Ukrainian reconstruction, because we need a lot of funds for that?
Yeah, this is a project which is very high in the agenda in Brussels, and I would say was about time to, because in Europe the capital market is way too small compared to what it should be. This is definitely hampering the growth prospect of the EU and all the geography that surrounds us, the EU. A strong EU with a stronger growth rate would have important spillover to everybody else. On two grounds, I think. First, financially, if EU currently export about 3% of its saving every year in other jurisdictions, but mostly west of Europe. So maybe we could use better this capital within the EU and in geography close to us. This would mean that we would have a bigger capital market, a better product, an ecosystem which could be a platform for investment in Europe and in the geography around Europe. This is strategic. So we have to fix this problem internally. By fixing this problem internally, we will have positive spillover on others. To me, the Saving Investment Union has two dimensions, speaking on the spillover. One is the macro, that which I try to describe. If we grow faster, we would produce more capital, which is essential to potentially finance the reconstruction in Ukraine, but at the same time we would be, attracting more import and be able to boost the demand for other euro area. So this is the macro dimension, which is very important. But there is something that is less on the front end, on the spotlight, but which is also essential, which is the infrastructure that we need to implement the Saving the Investment Union. I mean, money does not move by chance. You need a very sophisticated infrastructure for trading and post-trading. This is essential. If we want to speed up in the process, we need to have solid infrastructure. And there is one very important infrastructure I want to mention in relation to what we can do with the neighbor countries. Imagine that there is a stronger demand for Ukraine goods in the EU. Suppose that we were able to reduce the barrier through access to the EU. How are we going to pay? How are we going to pay? It seems a stupid question, but it's a question that's hampering the development of many countries. On this, I have a good news. Euro area has a very sophisticated fast payment system, which is called TIPS. We are discovering that jurisdictions that are not in the euro area are very interested in using TIPS to interlink, reduce the speed, improve the cost, reduce the cost. Sweden is experiment with actually using tips to run their own fast payment system. The Danish just started. The Norway will start in 2 years' time. The Western Balkans are using something close to, what we call tips clone to also develop their own fast payment system. Once you have it, you could interconnect with the euro area. This means send money in a matter of seconds, reducing hugely the cost. I'll give you a number. In the Western Balkans now, to send €200 from Rome to Tirana, it costs you $12. How can you do business? How can you do business in this condition? We want to reduce this. TIPS is an opportunity. Let's do it. Let's interlink it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And Sergey was saying about digital, their digital agenda. And I keep saying that, when the war started, the full-scale war started in 2022, the issue was that if that moment we would not have not only accessibility, access to the banking sector, but also people with mobiles who went factually with their money abroad easily. And later I remember Sergey with the central bank, we were working on dealing with different central banks in Europe in order to find this convertibility issue. But in reality, people had their bank in their pocket, and this saved a lot of lives. And this saved many people who became refugees, and the technologies are there. So Paola, Intesa is known for its digital technologies, etc. What can you bring to Ukraine, in your banking, and what do you need maybe from the National Bank for that?
Well, I believe that an important element of technology is scalability. So, because we know that when we talk about technology, one part that the customer sees is the customer experience, which is extremely important. It has to be, friendly in the usage, immediate, and so on. There is a lot of things below that are not seen that are extremely important. So, cybersecurity, infrastructure, business continuity, and so on. I would say that all of the regulations that the Deputy Governor was mentioning before are the ones that will create and habilitate this scalability, because it is extremely important for us to be able to interoperate and be able to found those competencies and those elements that then can create a common experience. In Italy, all of our digital services, and especially our application, has been awarded multiple times as one of the world's best applications. We try to repeat this experience in all of the countries. So common framework, common regulation is an element that is really of huge support to do that, to be able to invest once, and be able to deploy in different countries. Of course, respectful of the different shades of regulations, but as long as it is shades is one thing. The other thing is to be able to have this common, let's say, platform. Digital identity, for example, is something that is extremely important. We see that not in all of the countries digital identity is there. Sometimes there is still the digital and physical experience that they mix up. This, of course, in an area where we firmly believe that, as I was mentioning before, advisory is a key element to create confidence to a client, even if it is a physical person or an enterprise. Being able to advise a client between navigating the choice between different products, different alternatives, is fundamental. This, of course, then can be built also through the personal relations. So, relationship managers, people in the branches. I don't want to diminish the importance also of the physical presence and of the people that can then support the clients making the choices. I would say all of these elements together are fundamental, and I really believe that all of the elements that the governor was mentioning before are key elements to create the stage, to set the stage for larger investments and activities in that direction.
Thanks, but I want to make one comment, and maybe to warn, to threaten Mr. Cipollone, our Italian colleagues in general. I spoke yesterday with one colleague who was going through screening process, and Ukraine, you should know, is a pretty digitalized country, and so when the European Commission said when you become member of the Union, you need to come back to the printed invoices with a stamp, so Ukraine said no, you have to, no. You have to know, because we were working on these digital invoices, e-invoicing, just to be able to integrate it in the digital system. Now we need to have it. And they were telling that this was not a problem with Ukraine, but with some countries of Europe which is not ready for Europe. I will not mention which ones they were telling, but this is, you need to be ready. But what I remember, Michael, when you were in Kyiv also, and thanks for that a few weeks ago when we discussed on the stage, and you said that the Croatian experience should be a good example for Ukraine. We did it and you can do it. And one of the things which you did, you definitely showed how the interest rates in general in the market can go down. And please, tell also to the business, to banks, to the central bank, but also to business in general, how you went through this and what we should expect.
Yeah. Yes, Vlad, indeed, euro introduction brought interest rates down in Croatia, and they are these days fully comparable to the Eurozone. So basically, when I, as a physical person, now enter the bank, or my friend in Germany enters into the bank, the interest rates are the same. Even they are a little bit lower in Croatia than in Germany when it comes to the, for instance, housing loans. Also for the corporate sector, the smaller amounts up to 1 million euro. It's cheaper in Croatia than in Germany. How come? And when it started? It didn't come overnight, meaning 1st of January 2023. But it started basically with our process of euro. So we, if you recall, entered EU in 2013. Europe was in a complete mess in those days. So even if we would try to speak with somebody that we would like to introduce euro, people would simply not listen to us. Yeah. But a few years after, 16, 17, we started to be a little bit more courageous and started to speak. Europe was still not ready, I have to say, and you feel it yourself. When you speak with the Europe, you feel that some people are still sleeping in certain areas, so we went through it, okay? And we built a blueprint. So now you can follow this blueprint. It exists. Because after the global financial crisis, the architecture of the financial system, including banking union, completely changed the European landscape. And Europe didn't have kind of a blueprint for the newcomers into the Eurozone, how to proceed. So Bulgaria and us were the first ones who went through the new blueprint. But I will not discuss this now. But in 2017, when we started our road to the Eurozone, basically our interest rates started already then to converge. Step by step, so nothing happened overnight. And what we observed very clearly, that over this process of 6 years, we saw the decline of interest rates by 200, even 300 basis points, depending on the segment. So if it comes to the government spreads on the CDS, it is approximately 200 basis points over these six years. For the housing loans, it's even more than that. For the corporate loans also. And the achievement is even greater if you compare Croatia with some other EU countries which are still not part of the Eurozone. To name some, Hungary, Czech Republic, and some others. How come? Because in this inflationary episode, these countries have increased tremendously interest rates to counterfight inflation. We didn't. I mean, we did a bit, but not nearly as high as these countries did. And on the inflation front, they basically had much worse results than ourselves. Why this happened? Why this happened? It's not euro. Euro was an anchoring kind of a machine for the fiscal policy. So if you would see a fiscal policy in Croatia in 2016, 17, 18, 19, and compare it to the period before, it's completely different story. And of course, when you see as an external investor, a country fiscal balance is moving from the quite significant deficits into the surpluses, and when you see public debt falling like a rock, then you basically change your attitude. That was one thing. The second thing, also very important, was that with the euro introduction, you are eliminating foreign currency risk. So from the balance sheets overnight, basically the balance sheet risks, I mean euroization, disappeared. And the third thing, we have started to align our instruments, monetary instruments, with the ECB ones. So what in particular we did, we had to reduce obligatory reserve requirement from 9% to 1%, even 0, depending on the maturity. So this put additional liquidity into the system, which turned down additionally the interest rates. And for this particular reason, perhaps these days, literally, the interest rates are a bit lower in Croatia than in Germany, but it's not very significant. Perhaps I stop here because I could talk and talk on this.
No, I hope you will do it. In your cooperation with the National Bank. As you already do it, and thanks for that. And the President von der Leyen, I remember her words. I think probably during the last conference where she said that European flags will fly over the Ukrainian cities. And the Ukrainian flag will be in Brussels. Second is now she said that the Ukraine, should be in Europe and the languages, etc. But I dream also about the moment when also euro will be Ukrainian currency. One day it will happen. Francis, I again recall some memories. You mentioned now that you have 600 million signed with a private bank, which would be not possible many years ago. But at the same time, we discussed the issues of the capital markets in Ukraine, and you were always interested in the as a BRD to the capital markets. What are your actions now? What are your plans now? What are you going to do? How to help also the sector, to collect money? Because it's not only about banks.
No, it's not about banks, and capital markets is a difficult issue, and across the region, actually. In fact, when you look beyond the EU of 1990, you have two categories of countries. You have those that have a good regulatory framework for capital markets in place and a dysfunctioning capital market, and those that do not have a good regulatory framework and a dysfunctioning capital market.
And here we didn't mention Italy.
No, I said beyond the 1990 EU, okay? So Italy I don't mention.
No.
But, even Poland, which is the best, you look at liquidity, depth of capital markets, you have if you say 100 is sort of the level in Germany, France, Italy, UK, and so on. Poland is at 30. Okay? And the next best one is Slovenia at 6. And then it goes down from there. Right? So Ukraine is, I don't even want to say the number, it's too small to see. Okay? It's very, very tiny. And the other thing that we see in those capital markets is that the little activity that exists is overwhelmingly dominated by sovereign exposures. So there is very, very little issuance by banks, corporates, municipalities. As a result, there's insufficient insurance, pension fund, asset management, and as a result, the first thing you hear from an issuer who goes and does an IPO on their local stock market is, I can't wait for my market cap to be large enough so I can go list somewhere else. Okay. So this is not a satisfying solution. Now, in Ukraine, the capital markets, if you allow me to be a little bit black and white, is an area that has successfully avoided reform for the past decade and more. We have had fantastically successful reforms in the banking sector, but not so in the capital markets area. This stops now. We have signed today, actually during this panel, in another room, we've signed an MOU with the Ministry of Economy, with the Ministry of Finance, with the Central Bank and with the Securities Commission to restructure the capital markets of Ukraine. This is not magic. It will take more work. But we will have an integrated infrastructure for the capital market in Ukraine, the trading, the settlement, and the depository. The detail needs to, the devil is still there, okay, in all of the details. But that is a very good step forward so that we can then finally link the capital markets in Ukraine to reputable actors and to pools of capital that can come into the country, and to start creating the pools of capital inside Ukraine as well. Now, when you ask asset managers which markets are you looking at, a lot of asset managers, you don't create a capital market from foreign money. That's a legend. That's an illusion. You create capital market from local savings. Local savings provide liquidity, and then you will see the BlackRock, you will see the asset managers from London and so on come into the capital market. That is still very much ahead of us. It's important, yes, the country is at war, and it's very difficult to do these things in a country which is at war, which has a lot of other priorities. But at the same time, when the war stops, this war will stop at some point. When the war stops, it will be too late to start. So that's why we are starting now. I would say we're overdue, but at least we're starting. And I have a lot of hope that this will be a game changer for the financial sector of Ukraine and for the capital markets.
I know it's not our first talk with you about that, and I hope this will be successful. We are looking now, also the IMF also looking on this. We integrate it to the program, so let's make it happen now, because it's really overdue. I fully agree with you. And Victor, you have a slightly different idea. You have ideas of the, using also Exim Bank as some sort of hybrid development bank. Can you please elaborate on that?
Yes, thanks a lot. I think this question is very important and ultimately very practical. And it's not a different idea. It's an idea in line with what co-panelists have been talking about. Now, but let me say a few words about the background of this topic, so that I want to make the topic of strategies and business models of financial institutions very relevant and important as part of our discussion today about integration and about achieving solutions with respect to capital needs, etc. So, on one hand, integration is about adapting legislation, alignment of regulatory requirements, which we are talking a lot about. On the other hand, there are many other aspects which are very important and need to be addressed for us to find a smooth way and effective way to integrate into the European Union framework. This has to do with the structure of financial sector. This has to do with the balance within the financial sector, with the capability and capacity of financial institutions to meet the demand of the economy, of businesses, of the state. And in this particular context, I see that, and I represent a state-owned bank, and I see a big objective is that we are a special bank. By default, a state-owned institution must have some special business model. We should not be a model that replicates something that a private sector can do very effectively and widespread. Therefore, this is one part of the idea that you mentioned. Our objective is to adjust our business model, is to implement this strategy which makes us an added value to the market, which makes the model special and achieves the need of the government, of the country, of the economy, for which the country needs a state-owned institution. This topic is very important. We already touched some of the issues in that respect, and let me remind, state participation in the banking sector is very significant today. It's more than 50% in terms of assets, in terms of loan portfolio. Well, there are good reasons why it had to happen like this, but today we are talking about the future. And also let me remind that most or all of the state-owned banks today have some kind of universal business models. So I think there is a strong need to move from that situation. In our particular institution, we want to move away by building a very focused model, a very specialized model. But also it requires strategies for other state-owned banks, which already has been mentioned here. Then the next level of this is based on this focused model, we can further build up a development mission, expand the development mission. And historically, the bank has been engaged in development projects in many respects. Therefore, I think this creates a very strong foundation for the future expansion of development mission based on our institution. So that's the idea I'm trying to communicate here in my daily work, and I think there is a very strong perspective in this respect.
Thanks a lot. We agree with you fully. Is that there is a need to be a strategy of the state-owned banks? Absolutely, and I hope IMF will focus on that as well one day. Second is I agree with you. There were some reasons to have more state-owned banks, but it definitely should not be forever. And I hear together with Francis about the further privatization. Hopefully one day, hopefully sooner than later. About the development banks, in my view, is we don't need to mix the development banks with corporate banks, because they have still different, corporate investment banks, they have different logic. But again, if you can develop it, if your shareholder is ready for that, the central bank is ready for that, it needs to be interesting topic to follow. But going back to the capital market, Mr. Altemari, in the Italian capital market is developed, and even if we read the reports of Draghi as well, I fully agree with Mr. Cipollone, the issues are there. You need to go, all Europe should go up. But what kind of suggestions would you give also to the National Bank? The National Bank is not controlling or not regulating the capital market. We have a separate commission, but still, what kind, from your view, what advices you can give?
Okay, let me start saying, of course, the Ukrainian financial sector was already very small before the war. As you, Vlad, wrote in a very good report, with the CPR report on Ukrainian reconstruction, then the events after 2014 made it an emergency market rather than an emerging market. And given the current situation, I think the financial reforms, and it was mentioned before, should prioritize creating an environment now that can give confidence to investors in the future. There is no silver bullet, I should say. It requires a broad set of reforms, and achieving harmonization in the EU is essential, as we said. Now, attracting private capital is difficult in Ukraine at the current juncture for obvious reasons. Therefore, I see in the current juncture the financial support from the international community is essential from international multilateral institution. And by the way, the European fund that was announced yesterday, together with the support from other multilateral institutions, can be an example on how that goes in a very good direction, and on which then private capital can leverage on. And then, of course, closing the significant gaps in terms of infrastructure. Piero mentioned instruments and regulation is imperative, and there should be probably a sequence of actions. And I believe, I would start with banks as a first priority, because Ukraine has already a good network of banks. They are normally quite profitable, but if you look at their balance sheet, now it's loaded with public debt and non-performing loans, essentially.
Which is provisioned.
They are still profitable, so they're not in a bad state. But the amount of credit is still quite limited, even if increasing. So I think, going forward, to clean up banks' balance sheet will be a first priority. Then after that, of course, one can think about instruments such as securitization, covered bonds, or syndicated loans that are clearly well understood by international investors, and then develop a market for corporate bonds. And of course, for longer-term innovation and growth, of course, equity market, access to equity markets is of the essence. But here, I would think, the leverage on already existing exchange will be probably the easier way to go, also considering that there is already a consolidation of exchange markets going on in Europe.
Thanks a lot. By the way, about the fund which yesterday was announced, I would happy to read something about that. I have not seen much. Hopefully there is something, more than all statements, and there is some documents, but I'm sure we will have it there. And I agree with you with the actions to be done. Ed, what can you add to this? You heard about others, the developments, capital market. What MIGA can add to this in the next months or years for the reconstruction?
Thanks. So first of all, I agree with your earlier point that we need to significantly scale the de-risking instruments available in emerging markets.
For the world.
For the world. And for that reason, we've committed at the World Bank Group to triple our guarantees issuance by 2030. We have just reached a gross exposure of $45 billion, adding $12 billion to that this past fiscal year, and we'll be increasing that very significantly. What's it going to take? We're limited by a convention to private foreign direct investment, and it's obviously a difficult environment in Ukraine to do that. Nevertheless, since the full-scale invasion, we've been able to add close to $500 million to our gross exposures in Ukraine. And I think to keep that going, we need to continue to have product innovation. So one of the important things that we've done, recognizing the scale and duration of the crisis, was to introduce targeted innovative instruments in Ukraine to help preserve financial stability and keep businesses, especially small and medium enterprises, operating. So our capital optimization guarantees to international banks, which provide guarantees against the statutory reserve requirements, have been able to sustain liquidity and working capital for international subsidiaries of international banks working in Ukraine to provide liquidity and working capital for small enterprises. And while our partnerships with IFC and with EBRD also have helped us to maintain trade finance flows, especially ensuring continued access to essential goods. Ukraine's banking sector has demonstrated extraordinary resilience, but nevertheless the tighter reserve requirements and elevated risk perceptions have constrained lending, particularly by foreign-owned bank subsidiaries. So in this environment, MIGA has been the only institution providing Basel-compliant capital optimization guarantees since the onset of the war, and these instruments have helped. In addition, I think it's important when we work in environments like Ukraine to recognize that it's going to take blended finance, at least during this period of conflict. And to enable this work, we've established the Support for Ukraine's Reconstruction and Economy Trust Fund, the SURE Trust Fund, which has allowed MIGA to share risk with donors through a first loss layer to resume coverage despite the closure of traditional reinsurance markets. And so, as I mentioned, we've been able to continue issuing guarantees on this basis. We're actually about to sign a €100 million guarantee with BNP Paribas to continue its operations through its subsidiary in Ukraine right after this panel. And these actions reflect our commitment to help Ukraine. One of the things that we're able to do when we can put together a blended finance first loss layer is also to bring in the reinsurance market. So we use our very deep relationship with the European and other reinsurance markets to make sure that they continue to cover Ukraine exposure, and that's something that's really been valuable. We twist some arms and we make that happen. So we've been able to cover about half of that $500 million exposure through reinsurance markets. So continuing to stay engaged, to stay committed, and we're looking forward to taking this to the next level.
Thanks, Ed, and you're visible. You're visible on the market, and thanks to that, and I can only encourage you to be more brave, in this, in managing risk. Sergey, just maybe to summarize, to be that they may have a last point on the panel. You heard a lot of what was said. You are not on a birthday party, but we are still on Ukrainian Recovery Conference. what would you need? What would you ask? If, let's imagine you could ask now these people nearby you something, to deliver for Ukraine to restart lending, to have a capital market more developed, to have more money for reconstruction. We still here, to find money also for reconstruction. What would you need this, and what you are going to do with that?
Well, that is a really very important question, and we have many priorities, I would say, because that is actually obvious for everyone that Ukraine today is the most risky country in Europe due to Russia's full-scale invasion and ongoing military aggression. The destruction of property, infrastructure, industrial capacity continues daily due to constant shelling. And well, given this context, mobilizing capital for reconstruction is not just important; it's actually existential for Ukraine. And one message stood out clearly yesterday and today. Now is the time to invest in Ukraine. And here I can completely agree that with the words of many participants of this panel, that actually on the first stage, so we will need some blended forms of financing, combining the private capital with some public support. And also that is important that we at the NBU are committed to playing our role, and with our priorities clearly stated in our financial sector development strategy, in the lending development strategy, in a recently approved mortgage development strategy. And well, we are, in addition to what we already discussed in the regulatory area, that is very important for us, to create the regulatory environment which is very understandable for the European banks. So we also, I would say, committed to do the practical steps to boost lending and private capital inflows in the country, and to turn reconstruction plans into the real projects. And let me highlight 3 such initiatives which are important from our point of view. Actually, first one is launching a modern capital market infrastructure, and here I wouldn't like to repeat what Francis said, so we are on the same page, and today's signing of memorandum is sorry. Is it clear?
Can hear you in
Yep. Okay. So okay. And no, you don't hear.
We hear you.
Okay. So as you hear me, I will continue. So yeah. So I wouldn't like to repeat Francis' words. So we are on the same page, and yeah, we are really committed to repeat the success of the reform in the banking sector, but nowadays in the capital market area. And well, that's important. Second, we need to build a full-scale war risk insurance system, comprehensive mechanism. Again, so we are very thankful both to the MIGA, to EBRD, and other donors which actually allow the de-risk some part of the businesses, both Europeans, global and Ukrainian ones. But well, we don't think that it's enough. So, and in that regard, so we, together with the partners, developed the draft law, which is now at the consideration of the Parliament, and well, we think that should be one of the game changers for investments, for lending, especially in the mortgage sector, and so on. Then. If we talk about the third priority, that is the path for sustainable credit growth. Again, I completely agree with Sergio that our banking sector shows a great resilience, but at the same time, so the scale is still small. And well, As part of our lending development strategy, we are strengthening requirements for credit risk assessment and data disclosure. We are improving the collateral valuation framework, and also we advancing the legislative changes to support NPL resolution. Vlad, you correctly said that our NPLs are well provisioned, but we still see that as one of the impediments for the further growth. And frankly speaking, not all banks were so successful as Pravex in bringing the NPLs ratio to zero. So we think that we have to facilitate that. And a major milestone in this area is adoption of the new law on factoring, currently awaiting for the president's signature, and we think that implementing this law as it goes in force will definitely helps us a lot in setting this market. So I will stop here, and thank you very much for this question and for this discussion.
Yeah, and let me finish maybe with what I said. I was moderating another panel yesterday, and there were people who are doing reconstruction with their hands, and these are the people who will finance it, in different ways, in the ways of the international institutions, in the ways of the commercial banks, state-owned banks, but also via, the risking instruments, or, even through the instrument of the central bank, which brings the inflation down, the interest down, keeping the exchange rate, banking sector, viable, capitalized, profitable, as you mentioned. So I want you to applaud to these guys, because this is where reconstruction from whom depends. And thanks a lot for your very engaging discussion. And we were very good in timing, because we did 75 minutes. Thanks for that.
We are about to begin this session. We are about to begin this session. You all have to wear your headphones in order to be able to listen to the discussions. We are about to begin this session, and before I begin, I've been asked to inform you that after this panel at 14:30 there will be the closing of the conference. So we are about to begin now. Deputy Minister Roccella, Deputy Prime Minister Stefanishina, Deputy Executive Director Madi, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear participants and dear partners, a very good afternoon and a very warm welcome to this high-level panel dedicated to gender equality and women leadership in recovery and reconstruction. I would like to thank the government of Italy, in particular Minister Roccella and the Ministry of Equal Opportunity, and the government of Ukraine, in particular Deputy Prime Minister Stefanishina and Katerina Levchenko, Government Commissioner on Gender Equality, for convening these important discussions. My name is Lara Scarpitta. I'm the OEC Senior Advisor on Gender Issues and the head of the Gender Issues Programme, and I have the honor of moderating today's event. This session is built upon the foundation efforts of the Alliance for Gender Responsive and Inclusive Recovery, the Platform for Gender Mainstreaming, and a very broad collaboration of governments, international institutions, civil society and the private sector. And this session is particularly convened to emphasize the importance of inclusive and gender-responsive recovery in Ukraine, spotlighting why supporting women's vital role and investing in their undeniable leadership is key for successful recovery. Today, we have with us very prominent speakers and experts who will share important recommendations to ensure women and gender equality is at the heart of recovery in Ukraine. But before we enter into our discussions, we will begin with welcoming remarks. And it is now my pleasure to introduce our first distinguished speaker. Please join me in welcoming Her Excellencies Eugenia Maria Roccella, Minister for Family, Natality and Equal Opportunity of Italy. Minister Roccella has been a steadfast advocate for family policy and equal opportunity and a very strong supporter of international cooperation on gender equality. We are honored to have you with us today, Minister. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Minister Antonio Tajani and the entirety of the Ministry for organizing this huge event together with the Ukrainian government. Today, here is represented by the Deputy Prime Minister Olga Stefanishka, and I would like to thank also everyone because the invitation for this event that we are honored to organize is all about gender equality, equal opportunities, and the role women can have in the reconstruction of Ukraine. The Conference for the Recovery of Ukraine in Italy is a sign of the deep friendship between our two countries and the support Italy will continue to provide to the Ukrainian people in an historical moment as crucial as this one. Allow me to thank the Deputy Secretary General of the UN for her constant efforts in promoting equality between men and women on a global scale. I would like to thank all the speakers who will intervene to this panel and their contributions, since it's based on their experiences and their efforts, and it will be vital to create a lively debate in helping Ukraine in its reconstruction and helping their women in the peace-building processes. Since the beginning of this conflict, Italy has firmly condemned the unjustified aggression by the Russian Federation to Ukraine. One of the first acts that I felt the need to put into practice when I became a minister in 2022 was to promote and organize an event dedicated to a topic which is incredibly relevant today, which is rape as a weapon, and the role of international justice in combating this grave violation of human rights. We wanted to celebrate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, not just as an occasion for reflection, but as a moment of institutional effort, an effort which is aimed at reinforcing the principle according to which no conflict, no strategy, power strategy can justify the use of female bodies as a weapon and as an instrument of terror and submission. Today, more than ever, we renew our effort for the reconstruction of a fair peace, sustainable and lasting. It is a moral and civil engagement that we owe to all Ukrainians who are paying a very high price with their life and with sufferings and with their forced exile, and with the idea that every day is a different attack, a different bombing, without hope. It is a duty that we have towards all families, women and kids who are obliged to leave their country and even today cannot go back to their homes. The Ukrainian people have every right to take the reins of their lives, rebuild their present, and imagining their future, which is something that the war is denying them. In this context, the role of women is fundamental. It's crucial to rebuild for a solid recovery, especially in the delicate post-war phases. I have really appreciated the speech from the First Lady Olena Zelenska, in which she not only highlighted the role of women in reconstruction and what they have suffered, what they went through over the past few years of war, but she also made us understand that reconstruction is not just a rebuilding of buildings and palaces and homes and infrastructures. It is also a moral reconstruction. It is a psychological reconstruction, a spiritual reconstruction, because the Ukrainian people has suffered a lot, not just physically, but also morally. And it is on this basis that we need to introduce new ideas, new possibilities, new remedies, and new instruments of care with a broader meaning of care. And this is where women can play a very peculiar role, a very important role. Women, as I said, they suffer differently from men the consequences of war. Sometimes these consequences are disproportionate. It is a completely different way of suffering in a war. They are also the main characters of the processes of care, of social cohesion, of reconstruction of communities, of solidarity within their communities. Their active participation in the decision-making process, in the economic recovery, and in the reconstruction of the social fabric is essential in ensuring long-lasting results. Women can give long-lasting results that reflect the needs of population, and these results are probably created within the context of an emergency. And this is why they can guide the reconstruction of a more cohesive and more equitable society. We should not undermine their contribution, because that would mean giving up one of the most precious resources of a country. And even here, I have to appreciate the fact that Ukraine, even during the bombings, has started a process of reforms that brings it closer to Europe, where women continue to play a crucial role. This conference, therefore, represents a precious opportunity to enhance our dialogue on the importance of adopting a structural approach to the integration of gender equality in the reconstruction and recovery post-war. In this context, I think that it's fundamental to realize that every reconstruction must be guided by a deep analysis based on concrete data, which takes into account the different needs between men and women. As the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the G7 in 2024 already highlighted under the guidance of the Italian presidency, using instruments of gender analysis is crucial to ensure that the needs, the experiences, and the specific contributions of women, men, and minority groups are recognized and taken into account in an inclusive manner. The Russian-Ukrainian conflict has been at the center of the priorities and commitments of the latest G7, which has highlighted its support to Ukraine. In this context, particular attention has been put in the reconstruction and rebuilding of the country, not just considering it as an important urgency, but also as an opportunity to develop a sustainable recovery. Adopting gender equality in every step, going from building peace to governance to the projects of economic recovery is crucial to ensure that women are not just protected. They must be active characters and actors in the reconstruction process. They are agents of change. So the agenda, Women, Peace and Security, which today celebrates its 27th anniversary, represents a fundamental pillar for a long-lasting peace and for international security. But it needs a shift in paradigm from protecting women to the guarantee of their full participation, equal participation, a significant participation in the negotiations and in the reconstruction process. The fifth action plan of Italy in the agenda Women, Peace and Security reflects this vision and commits every agency in guiding these efforts with women and in freeing women from violence in conflicts and after the conflicts. However, just by looking at the new European strategy for gender equality and in the implementation of the Gender Action Plan number 4, it is crucial that these commitments are transformed into actions on a local level. And it is at this level that the efforts of women must be recognized, supported, and properly funded. So incorporating the principles of the Women, Peace and Security agenda in defining our national and international policies, also through accountability mechanisms, doesn't only mean protecting women and young girls, but giving them a role in the building of this peace and security. It is important to highlight that this agenda is not only about women. It is a question that regards all of us. Men must do their part and take their responsibility and commit themselves as allies and partners to guarantee a fast and steady implementation of all of this. Only together we can build a fair and sustainable peace for everyone. It is particularly significant to me that in collaboration with the Ukrainian colleagues, we have created a panel dedicated to the role of women, to their leadership, to their participation, with a focus on the importance of equality between men and women in the recovery strategies. We have to remove all our obstacles that were present even before the war and have been aggravated during this conflict by promoting a shift in social norms that limit the full participation of women in the reconstruction process. One of the most important results of this panel will be the signing of a memorandum of understanding which defines common actions to promote female empowerment and the fight against violence against women. This will be a tangible evidence of our efforts towards equality. The signing of this protocol will be a chance to share with our Ukrainian friends the main initiatives promoted by Italy in female empowerment and in the protection of female rights. Among these, it is particularly worth to mention the system of certification of gender equality, which is aimed at helping companies that implement policies of empowerment for women and for policies in favor of maternity. These are instruments that create a climate of collaboration between the employer and the employees, especially when faced topics such as maternity, in order to turn this from a female desire into something that is a right. By promoting the participation of women and girls in STEM sectors is a way of recognizing their importance and of their participation in some very crucial sectors for innovation. It is also crucial in every sector, both during peacetime and wartime, of course with different characteristics. Every form of contrast against violence, from protecting victims to the training of the professionals involved in the prevention, to the recognition of the female homicide as a crime committed against women because they're women. And this is the law that we are discussing in our parliament today. And we can go on until we reach economic policies that discriminate women, because autonomous women can also get rid of some violence situations they may find themselves in. So I hope today's event will represent a new significant step towards peace and the reconstruction of Ukraine, an incredible country that we have learned to know more and more over the past sad few years. But we've also learned to appreciate their incredible virtues, their resilience, their fighting spirit, and their willingness to change, to reform, and adopt, even during wartime, some measures which are very hard to adopt even during peacetime. This is a country that deserves to live in freedom, security, and hope, by guaranteeing to each and every one of their citizens a dignity in their lives and opportunities. And it is in this context that I will happily sign this protocol of understanding, which represents our shared effort in building a bright future for today's young girls who will become tomorrow's Ukrainian women. Thank you very much.
Minister, for your inspiring words and for your continued leadership and efforts in promoting gender equality and inclusive policies in Italy, in Ukraine and beyond. It is now my great pleasure to welcome our next distinguished speaker. And join me in welcoming Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration and Minister for Justice, Mrs. Ola Stefanishina. We are truly grateful, Deputy Prime Minister, for your presence today. The floor is yours.
How did you make it without mic? You had this mic, okay. Now it's clear. to me. So, distinguished colleagues, first and foremost, it's very important for me that every year, when we gather together here on the recovery conference, first it was a reform conference. Unfortunately, now it's a recovery conference, and we not losing the focus on very important things, gender equality and gender mainstreaming is a separate pillar of the discussion today, and I think it's really important that sometimes when you sign or launch some alliances, you know, it might seem to be very symbolic, but when you see the outcomes, when you see the leadership mobilized over a topic, and you see the multiplication of this engagements and prioritizing at the highest level the issues of gender mainstreaming, empowerment of women in politics, but also in these very complicated times, speaking about addressing the needs of women, elderly people and children, and people suffering from the wartime is very important. We should never lose the focus on this. So, and I'm really happy that just last year, when we launched the Alliance of Gender Responsive and Inclusive Recovery, we have managed to unite global efforts ensuring that Ukrainian recovery works for everyone, takes into account everyone's needs and recognize everyone's input. We all, of course, understand that recovery is not only about bricks and mortar. It's also about people who create the better future and laying the foundations for a democratic and inclusive Ukraine. Who could have imagined that this would be two parallel processes happening in one country, which remains a strong European democracy at the same time fighting for its existence on the front line. This is something which has always been being a democratic European and prosperous country is something which has built after the war. So and we have to combine it into. This is a now extremely complicated task, especially when we have an intensive, continuous military aggression against my country, which has affected significantly the economy of Ukraine and everyday life of Ukrainians. And basically, just a couple of facts I want to bring to our attention: that the number of women in business in Ukraine since the end of 2021 has increased by 43%. This is something that says more than any other words or documents you can sign. And also over 63% of all businesses in Ukraine are now led by women, because women hold their front. But also I think we should not forget that particularly women has become the weapon of war used by Russian army. Women were raped. They become the victims of sexual violence in war. Women, elderly people, children, but mostly women. And it's also confirmed by multiple reports and at multiple level that this is the instrument of war. And tackling this, not being quiet about this, requiring the justice gives its results. Ukraine has been the country which was not quiet about this crime, and we have launched multiple instruments to address the needs of women who not necessarily are ready to report of the crimes to the prosecution, but they still need help. They might need help in 1 year, in 10 years, and they will always need justice. And I'm particularly happy that just on our way to Rome, the European Court of Human Rights have issued the ruling after 11 years of court proceedings. This is the case of Ukraine, Netherlands against Russia, where basically the European Court of Human Rights confirms the violations of nearly every article of the European Convention of Human Rights. And almost every violation has also the gender face in that. Millions of displaced people, forceful filtration, division of families, abduction of children, sexual violence and multiple torturing in physical aspects of that. This is already a confirmed facts. These facts will be gathered and submitted to a special tribunal on the crimes of aggression to make sure that it's not only a state which is recognized responsible and accountable for these crimes. There is a personal responsibility for these crimes. I think it's very important because this is about justice. This is the justice for those who faced these crimes 11 years ago. It's not only for those who faced these crimes in the beginning of the full-scale aggression. This is also the hopes for those who still have not faced the justice that the moment will come, no matter how long it takes. But at the same time, we keep on moving towards European integration, and gender mainstreaming remains part of the portfolio of the government. And I'm particularly proud that we have such a powerful leadership in Ukrainian government, in Ukrainian parliament, in Ukrainian civil society, so that it's not the hardest work in the world. It's a pleasure just to support multiple efforts. And this year we also joined to the assessment of the Gender Equality Index as it is being assessed for the EU member states, and Ukraine ranks somewhere in the middle. So we hold this golden standard, being in the middle. But I think for Ukrainians, when we announced the results of this assessment, Ukrainian women have a new thing in their understanding, that one of the parameters of the assessments is the time. So first time ever in Ukraine, this index shows that there is a disproportion of time a woman can dedicate to her professional development, to her career, to her realization, because in Ukraine women have to dedicate more time to being a mothers, to securing their family environment and many other things. And this is not things which are really common to be discussed in Ukraine. And I'm really happy that European integration brings a lot of new understanding in a daily life of Ukrainian women. But it's also about access to affordable quality care services for children, for elderly people, essential for access of Ukrainian women or any women around the world to a labor market. So, and it's not only about gender mainstreaming, it's about making sure that every policy takes into account these parameters. And I'm really extremely proud that we did it, and it's fantastic. So, also it's a very good practice that together with Minister, Commissioner Levchenko will sign the memorandum you've already announced. I think we start the cross-border gender empowerment process. It's very important for us, and I think as there's been a lot of discussions about the resilience. Right? The resilience of Ukrainians is about keep on doing something nobody would think you can do and you can care throughout the war. Making sure that we continue with working on a program on women, peace and security, continue working on a program on tackling the domestic violence and readjusting it to the realities of war, continuing to work on addressing the needs of the survivors of the war. This all really, really matters. And I'm particularly happy to confirm that from the perspective of the partners and the donors, nothing has changed. although the war is still raging on, all the partners are there in Kiev with us, all the allies are there, and it's extremely powerful. And on a very personal note, as we have spent so many days and months and probably Madam Commissioner years in making this efforts effective, I think being an alliances on a various levels, from the local alliances to global alliances, this is what is needed. You know, those women leaders who have made it to a leadership role, they have to make sure that there are a lot of places for other women to join. I think it's very important, and I really encourage all of us to take an effort to make sure that whatever place you take and whatever position you take, you make sure that others join you there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Prime Minister, for your truly powerful and forward-looking remarks, and for emphasizing that ensuring gender mainstreaming and inclusivity in the recovery is a top priority of the Ukrainian government. And it is now my great pleasure to welcome with us Ms. Kirsi Madi, the UN Assistant Secretary General and Deputy Executive Director of UN Women for Resource Management, Sustainability and Partnership. Kirsi, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lara, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister, Excellency Minister, and all the partners, colleagues, and really friends, because I see many friends around here. I really want to start by thanking the government of Italy for hosting this Ukraine Recovery Conference, and all the partners and colleagues who have made this panel possible with the focus on gender equality. Because this panel is sending a powerful message. Ukraine's recovery cannot be done without women. And the Ukrainian women are not alone. This year alone, 6.7 million Ukrainian women will be needing humanitarian assistance. Yet, humanitarian funding cuts are hitting hardest those where the needs are the greatest, especially affecting women's rights organizations on the front line. These organizations are working on preventing gender-based violence, supporting mental health, evacuating civilians, and enabling life-saving aid. But our latest global survey shows that half of the organizations could be shut down within 6 months due to the funding shortfalls. Yet, critically important, Ukrainian women are far, far more than victims of the situation. They are the leaders. They are leading the humanitarian response and resistance efforts and are driving the recovery. They are filling the labor gaps and stepping into the roles which once were closed to them. United Nations and UN Women is proud to stand with the women, to work for them and with them. Together, we have a responsibility to ensure that women are at the table when decisions about peace and reconstruction are being made, shaping the future that women are already rebuilding on the ground. The government of Ukraine has shown exemplary leadership, embedding gender equality into the recovery and reconstruction plan and EU accession reforms. But it's important to keep in mind, gender equality requires financing. In 2022 and 2023, less than 1% of the development assistance in support of recovery in Ukraine prioritized gender equality and women's empowerment. This absolutely has to change. And this is why the Alliance for Gender Responsive and Inclusive Recovery, launched by Ukraine and Germany in last year's conference in Berlin, is so critical. 1 year since the launch, the Alliance is already making an impact. A new Alliance report issued this week highlights the best practices of gender responsive recovery. And on the table over there you have little cards where you have the QR code which allows you to access the report, and you can also find it on the UN Women website, Ukraine Country Office website. I also would like to commend the government of Ukraine for its strong commitment to gender-responsive budgeting. With this year's update to the budget code, gender-responsive budgeting is now mandatory. We also need to join forces to increase women's role in political decision-making. Women in Ukraine currently make up 22% of the members of parliament, but there are only 5 ministers in the 22-member cabinet. In fact, Ukraine ranks 103rd among all countries for women's representation. So we are looking forward to working together to make a change. Also, we should ensure really that women are represented at every level, from local councils to parliaments. We are seeing so many wonderful women leading the civil society organizations, leading the private sector, like the Deputy Prime Minister was saying. These women are really in the path also for political representation and government roles. But there are also other serious gaps that require urgent action, such as the pay gap and the importance of investing in care economy to enable women's economic empowerment. So ensuring that women have equal access to income, to resources, and to decision-making are critical to accelerate Ukraine's path to rebuilding. Finally, when peace talks begin, women must be at the table. And that peace must include justice. We cannot talk about peace without accountability. Late last year, Ukraine passed 2 laws on reparations. These measures must be more than words on paper. They must be funded, they must be enforced, they must reach every survivor of conflict-related sexual violence. Because peace without justice means impunity. Ukrainian women are holding up their country through war and on this important path to recovery. And our role as international community is clear. We must stand firmly with the women of Ukraine. This means investing in strong partnership, bringing more resources, more voices and influence together, that women and girls have every opportunity to lead and shape the future of Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kirsi, Mrs. Mahdi, for your insightful and encouraging remarks and for highlighting women's leadership in Ukraine, both for the humanitarian response and the recovery response. And also thank you for emphasizing the importance for continued and increased financing for gender equality in Ukraine. We will now move to a key milestone in today's program that signals a deeper institutional commitment to promoting gender equality. The signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the governments of Italy and Ukraine. And I would like to invite Minister Roccella and the Government Commissioner for Gender Equality of Ukraine, Mrs. Katerina Levchenko, to proceed to the signing table for this official moment. A photo opportunity will follow.
So, yes. Oui. Okay. No? Yes, this is mine and this is yours.
Ok, che dà un fastidio. Grazie.
There are three. There is another one, I think. Già solo due? Ok. So? Yes. Yes. Okay. So? Yes.
Congratulations, Minister Urcella and Commissioner Levchenko.
Thank you for your speech. I was really touched by your speech.
Congratulations to Italy and Ukraine for signing this memorandum of understanding. This partnership reflects a shared commitment to placing gender equality at the heart of resilience, recovery and sustainable peace. We will now transition to the next phase of next part of our program with the main panel discussions, where we will hear from leaders across institutions, civil society and the private sector. And I would kindly ask our panelists to make their way to the panel area as the technical team is preparing the setup. Thank you. Our panelists, please join us. Hello. Okay, so, okay. Thanks for letting me know. Okay. Yeah, you're good. Number 5. Okay, a warm welcome to our panelists, and we will now begin this session with our experts. We are, of course, under time constraints, so I will dive in right away into these discussions. And I would like, first of all, to welcome the first panelist, Mr. Stefan Schlöning, the head of cooperation at the EU delegation in Ukraine. He has been deeply engaged in coordinating EU support to Ukraine's recovery and will today speak about the gender aspects and how these are systematically integrated into the EU-funded projects in Ukraine. Sir, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Ministers, Excellencies, colleagues, distinguished guests. Let me first of all say that I'm very honored to represent the European Union at this pivotal moment in Ukraine's path to recovery. Today we reaffirm our unwavering support to Ukraine, not only in its defense against aggression, but also in ensuring that the reconstruction is inclusive, it is rights-based, and it is gender responsive. Gender equality stands at the core of recovery and of EU integration. And as has been said by our President yesterday during the opening panel, we are confident that Ukraine will be a full member of the European Union very soon. Ukrainian women have shown extraordinary resilience as defenders, as caregivers, as leaders, and as economic actors. And recovery is not just about infrastructure, it's about restoring institutions, it's about trust, it's about communities, and these are all areas where women's leadership is essential. Empowering women, combating gender-based violence, and closing gender gaps are central to democratic governance, to economic growth, and to alignment with EU standards. Gender equality is a core European value. It is reflected in many EU directives and in the roadmap for women's rights. The EU updated its country-level implementation plan for Ukraine, putting women participation in recovery and decision-making at the very top of its priorities. Our commitment as the European Union to support gender equality is also reflected in the very substantial support that we have allocated to this important area. More than 13 million euro in advancing gender equality in Ukraine over the last years. We have supported women's leadership and empowerment, prevention and response to gender-based and conflict-related sexual violence, anti-discrimination and inclusion. And I'm happy to announce today that over the coming 2 years, we will be allocating an additional 7 million euro to support in particular women's engagement in political and the social and economic life, in strengthening government capacity for gender-sensitive reforms, and for an expansion of grassroots and civil society networks. We have in particular allocated more than 6 million euro to support victims of conflict-related sexual violence. We have supported the work of Ukraine's Prosecutor General, as indeed, as has been said, accountability will be crucial to ensure lasting peace. We have supported the Resilient Together initiative by the Ukrainian Women's Fund, and we are contributing to the Global Survivors Fund. And we commend Ukraine's progress, including the newly adopted law recognizing the rights and reparations for survivors of conflict-related sexual violence. This is a key step towards justice. War has left many women at the risk of displacement and violence, and recovery must ensure access to legal, medical and psychological support in safety and dignity. We welcome Ukraine's ratification of the Istanbul Convention, and we encourage its full implementation as a key element of the EU accession path. The EU is a proud founding member of the Alliance for Gender Responsive and Inclusive Recovery, launched at last year's URC in Berlin. And we are mainstreaming gender in all our instruments and programs under the Ukraine Facility, our core funding instrument for Ukraine. And through the Gender Equality Facility project that we will be implementing with UN Women, we will provide technical assistance to embed gender equality in legislation and strengthening institutions in aligning with EU standards. To conclude, Ukraine's recovery is a chance not just to rebuild, but to transform. And we have to ensure jointly that reconstruction is not only about what is built, but also how and by whom. The EU remains fully committed to supporting a recovery led by the courage, by the leadership of Ukrainian women, and to building a future where every woman and every girl can thrive with dignity and safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sloney, for your insightful remarks, but also for your continuous engagement and that of the EU to ensure that Ukraine's recovery process is gender sensitive, and also for stressing the support provided to the survivors of gender-based violence. This is incredibly important, as we've heard so far as well from our previous speakers. It is now my great pleasure to welcome our next speaker, Natalia Karbowska, the Director on the Strategic Development Ukrainian Women's Fund. She will share insights on the vital role of civil society in driving gender-responsive recovery, and highlighting, among others, one of the accomplishments with the Steps to Recovery initiative with a focus on returnees and communities reintegration. Thank you very much, Natalia, for being with us today.
Thank you, Lara. Distinguished colleagues, guests, it's a great honor for me to speak to you today. And as far as this is almost the end of URC 2025, I thought that I'll start with some reflections on these 2 days. So in my opinion, these 2 days, the past 2 days, yesterday and today, gave us Ukrainians quite a good amount of optimism. We all saw yesterday and heard yesterday about the new financial instruments to support recovery that have been announced. Also, a big number of new contracts and partnership agreements signed by the government, by businesses, including the one that was just signed here today, between the governments, businesses, and civil society organizations. Also launched several partnership initiatives. So there is indeed a lot of, good news and optimism, but URC is ending, and tomorrow Укрзалізниця will bring, which is, by the way, known in Ukraine as the company which is not only giving the good example of how to follow the schedule despite all the strikes and missiles attacks and drone and everything. It is also known in Ukraine as the company that shows the example on how to mainstream gender issues in the big, huge company in the time of war. So the trains of Укрзалізниця will bring many of us back home to Ukraine tomorrow and back to our cities and towns, back to our communities. And the obvious question arises: how to bring these wonderful, beautiful, powerful commitments into real life? How to ensure that, how to make these investments work, and how to ensure that concrete people whose voices we represent here will benefit from these investments. In my opinion, the main precondition for this is to follow the principle that we have here at the URC, when governments, international partners, and businesses and civil society are coming together. And I think also our panel is also a very good example of, of this principle. So I do think that we need to be critical friends. Few years ago, we introduced this concept in our work with the government on women, peace and security, and on localization of the National Action Plan on 1325. We said that we, civil society, will work with the government, but as critical friends. We will develop the strategies together, we will implement them together. And, I was thinking here during these 2 days that we need to become critical friends with our international partners. We as civil society, we need to become critical friends with businesses. This is the right time. So I do encourage all of you, both from the civil society and also from international community, from the businesses, to really follow this concept and start being critical friends with us. Our contribution to this critical friendship is 10 building blocks for gender mainstream, responsive and inclusive recovery. And I think many of you have this flyer, right? So there are 10 steps written there. I will just mention a few of them briefly. The step number 3 is challenging gender stereotypes. They create gaps, these gender stereotypes. And in economic terms, they basically simply inhibit communities from using the resources that they have. Block number 7, retraining programs and STEM education for women. we talked a lot here about the importance of requalification programs for women, and businesses already see the benefits of this because the men are fighting on the front lines and women are the resource that could be used much more effectively by businesses. Block number 4, full coverage of preschool education and access to after-school activities for kids. Again, it speaks for itself. There is a need in supportive infrastructure in communities. This concept is already supported by businesses, by local government as well. So these are just 3 out of 10 recommendations, which we call building blocks, and we call them blocks on purpose, because we do think that because of the blocks, these blocks will make the whole construction, will make the whole system more effective and more stable. At the flyers, you can see the QR code, which will help you to download the whole material. And this is a big, very thoughtful, analytical material with concrete recommendations on each of the blocks, and also with the best practices from Ukrainian organizations and also from international organizations. So we encourage you to use these recommendations in planning your programs and in their implementation. I also wanted to highlight that this product is developed by experts from civil society organizations, from women's movement. Some of them are present here, representatives of women's rights and feminist organizations. They are here at the session. So I do encourage you to approach them, to approach us. And if you don't, we will approach you. We will approach you today and also in the upcoming months after this URC and before the next URC, because we think that we are sure that at the end of the day it is in our common interest for recovery to be effective and inclusive. Because if we build back with women, it will be better for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natalia, for the real vital work that the Ukrainian Women Funds and civil society organization is doing and in shaping on the ground every day a truly inclusive and gender responsive recovery. I would like now to warmly welcome Dr. Norbert Wühler, the Vice Chair of the Board of the Global Survivors Fund and member of the Board of the International Register for Damage. He will provide critical insights on the importance of providing reparations to the survivors of war and how measures are essential not only for individual healing but also for preventing further human losses and, of course, essential for strengthening the social fabric of affected community. Sir, the mic is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A quick thank you to all the organizers, but in particular to Ms. Levchenko for letting me participate in this panel, which I guess is not a given when one looks at the topic. When looking at recovery and reconstruction, I think reparations will not come to mind immediately. Because they serve different purposes and they address different constituencies. Reparations are the responsibility of the Russian Federation under international law for its full-scale war of aggression. Russia is liable to pay financial compensation for all the loss, damage and injury that it caused and that it continues to cause. The key goal of this conference, on the other hand, is to mobilize international support and investments for the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine. Reparations are therefore not included in the direct purposes of the conference. However, and that has been mentioned before, By repairing and rehabilitating victims and survivors directly, reparations contribute to the human dimension also of recovery, which is not only, and the Deputy Prime Minister took away my quote on this, which is not only about bricks and mortar. And this is the link between the two. 3 quick messages, if I may. I know we are short of time. Again, as was said before, in many respects, women bear the brunt of the consequences of the war at the human level. I won't go into an enumeration of that. You are aware of all of that, and others have talked about that. Women should therefore also be the focus of reparations. Ukraine has since 2022 established a number of programs that provide victims and survivors with relief and assistance. The losses and injuries that these programs address are often suffered by women, and women organizations have advocated and have contributed to bringing these programs in existence. Now comes an important point, so I'll wait for 1 second. Some of these programs expire, others lack sufficient funding. This conference should call for and support the continuation of domestic assistance programs in Ukraine, which contribute to reintegration and to the strengthening of the social fabric in the country. Second message, and I put on my hat as a member of the board of the Register of Damage for Ukraine. This is a dedicated reparations mechanism that has been established where Ukrainians can submit claims for the compensation of their damage, loss and injury. And many of the categories of these claims are for the same types of losses and injuries, again, where women are the main victims. The Commission that register has started working. What is needed now is the follow-up for that mechanism, which is a compensation commission that will award the damages for these losses, and importantly, a compensation fund that will allow the payment of these claims. I think what is really important is to highlight that the domestic assistance in Ukraine and this international effort, they are not exclusive of each other. They are complementary, they complement each other, and both need support and continued assistance. Last message, and I'll be very brief here because speakers before have addressed that already, and one of the subsequent speakers will go into more detail. The issue of sexual violence. The two mechanisms that are important to mention in the country, in Ukraine, are a commission that provides financial compensation and assistance to these victims in the form of interim reparations. That mechanism has been co-created by civil society, international partners, and the government in Ukraine. It is now running out of funding, therefore an urgent appeal to provide funding for that mechanism which is operating, which is in place, and which continue to be enabled. The second, the so-called Badina law, which has also been mentioned already. I won't go into detail. I think there will be elaboration on that. It was passed, it came into effect last December of last year. It has not yet been implemented, and therefore another appeal from this conference to move and support the implementation of that law. I'll leave it to that, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much for your passionate and powerful and compassionate contribution. and also for the extremely important work on reparation for the survivors of war and of conflict-related sexual violence, and for pointing out how critical it is to ensure how access to justice and reparation is fundamental for rebuilding the communities. Thank you. This is an extremely important point. We will now look more at we looked at the social aspect, but we will now dip in more into the economic aspect. And I would like to begin now with Mr. Marco Sterncek, Principal Economist of the EBRD. I would kindly ask you to keep your intervention to 5 minutes maximum. Thank you.
Many thanks, and I'm delighted to join you here today as the Principal Economist working in EBRD's Gender and Economic Inclusion team, leading on our human capital recovery programs in Ukraine. With an apology from my management that they had a conflicting schedule with a flight and could not make it. But I'm delighted to join you here today and to tell you about EBRD's maybe somewhat unique model in the development space of how we really promote women's economic empowerment through the work that we do. So as some of you will know, EBRD, since the start of the full-scale war, has emerged as Ukraine's biggest institutional investor, and we've invested more than 7.6 billion euros since the start of the full-scale war, but really working on decades of experience in the country. And this really gives us a very close, almost intimate engagement with some of these client companies that we finance, who tend to be among the biggest employers in Ukraine, from the state-owned companies to the private sector leaders to municipal entities who run the local services, and then to local partner banks who do a lot of onward investment to women-led SMEs and others. And in the work that we do with them, we very much promote gender equality, women's economic empowerment as one of the key pillars of our strategy. And we are proud that somehow this human capital response is very much embedded into our operations and the work that we do with our clients, precisely because we see how important it is for them and how much appetite and really almost existential need there is to do more in this space. So we tend to engage with them on 3 different levels. The first and foremost is in terms of capacity building. We look for ways in line with our clients' operational goals to really help them bring more women on board, train them, improve their capacity to really expand those livelihood opportunities that women will have. So we're helping the employers in order to open up those doors and those avenues for women's careers. And we do this with a number of very large companies. It's very much demand-driven. They tell us that this is what they need, and we provide the capacity and the technical support to do this. And here we're very proud to support Nova Pošta, Farmak, MHP Group, and a number of other large employers across the country. The second large area that we work on is through particular places. We have a lot of investments into municipal entities in Ukraine, and we work with them to really figure out some of the ways to meet the needs of the women in their local areas, whether that is for improved social services, improved childcare services, better transportation systems, to really try to, again, figure out what those obstacles are, to be able to then work with those places to activate more women and to bring them into the labor force. And the third big area, final one, is our policy level work, where we engage very closely with public authorities, including the Ministry of Economy, to try to figure out at the policy level some of the things we can do and some of the ways that we can bring more women into the labor market and address the kinds of needs that they have. And here we were very proud this morning to launch our Human Capital Resilience Charter initiative with the First Deputy Prime Minister Yulia Sviridenko, also joined by our great partner and colleague Katerina Levchenko, to really design a set of principles very akin to the women's economic empowerment principles of our UN women partners, but looking really more broadly at the kinds of practices and business behaviors that employers can take to accelerate Ukraine's labor market recovery. And here very much women are at the center of this. There is no recovery without women, and this is something we take very seriously and really look forward to promoting long into the months to come, however long this war lasts, and certainly beyond as we enter the peacetime recovery and the full-scale reconstruction. Many thanks.
Thank you very much to you, and it's extremely important to have the EBRD strong commitment and contribution, and also for highlighting some concrete steps that you're already taking to promote women empowerment as a key to the recovery of the country. I will now pass the floor to Mrs. Lena Kozarny, apologies, founding partner and chief executive officer of Horizon Capital. Remaining on the economic side, please outline, I know you would like to outline the critical role of the private sector in promoting gender equality. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I want to congratulate Dr. Katerina Lavchenko. She's worked tirelessly for all of these years, and today was the first time that she signed such a memorandum on behalf of Ukraine. And I hope, Dr. Lavchenko, that you will sign 100 more memorandums and many more in your future. You deserve that. Thank you. For us, this is absolutely crucial. I represent the leading firm in Ukraine. This is a business that we own as Horizon Capital, 1.6 billion, with investors who back us 700 billion in capital behind us. What's very important is that this is a private equity firm that is women-led in an industry where only 15% senior women managing money in an industry that is valued at 11 trillion. Think about that, 15% senior women in a business, in an industry, in a sector that is valued at 11 trillion. For us, it's so important that gender equality is not a policy. It is embedded in everything that we do, and it is embedded throughout our portfolio companies. So last week, I had the pleasure of being at the meeting with the president of Ukraine, where I told him that we, through our portfolio companies, we have 50,500 employees in our portfolio companies. 28,668 are women. So 57% are women, and these companies pay 500 million in taxes. It's very important to always, because none of us, we are not looking to fill quotas. We are looking for that 50-50 shot, and may the best person get the opportunity, get the job, get the funding, get the capital. And that's what we're seeing across the board for women throughout Ukraine. I'm very proud of women in Ukraine. Women now in Ukraine are 36% of the CEOs. That's incredible. We heard from Deputy Prime Minister Stefanishina that over 60% of businesses are run by women. New businesses, 56% are started by women. That's a very important statistic. What we've seen over the last few years during the war, because of migration, because of mobilization, we have seen women, bust every gender stereotype. That is very important. We are seeing women in demining, in construction, in engineering, in record numbers. In fact, if you look at the mine clearance teams, 30% of those teams are comprised of women. That's very important to say, because women have always stepped up in every facet of their lives, whether their careers, their family, personal, professional. But we're seeing women step up in record numbers for their country, in the army, in demining, in dangerous jobs, in difficult jobs. And I think that's an enormous testament to the women of Ukraine. For Horizon Capital, we are very proud to be the first 2X Challenge flagship fund in our region. The very first. This is very important. 2X Challenge is about getting firms to focus on gender-smart investing. And when we first, thanks to our EU development finance institutions, thanks also to EBRD and IFC and others who came to us and said, put your proposal in to be a flagship fund. You not only do, because a flagship fund is the upper echelon of 2X Challenge funds. You can be a 2X Challenge fund if you really check 1 out of 5 criteria. But to be a flagship fund, you have to have 4 of 5 criteria, which we do have in terms of entrepreneurship and leadership and employment and other very important measures for women. But to be a flagship fund is a responsibility. It's a demonstration effect. It's something that others look at us towards. And we're very proud that when we're investing, when we look at portfolio companies, when we look at the kinds of opportunities that are out there, 40% of the investments that we've made in our flagship fund are women-owned. 80% are women-managed. 40% are women-led. That's very important because, again, we are looking at everything through the lens of everyone has a shot. We want to see 50% women in the pipeline of opportunities. We want to see 50% men. When we are hiring, we want to see 50% women, 50% men. May the best candidate get that job. May the best candidates get that capital. The last thing that I want to say is I just want to bring an example to life. Catherine Kostareva, an incredible Ukrainian woman, an incredible woman who started a company called Creatio. This year, she was recognized in Inc. magazine in the top 500 women founders globally. This is a Ukrainian woman who last year, despite a global tech meltdown, very difficult to fundraise, she took her company to unicorn status. A Ukrainian company with Ukrainian R&D. And last year, she was able to raise a $200 million round at a $1.2 billion valuation. That's Creatio, Catherine's vision, and I wish for everyone in Ukraine and all women founders to aim for the top, and we will be backing you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing up these very successful examples, because there is a huge potential in Ukraine to untap, and it's in the hands of women. So thank you very much. And now our last speaker for this session is my great pleasure to welcome Claudia Segre, the president of the Global Thinking Foundation, vice president of ASOFintech, a co-chair of Women 7 Italy under the G7 process. And I know Claudia will highlight the role of inclusive finance and emerging technologies in supporting sustainable and gender-responsive recovery in Ukraine. Claudia,
yes, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Scarpita. And as was mentioned by our minister, I think that it's quite visible that the strength and resilience of women in Ukraine are absolutely inspiring not only the world, but also the discussion that we had during these 2 brilliant days of actions and designing new step on the path of peace. And what was reminded in many of the session was the fact that reconstruction starting not only from infrastructure but also from rebuilding communities, lives and women's inclusion, and not only that, because we are speaking about inclusive finance on emerging technologies, because this is the bulk of the activity of our working group during G7 Canada as a result of the efforts put in place by Women 7 during G7 Italy, have an evidence of link between the fight against digital and economic violence to improve the participation, social and working participation of women in our society. And as we are aware that women, especially from displaced territories and diaspora in and out of the country, are driving recovery efforts from the side of entrepreneurship, caregiving, community leadership. We know also that their potential is underestimated and are not really supported due to the existence of financial barriers and stereotypes. For this reason, we have to reimagine finance in a gender lens, like we experience and we have seen in the example of Japan in 2000 with women economics and the efforts by Christine Lagarde in the IMF with the recognition of the importance of digital identity for the society that are under that are war affected. So what it means to design new financial instruments that need to be related to microcredit, to public guarantees, to targeted investments and PPP, so public and private partnership. And these reflect the realities of many women that need also to have free access to digital digital tools, and particularly for e-wallets, the blockchain platform, and fintech fields. I would like to stress two fields that are health tech, femtech, and longevity tech as a fields very important, where many the participation of Ukraine in the last festival from Singapore to the last one, AE in Berlin, was very remarkable. And this is because there is a movement regarding the new technology and the digital technologies, because these need to be accompanied by an efforts. We have heard from Eurizon the need of digital and financial literacy for also the women in the rural areas and the conflict-related areas, in order to close the digital gender divide. And another point is the data justice. We need a collection of data that need to improve a transparent picture regarding the status of the different community, from the rural community to the citizen community, because we need to work on a justice that is not only digital, social, but is a gender-based justice in order to avoid any form of digital and tech violence, as was mentioned by the European Directive 1385/2024. And for this reason, to have Ukraine under the framework, AI framework of European Union is so important. And the AI Act is still there to testify the importance to have this framework in place to increase all the guarantees regarding this kind of violence. And I would like to close just with a proposal, and this is a proposal related to the fact that in terms of AI governance, we need a gender-inclusive financial and digital sovereignty task force that brings together the Ukrainian policymakers, technicians, and civil society and diaspora leaders, and particularly women, in order to co-design the recovery in a gender-based lens. And under the principle of gender equality, they need to be based on data ethics and economic resilience. As I mentioned, justice, whether it is social justice or digital justice, is the foundation for a meaningful recovery. And this is our commitment when we start in 2020 to support also the children with cancer in the hospital in Ukraine, because health is another common foundation that we have to improve in order to reduce the exposure of women to vulnerability because of the cost of health and the financial exclusion due to the lack of investment and financial support.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Stegren, for your valuable insights, and also for coming up with very concrete ideas and suggestions about what could be the next steps in order to be able to support women economically, using also digital tools. We have now, you wanted to, oh, okay. I wasn't sure, so thank you very much. But I will now reach the end of this panel, and I would really like to thank all our speakers for their incredibly insightful interventions, and also for the forward-looking recommendations and the key steps and actions that have been taken to promote gender responsive, already now responsive recovery, and also to support women leadership in Ukraine. Now, before we conclude this panel, we will have a few interventions from selected audience members. And we wanted this as an opportunity to bring in perspectives from those who are working in communities, institutions and businesses. And these short reflections, we believe, will help to zoom in on what recovery looks like in the real life. I have a list of interventions from the floor. I will call one by one, and I will ask our speakers to keep their intervention to a maximum of 2 minutes. And the first one I would like to call in is Aliza Kovalenko, a Ukrainian documentary filmmaker, the board member of SEMA Ukraine. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. I'm very. It's a great responsibility to actually represent voices of survivors of conflict-related sexual violence in Ukraine, and actually many speakers already mentioned this important and existential things that we are talking about ourselves as a survivors, not as a victims. And during 6 years, we exist as a community of survivors. We were trying to reach this point, and that's why we actually also want to focus on the project, also international collaboration with a focus on leadership of survivors, survivor-centered projects, where we can be not just somebody who receive help, but somebody who can co-create projects. So it's a principle that we will do something not for you, but something together with you. And for us, we already, actually I will give very shortly one example. We made a project, we ran sessions of conflict-related sexual violence in Kherson region on the occupied territories with survivors who became speakers, who became facilitators, and it was amazing. I saw this transformation of power from and the transformation also of roles from survivors to very strong leaders. And one time, one woman in Kherson region came to survivors and say that it's an incredibly healing moment when I expect to see broken women, but instead I see strong, brave women who became leaders. And that's why I want to emphasize that it's so important to create together projects where survivors are in the center as a co-creators and as a leaders. And one small thing about men, because nobody actually, almost nobody mentioned men survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, and we all know that in captivity almost 80% of men survive different forms of conflict-related sexual violence. We made it a coalition last year together with men's organization, and I think it's important to support projects for both men and women organization, because we can empower voices of each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alisa, for this really powerful intervention and for the really important work that you do with the survivors of conflict-related sexual violence. I now would like to welcome Sofia Burtak, a young woman entrepreneur and the president of the Rural Women Business Network in Ukraine.
Thank you. I remember 2 minutes.
Yes.
First, I would say that rural women lack a place at the table where the decisions are made, especially decisions on the recovery and economic interventions. And very often women like the auditory, and rural women have even less of that. Second, recovery and reconstruction should be people-centered, as it was said, and those two match. So Ukraine has a large rural population, 13 million of people, and 52% of them are women. But we live in ongoing defense. Our farms are destroyed by missile attacks. Our land is mined and occupied. Soil polluted. The logistical channels are broken. And we need support and comprehensive economic programs, and as well cooperatives and innovation in technologies for small farms. Rural Women Business Network, the organization I want you to meet today, is creating a good economic environment within support of Sokodevi, UN Women, Canada government, and conditions that encourage our women to stay in Ukraine, to stay in rural areas and develop their entrepreneurship. And our secret power is networking. Rural women are smart, digitalized, innovative. We are ready to create the cooperative to move on within value chains and market access. And we need to have investments. I would encourage everybody who listens to me, especially online, to have this point as the focal point, not only on urban, but as well to rural places. Because this will ensure food safety in Ukraine and across Europe and world. And during this URC 2025, we have signed already MOUs with the Canadian and Italian cooperative movements. What do rural women need? Recognition, financial support, and safety. We are therefore starting to develop export channels from cooperatives to cooperatives. This will be our next step in bringing Ukrainian women's produce to Europe and North America markets, ensuring it meets the requirements and standards, quality, volume, preserving our identity. After all, the food production is our dignity and our identity. This is why the international platforms are useful for raising awareness about rural women's issue in their households, on their farms and their entrepreneurial activities at global level and global food security. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the incredible work that you do, and I think a recognition and support, the financial support for the work that you do in organizations on the ground, very much at the grassroots level, is what this conference and these panels is also trying to mobilize. Thank you very much. I have now on my list Oksana Kolyada, the chairwoman of the board of Prostrir NGO. Thank you very much for being
Thank you. Thank you so much. Right, my name is Oksana Kolyada, and I'm a woman veteran, and also I am head of Veteran Spaces Coalition in Ukraine, which include 26 service providers for veterans and their families. First of all, I would like to say that our Ukrainian veterans are not one of vulnerable group, yes, because our veterans, men and women, invest their life, health, time with their families, etc. in our fighting for our independence. We cannot remember and forgot this. Also, we cannot speak about recovery of Ukraine without recovery of our veterans and reintegration of our veterans. You should understand that around 1 million people, men and women from different civilian spheres go to and fight and now continue serve in our defense and security sector. According to Ministry of Veterans Affairs, we have 1.5 million people who have this status. Also, among them, 335,000 women. Also, 70,000 women continue to serve in Ukrainian armed forces. It's a big number. It's a very big number. We also should remember, yes, that these people can have at the same time different status. It's very important. They can be veterans, IDPs, people, for example, families of our veterans, refugees abroad, and they have different needs. What we do in Ukraine, and maybe I would like to do it together. We created with different official structures, local communities, civil societies, private sector, international partners, support system. We create new profession in Ukraine, veterans support specialist, and we should continue develop the system in Ukraine, which include different spheres: medical support, social support, economic integration, support of our veterans. And I would like invite everybody from different spheres do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The very important points that you have made regarding the support to the vulnerable groups and the veterans. I now would like to invite Mariana Yevsinokova, the representative of the World Federation of Ukrainian Women's Organizations, to also speak about the role of the diaspora. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I will try to be very short. As a representative of the European Bank said there is no recovery without women, I would like to say there is no efficient recovery without Ukrainian women of diaspora. And we have knowledge, competencies, skills, we have personal, professional connections, we have understanding of different cultures around the world, and we think that these experiences and resources can significantly accelerate the recovery in Ukraine. So we call on Ukrainian government and the development partners systematically include women from Ukrainian diaspora in recovery processes, in decision making, and it should include involvement of representatives of the World Federation of Ukrainian Women Organizations and Ukrainian women leaders. Here I'm talking about established diaspora, but also obviously those who displayed because of the war in different processes, and we call on inclusion of Ukrainian women from diaspora in the platform for advancing gender mainstreaming and inclusion in recovery, as well in the other venues that exist in Ukraine on the recovery processes. And we also ready to, together with the government of Ukraine and development partners, develop clear policies, guidelines, and expectations for both domestic and international investors to implement standards on gender equality and inclusion. We cannot rely solely on the goodwill, and it should be a standard across all areas. Recovery is an opportunity to rebuild better, so let's seize this opportunity together, not considering the borders. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And now, as a final intervention from the floor, I have Loredana Teodorescu, the president of the Mediterranean Women Mediators Network, and Women in International Security Italy, for her intervention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know that we are really late, so let me be very quick. So I think that a lot has been said, and I'm working on the Women, Peace and Security agenda, which I think that especially now, it's really a strategic, transformative framework that should be at the center of all our discussions. So as we are closing the conference, let's just reiterate some key messages. First one, recovery. As we said, recovery is also about rebuilding societies, addressing the different needs with people at the center. Second point, the role of women. Clearly, if we see Ukrainian women, we know that they are not only victims, they are already ambassadors of their countries, they are already working at local level to shape the future of their country. So it's really important that now this is reflected also in the key decisions about the future of the country, and in the inclusion of women in all the upcoming phases. Third point for me, it's really about the power of networks. We are discussing here alliances, networks. I'm chairing the Mediterranean Women Mediators Network. I'm the president of WISE, which is a network of women working in security. On this, we are also working a lot with OSCE and Lara's office, with many networks promoted by the OSCE. Let's use the power of these networks. The power of these networks is really about creating bridges and connecting spaces, people, actors. We can connect Ukrainian women with other women who are living in conflict and post-conflict countries to share experience. We can channel your views and perspectives to our institutions. I think that this is really a collective responsibility that we have, that women are really included and women's voices are there central to our efforts. So I'm really looking forward to engaging and continue engaging with all of you. And I really thank you for this discussion.
And just been told of another quick intervention from the floor. Mr. Alexander Solontai, the Agency for Recovery and Development.
Але то буде дуже швидко, враховуючи, що мало часу.
but it will be very quick, given that we don't have a lot of time. Actually, Sophia has already mentioned what I wanted to say, because I'm one of those who work in local self-government. I would say that 400 local communities in Ukraine are in a situation where they don't even know whether they will survive. So 100 means hundreds. So 400, there are a lot of women, but in some of these communities there are no men. There are different causes why there are no men, but there are communities where there are only women living. So the only hope for these communities are including women in those programs about which Sophia has told us. So I would like to underline that in my conclusion. Thank you very much for what you do.
We have now come to the end of this panel. I think the end of the conference. We are closing the conference. True. We are closing, but we are closing in a high spirit, because I believe that the full room that was here until the closing panel was happening clearly shows that this topic, and of course the amount of speakers, or extremely prominent speakers that we had, clearly shows that this topic matters. And the women in Ukraine and the women of Ukraine in the reconstructions of Ukraine matter. I would like to express my deep gratitude to all our speakers. Your intervention has collectively reinforced the powerful truth, which is a successful recovery for Ukraine must be inclusive, must be just, and must be gender responsive. And today we have also clearly heard that women leadership in Ukraine recovery process is not optional, it is essential. I invite all of you, policymakers, donors, civil society leaders, international community, including the organization that I do represent, and community leaders and advocates, to continue working together across all sectors, across all borders, to ensure that Ukraine's recovery is not only resilient, but is also gender responsive, and women must be at the part, not only at part of it, must be at the center of it. Finally, as a big thank you, I would like to thank Katerina Levchenko for taking the leadership in organizing this panel. It has been a personal honor to be able to support you, and to thank to all of you for being with us today. And I forgot the last, we are going to take a group picture now. Thank you. Sorry.